in the matter of the parole consideration hearing of CDCR number K-114101, Erik Menendez, Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility, San Diego, California, August 21, 2025, 8:45 a.m. Panel present: Robert Barton, Presiding Commissioner Rachel Stern, Deputy Commissioner. Others present: Erik Menendez, Incarcerated Person Habib Balian, Deputy District Attorney Heidi Rummel, Attorney for Incarcerated Person Unidentified, Correctional Officers Scott Wyckoff, Observer Stephen Mailer, Hearing Support Staff Jeffrey Elston, Hearing Support Staff Emily Humpall, Hearing Support Staff James Quealy, Media Representative Sean Connolly, Observer Diana Crofts Pelayo, Observer Natasha Leonardo, Victim Next of Kin Karen Vandermolen Copley, Victim Next of Kin Diane Hernandez, Victim Next of Kin Sylvia Aceves, Victim Support Kathleen Simonton, Victim Next of Kin Tamara Lucero Goodell, Victim Next of Kin Eric Vandermolen, Victim Next of Kin Marta Cano Hollowell, Victim Next of Kin Candice, Victim Representative Anna Maria Baralt, Victim Next of Kin Alicia Baralt Barber, Victim Next of Kin Teresita Menendez Baralt, Victim Next of Kin Sarah Malice, Victim Next of Kin Kristen H., Victim Next of Kin Eileen Cano, Victim Next of Kin Brian Allen Anderson Jr., Victim Next of Kin Tiffany Lucero Pastor, Victim Next of Kin Robert Pastor, Victim Support Arnold Vandermolen, Victim Next of Kin Eunice Bautista, Victim Support Maya Emig, Victim Representative Stuart Hart, Victim Representative Robert Love, Victim Support Maria Melman Shawi, Victim Support Amy H., Victim Next of Kin. Transcribed by Heather Cooksey. Index. Proceedings Deputy Commissioner Stern, we are on the record. Presiding Commissioner Barton, good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Barton, and we are here for an initial parole consideration hearing for Mr. Menendez, CDCR number K 14101. Today is August 21st, 2025. The time now is 8:45 a.m. I apologize to everyone. The attorneys, myself, the Deputy Commissioner, were all here at 8:30 a.m. We had to handle some preliminary matters. The prison had some technical difficulties signing in. That's the reason for the delay, but I apologize. Appreciate everyone's patience. Mr. Menendez is located at the R.J. Donovan State Prison. The rest of us are joining on Microsoft Teams, and for that reason, anyone that is present has to be identified by voice. If you are a victim next of kin and you don't want your full name given, you can give your first name, first initial of your last name. If you're going to be speaking, we'll need you to do that again at the end of the hearing so that the person doing the transcribing has a chance to do so. These hearings are audio recorded. No one other than the board is allowed to audio record. If anyone is recording, I'd ask you to turn that off. And as far as those people that are authorized to attend, we will be going through our list and seeing who everyone is and identifying them momentarily. If you are somewhere where there's someone that is not authorized, again, I would ask that you have them leave the room because only authorized persons are allowed to attend and observe the hearing. I'll also let everyone know that we will be taking breaks sporadically. We take care of some administrative matters first. Once those are done, we'll probably take a break, and then at some point during the questioning, we'll probably take a break, and then we take another break generally, either before closing statements, certainly before victim next of kin statements, and then there'll be a break for deliberations. If at any time those of you that are observing need to leave the room or come and go, you're allowed to do that at your leisure. I'm not controlling that. However, if you sign out, you will need to sign back in, and you won't have that opportunity until we have another break, because as you can see from the screen, it can be very distracting. The other thing I'm going to do after everyone's been identified is ask those parties that are not actual participants, meaning the two attorneys, Mr. Menendez, and the panel, to turn off their video so that we don't have any bandwidth issues and are losing audio. It's very important that everything be recorded. So, with that, I am going to start the identifications with myself. Again, I'm Robert Barton, B-A-R-T-O-N. I'm the presiding commissioner for this hearing. Next to identify will be our deputy commissioner. Deputy Commissioner Stern, good morning. Rachel Stern, S-T-E-R-N, Deputy Commissioner, Board of Parole Hearings, appearing via Microsoft Teams. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and then this next group of people. As I go through them, it's going to be the participants, as I said, and then the rest of the people in no particular order. So I'm going to ask counsel for Mr. Menendez to identify primary counsel. Attorney Rummel, Heidi Rummel, RMEL, counsel for Mr. Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and then the representative for LA County District Attorney. You're on mute, sir. Deputy District Attorney Balian, I apologize. Habib Balian, on behalf of the people of the state of California. Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Can you spell your last name, please? 22. Deputy District Attorney Balian, B like boy, Lian like Nancy. 25. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. And Mr. Menendez, first name, last name. Spell your last name, please. Erik Menendez, Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. And is there anyone there in the room with you? 6. Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. How many staff members? 9. Erik Menendez. 2. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. Staff, I don't generally identify staff unless they're speaking. I don't have any reason to speak to you. But if for some reason staff has to speak, we will be identifying them at that point. All right. Next, again, in no particular order, I'm going to list observers and ask that you identify yourself and any agency you're with, or if you are a victim next of kin, what your relationship is to the victims. So, starting with Mr. Wyckoff. Is he still with us? Yes. Observer Wyckoff, good morning, Commissioner. I am having issues with my camera, so I apologize that I can't be seen, although my background apparently can be seen. Scott Wyckoff, Executive Officer for the Board of Parole Hearings, WICKOFF. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And 1, then Stephen Meller. Stephen Meller, good morning. Stephen Meller, BPH Support, MEHLER. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And then who do we have in the Media Center at OPEC? Jeffrey Elston. This is Jeffrey Elston with Computer Services. Presiding Commissioner Barton, could you state your last name again? 10, Jeffrey Elston, ELSTON. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And is there Emily Humpel? Hello, this is Emily Humpel. I am with the CDCR OPEC press office. Last name Humpal, HUM, as in Mary, PAL. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I can't quite see everyone. Who else is there? James Quealy. This is James Quealy. I'm the courts reporter for the Los Angeles Times, serving for pool reporter today. 21, last name? 22, James Quealy, QUEALLY. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And is there a fourth person? 25, Observer Connolly, Sean Connolly, CONNELL. Y, the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Public and Employee Communications. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. I think that's everyone I can see in that video. Is there anyone else? 6, no one else. Observer Connolly, Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. All right, next we have MS Palayo. Are you here? Observer Crofts Palayo, hi, yes. Diana Crofts Palayo with the Office of the Governor in Communications. Last name is spelled Crofts Palayo, CR of, as in Frank, T, as in Tom, S, as in Sam, hyphen PELAYO. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, thank you. And then again, going through the victims next of kin that we have, support persons, representatives in no particular order. It's just how I have them on my list. I'm going to state your first name, and then you can choose whether you want to give your last initial or you want to give your full name. If you're only using your first name, just spell that for us and tell us what your relationship is to the victim. Starting with, hopefully we don't have any duplicate names. Don't think so. Natasha Leonardo. Hi, Natasha Leonardo, Leonardo, great niece of Kitty Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And next, Karen Vandermolen Copley, MOLENCOPLEY. And I'm the niece of Mary Lou Kitty Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. That got cut off at the beginning. I have it as a Vandermolen. So it starts with VAN. Is that correct? Karen Vandermolen Copley, yeah. VANDERMOLENCOPLEY. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Next, I have a Diane Hernandez, HERNANDZ, 15. Presiding Commissioner Barton, thank you. And I have Alexander, 17. 18, Diane Hernandez. He is not present right now. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Do you know if he plans on joining at some future break? 21, Diane Hernandez. I don't believe so. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Sylvia Aceves. Sylvia Aceves. ACEVES. OVSRS. Support for Diane Hernandez. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. And 1 then Kathleen. Kathleen Simonton, first cousin to Erik Menendez. Kitty was my aunt. It's SIMONTON, Presiding Commissioner Barton, and it says there's a support person with you there, Stephen. Kathleen Simonton, no, he's not going to be here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Kathleen Simonton, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Tamara or Tamara? 11. Tamara Lucero Goodell, last name LUCERO, Goodell, GOODELL. Presiding Commissioner Barton and relationship. 15, to the victim, Tamara Lucero Goodell, great niece to Mary Louise Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Erik, not Erik Menendez. Erik, 19. Erik Vandermolen. Erik Vandermolen, and that's VANDERMOLEN, and I am Kitty's great nephew. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. And then I have Marta Cano here. Does she have someone assisting her? One unknown, yes. Marta Cano Hollowell. So it's Marta Cano or Marta Menendez Cano. You should have 2. 5, Presiding Commissioner Barton, yes. Marta Cano Hollowell. Which one are you referring to? I'm sorry. Presiding Commissioner Barton, go ahead. You can go first. Marta Cano Hollowell. So I'm Marta Cano Hollowell. My mother would be Marta Menendez, and I am niece of Jose Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, right? And I have you as Marta Hollowell on my list. 15, Marta Cano Hollowell, that's fine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and then I think is it your mother that's also here? Marta Cano Hollowell, correct. I am representing. Oh, there's somebody representing her, I believe. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And who is that? Go ahead and speak up if you're representing Marta Menendez Cano. Ken Deasy, yes. My name is Father Ken Deasy, DEASY, retired priest from the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, mentor and pastor of Erik Menendez for his first 8. 1 years, 2, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. 3, Ken Deasy, in jail, yeah. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so what can you tell me as far as Miss Cano? Is she physically unable to attend? Marta Cano Hollowell, correct. I will be speaking some about her, but yes, she will not be here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And that, again, was her daughter just now speaking. 11, Marta Cano Hollowell, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton, again, folks, there's a transcript. This record is going to be typed up by someone. So when people speak, I have to try to keep track of who's speaking. All right, so again, once you've identified, if you would mute, I should have also said this at the beginning. I can't remember if I did or not. Once you've identified, I'm going to ask you to turn off your camera so that once we start the hearing, we only have those people that are speaking so we don't lose bandwidth. Next, I have Anna Maria Baralt. Anna Maria Baralt, BARLT, and I'm the niece of Jose Menendez, Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. Next, I have Alicia Baralt Barber, yes. Hi, Alicia Baralt Barber, BARBOUR. I am the niece to Jose Menendez, Presiding Commissioner Barton, and who do you have there with you? Alicia Baralt Barber, that's my mother, Teresita Baralt. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Can she just identify herself? She doesn't have to spell her last name again. 10, Alicia Baralt Barber. Okay, go ahead, name. Teresita Menendez Baralt, last name. Menendez Baralt, MENENDEZ, Baralt, BARALT, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, and she is a sibling to the victim, correct? Teresita Menendez Baralt, yes, he was my brother. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, next I have Amy. Is Amy HM with us? Okay, I'll come back. Sarah Malice. That's me. My name is Sarah Malice, MALLAS. I am the great niece of Kitty Menendez. 22, Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right? And 23, Kristen H. I'm Kristen H., and I'm the great niece of Jose Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and, okay, let's see here. I have somebody, is somebody there with you? 4, Kristen H. No, he's not here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, is Tyler not joining us? 7, Kristen H. Yeah, he's not joining us. Presiding Commissioner Barton, he's not. Okay. And then I received notice that Sylvia was not going to be joining us. This is Sylvia B. That's correct, Mr. Meller. Did you receive that notice as well? He's our 12 Stephen Meller, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And Mr. Meller, as I said, is one of our staff persons that's been assisting in terms of organizing the folks that have been authorized to attend. So I'll show her as not present. Eileen, are you there? Eileen Cano, yes. Good morning. My name is Eileen Cano, C-A-N-O. I am the niece of Jose Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And Brian? Brian Anderson Jr., yes. Brian Allen Anderson Jr. Can you hear me? Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you want? Yeah, but I need you to spell your last name. Brian Anderson Jr., A-N-D-E-R-S-E-N, Jr. prefix. I am the nephew of Kitty Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And then Tiffany. Tiffany Lucero Pastor, good morning. My name is Tiffany Lucero Pastor, L-U-C-E-R-O, Pastor, P-A-S-T-O-R. I am the great niece of Kitty Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And is Robert there in support of you? Tiffany Lucero Pastor, he is. We actually share an office, and he is appearing on a separate CA camera. We are separated by a wall. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Robert, if you're here, could you identify, please? Robert Pastor, certainly. My name is Robert Pastor, P, as in Paul, A-S-T-O-R. I'm here in a support capacity for Tiffany Lucero Pastor. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Thank you both. And again, I'd ask you to go off camera. Anna, A-N-A-H. Marta Cano Hollowell, this is Marta Hollowell. I just wanted to say that. Anna will not be appearing today. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. How about Arnold? 25 Arnold Vandermolen. This is Arnold, Arnie Vandermolen, V-A-N-D-E-R-M-O-L-E-N. I am the nephew of Kitty Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, thank you. And then Eunice is there as a support person for you or not? Eunice Bautista. Yes, this is Eunice Bautista. I am a support person for Arnold Vandermolen. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And your last name? 9. 10 Eunice Bautista, B as in boy, A-U-T-I-S-T-A. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, thank you. And then we have M.S. Emig for Miss Joan Vandermolen. Is that correct? Maya Emig. Yes, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I'm attorney Maya Emig. I am the legal representative for Joan Vandermolen, the sister of Kitty Menendez. My last name is Emig, E-M-I-G, as in George, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I show you as a support person, which is fine. But as far as any speaking role today, are you going to be a representative for one of these persons? Maya Emig, yes, Commissioner. I will be the legal representative in lieu of Joan Vandermolen. I am also the support person for Natasha Leonardo, Karen Vandermolen, and Brian Anderson Jr. Thank you, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. I think that's everyone on my list. Is there anyone that has not been identified? Okay. There's a gentleman here in the center. Go ahead, sir. Stuart Hart. Yeah, thank you. Stuart Hart, Ha-R-T, retired Indiana University professor. I've known Erik Menendez for 33 years, initially in the role presiding Commissioner Barton. Sir? 11 Stuart Hart. Yes, go right ahead. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I don't need to know your relationship to the incarcerated person. I need to know your capacity here today. Who are you representing or supporting? Stuart Hart, Terry Baralt, as I understand it. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, and I apologize. There's so many people that we had a second page, and I didn't turn my sheet over. All right, we have a hand raised here. I think it's another pastor, perhaps, I'm not sure. Go ahead, sir, you have your hand raised. Unmute. Gentleman in the blue sweater, you have to unmute your microphone. Still can't hear you. We see you and I see your hand raised, but your microphone isn't. One working. Are you Mr. Love? Robert Love? Yes, I'm Mr. Love. Robert Love, OVS, RS. Support for the family. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, Mr. Love. I apologize. I would have identified you earlier, but I, again, didn't have the back of my list turned over. And then we have MSL Menshawi joining us. Mariam El Menshawi, yes. Good morning. Mariam El Menshawi, E-L-M-E-N-S-H-A-W-I. I'm the chief of the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services here in support for Victim Anna Maria. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. All right. And then once she goes off camera, I think that will be everyone. Let me check with Mr. Mailer. Are there any other persons waiting in the lobby? 16. Stephen Mailer? No, there is not, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And I show on my list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people that I originally had on the list that are not present at this time. So you'll be monitoring that lobby and letting me know if we have people waiting when we have our next break. 23, Stephen Mailer, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. All right, folks, again, some of this that we have to cover now is administrative in nature, and we just had somebody, a new person. Let's bring him in before we go any further. Okay, so I show now that Amy has joined us. She was not previously identified. Amy, can you identify yourself? 6, Amy H. Yes, Amy H., Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And your relationship to the victims? 9, Amy H., a relative of the victims. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And it's, let me see here. I know I have you on my list. There you are. All right. Mr. Mailer, anybody else in the lobby? 14, Stephen Mailer, no, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. So again, as I was about to say, we have to take care of some administrative records keeping and then some preliminary matters with the attorneys. And then what will happen is we'll actually start the substantive portion of the hearing. As I said before, if any of you that are observing need to leave or come back, you can do that at your leisure. We don't need to know about other than obviously the principal parties. If at any time, Mr. Menendez, you or your attorney needs a break or want a break, all you have to do is request it, and we can take a break for that purpose for you to confer. Do you understand? 3, Erik Menendez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And again, before we do that, I know this is your first hearing, so we're going to cover some things before we actually get started. I show that you were received by CDCR in 1996 from LA County for a conviction of first-degree murder, originally sentenced for both murders to life without parole. That was recently commuted to 50 years to life for the killing of your parents on August 20th, 1989. For anyone that's observing, that then changed your minimum eligible parole date actually to February 2025. So even though you qualify for special consideration under elderly parole based upon the fact that you're over 50 and have served more than 20 years, and you also qualify for consideration under youth offender status, which we will give great weight to in determining your suitability today, those dates are not the ones that are bringing you before the board today. You're before the board today because despite those dates, which of course preceded today, once you were commuted, it made you eligible for this hearing. Is that your understanding? 25, Erik Menendez. Yes, sir. Attorney Rummel, it was a RE sentencing, not a commutation, Commissioner. Just so the record's clear. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Correct. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarification. I know he was up for both, and I do recognize that he was resentenced, right? I also show that you were 18 at the time of this crime. Is that correct? 9, Erik Menendez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. Now, for everyone's benefit, myself and the Deputy Commissioner, we may be looking at other screens. I actually have 3 screens in front of me because we have documents on the screens, our notes on a screen, and then, of course, the video in front of us. But again, if there's any technical issues, if we lose you at the prison, Mr. Menendez, or either of the attorneys that are participating, we will stop the hearing for that purpose and reconnect with you. It's not unusual when we have this many people online that that could happen. So I'll try to stay in tune with that, as will Mr. Mailer, who's here for technical support. At this time, Mr. Menendez, I'm going to swear you in if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and 1, nothing but the truth? 2, Erik Menendez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. You can put your hand down. As I said, pursuant to Penal Code Section 3051, you do qualify as a youth offender, and we will be giving that great weight in determining your suitability. You also qualify for elderly parole consideration, which basically means we look at your age. You're currently 54. Is that correct? 10, Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And you've served 35 years or so? 13, Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. Can you confirm your birthday for me? 16, Erik Menendez, November 27th, 1970. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Thank you, sir. And I show you have an education score of 12.9. You have high school and college. You certainly know how to read and write, correct? 21, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I'm going to assume, unless you tell me differently, that all the writings that you submitted were created by you. 25, Erik Menendez, all of them. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And it says that you've been in CCMS. Are you currently seeing a clinician? At 4, Erik Menendez, I see. Presiding Commissioner Barton, at CDCR, I mean. Erik Menendez, yes, but I'm not in CCMS. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So I'm not talking about Dr. Hauser and the classes that you're taking. I'm talking about the last time you were in CCMs where you saw someone once every 90 days or so was when? Erik Menendez, I believe it was 1 year ago this month. 15, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. 16, Erik Menendez, it was August. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And you chose to discontinue, or they told you didn't need to go anymore, or what? Erik Menendez, I think it was a mutual decision. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And I am in possession of all your documents, including other persons that you spoke to in terms of mental health issues. Let's see here. Do you currently take any medications that make you sleepy or drowsy or unable to? 1, participate today. 2, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and do you use anything to assist you in walking, like knee brace, ankle brace, orthotics, anything like that? Erik Menendez, not regularly. I think I'm assigned a knee brace, but I only wear it when I play pickleball or do some activity that requires athletics. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So you don't need anything to get to and from the room today? Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, what about your hearing? Have you been able to hear everything so far? 16, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and do you have any problems with your vision? Do you wear glasses? Erik Menendez, I do. Occasionally I put them on, but I see fine, more or less. Presiding Commissioner Barton, do they help you read or distance or both? Erik Menendez, both. I'm nearsighted, and so I'll wear them if I'm going to read a document. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, I have a few documents, legal documents in front of us. Presiding Commissioner Barton, perfectly fine. Erik Menendez, so if I refer to them, I'll wear the glasses. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. And there also should be a magnifying device available if for some reason your glasses didn't work, but it sounds like they work just fine. 11, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, is there anything else impairing your ability to participate today? I am aware of your medical situation. Again, if you need a break, you simply need to let us know. We have access to your EHRs. I'm aware of the issues in terms of kidneys and the Crohn's and your dyslexia as well. So we do a thorough review of that, and obviously all of that are things that we consider when we look at elderly parole as well, because in addition to your age and the length of confinement, we also look at any debilitating physical conditions. I'm not asking you to divulge those on the record in front of everyone, unless there was something specific or something new that you felt we were not aware of, at which time you can certainly share that. But as I said, myself and the Deputy Commissioner have viewed your medical records, and I think we understand the various chronic issues that you're dealing with. Did you want to add anything to that? 5, Erik Menendez, no, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. You did sign a notice of hearing rights with your counselor on May 20th, 2025, and I am sure you went over them with your attorney. Do you have any questions about your rights for today's hearing? 11, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton. You also had the risk assessment interview with Dr. Kalich on March 25th, 2025. It was revised in July as a result of the objection submitted by your attorney, and it looks like they served you with a copy of that. So I know you've had a chance to review it because there was obviously that response sent in. Did you review your risk assessment? 20, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And then you also had an opportunity for what we call an Olson review as recently. It looks like we just got a document that happened a couple days ago, August 19th, 2025. Correct? 1, Erik Menendez, yes, it did. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. So I'm going to ask your attorney at this time, so you don't need to answer, but she can. Did you receive the miscellaneous decision from the board regarding the CRA objections, Ms. Rummel? 7, Attorney Rummel, I did. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and my tentative is to adopt those rulings inasmuch as there are things that are clarifying or disagreements with clinicians' opinions, either of what was actually said to the clinician or their opinions about Mr. Menendez. I certainly will take into consideration what I see as your clarifications and arguments regarding each of those issues. And you certainly covered them both in that as well as in your brief that you submitted to the panel, which is quite lengthy. So did you want to speak to that anymore at this point? Attorney Rummel, as you can, as I outlined in my brief, we were not satisfied with the clinicians with the miscellaneous decision responses to our objections. I have outlined it in detail in the brief, and as things come up in the hearing, I may speak to them, but, we have fundamental disagreements on what he said to the clinician and no access to their notes or any recording that was made. And, our disagreements with the clinical diagnoses and conclusions are outlined in my brief and supplemented by the expert opinions of Dr. Kaiser-Boyd and Dr. Hart. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah, and I have all that. My question was there any new objections today that I hadn't already reviewed? 9, Attorney Rummel, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And I know we were delayed this morning for a short time because we had problems connecting you with your client through no fault of yours or his. Have you had sufficient time to talk to your client such that he, or you believe he, to be ready to go forward today? Attorney Rummel, I did, and we are ready to proceed. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Mr. Menendez, I know you're nervous. Everyone's nervous when they come to a hearing. That's natural. What I'll tell you is just keep breathing. Don't hold your breath. Take deep breaths. Don't try to answer questions before they're finished. We don't want to talk over one another. Understand that we have reviewed your file, even though it is extremely voluminous. Trust me that Commissioner Stern and I exercise diligence in going through it. So there may be some things that we don't talk about. In fact, there will be some things we don't talk about because they're not as relevant to us for purposes of this hearing. The purpose of this hearing is not to retry your case, nor is the purpose of this hearing to put your parents on trial. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether or not you currently pose an unreasonable risk to public safety. And so, in determining that, we identify what we believe to be risk areas, and then we will discuss with you any or all mitigation of those risk areas that you want to share with us. There are a lot of things in the file that, if they're already well detailed, we may not need to discuss. You will be given an opportunity to give a closing statement. Also, your attorney will be given an opportunity to ask clarifying questions, because once myself and the Deputy Commissioner are through with our questions, we ask the attorneys each if they have clarifying questions. Those clarifying questions are designed to assist the panel in any areas that would be relevant to our decision. So again, that's not an opportunity to either retry the case or ask questions that have already been asked. And if I feel that, for example, the DA's questions are relevant, then I will rephrase or ask you to answer them directly. So wait until that happens, and I'll remind you of that. Your attorney can ask you questions directly. However, again, if I feel that they're not relevant, I will indicate that and we'll move on. Once those questioning portions are through with the hearing, we'll go to closing statements. Each attorney will have time to give a closing statement. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it as well. And then subsequent to that, you'll be given an opportunity to give a closing statement if you choose. You're not required to do so, but if you want to, we'll give you an opportunity to give a closing statement. And then we will take those persons that are victim family members that want to speak or representatives. I don't know that any order has been preset. I'll ask that when we get to that point. With this many people, I may just go down the roster as I did earlier, and we'll take statements. When all of that is done, we'll take another break. And during that break is when myself and the Deputy Commissioner will deliberate on your case. Once we're through with deliberations, we'll come back with a decision. And as I'm sure you're aware, that decision can be to grant or deny. If it's a denial, it can be anywhere from 3 years to 15 years, depending on the reasons for the denial and how long we believe it will take for you to do the things to be found suitable. If it's a grant, it's not automatic. It goes through a review process with the governor's office, also with our legal office. That takes a period of 4 to 5 months. It can be reversed. It can be sent back en banc. So those various things happen potentially after the hearing on a grant. So that's basically the layout of what potentially could happen. Do you understand, or do you have any questions about any of that? Erik Menendez, yes, sir. No questions. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, sir. Deputy Commissioner Stern, Commissioner? Presiding Commissioner Barton, we do have the T, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, I need to check the audio recording, please. Presiding Commissioner Barton, oh, I apologize. Go ahead, let's do that. So we're going to pause. We'll be off the record for Commissioner Stern. It's her job to make sure the recording is good, so I should have done this earlier, but we'll check it at this time. Everyone just stand by. 23, Deputy Commissioner Stern, thank you. 24, recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, thank you, Commissioner. The recording is clear, and we're back on the record. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. We're back on the record in the matter of Erik Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing with all the parties previously identified. The time is 9:21 a.m., and we're ready to begin. Mr. Menendez, as I said, while it's not our intent to retry your crime, we certainly want to talk to you about who you were at that time, because one of the things in our determination of whether or not you currently pose an unreasonable risk to public safety is whether or not there's been offender change. So, prior to the murder, you had already been involved in some criminal activity. Is that correct? 16, Erik Menendez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And in the first instance, the first burglary that you committed, how old were you? 20, Erik Menendez. 17. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And why did you involve yourself in that burglary? Erik Menendez, it began as a prank with a couple of other people at a party, and it escalated and became a serious instance. I wanted to impress them, and I was very immature, and I made very poor decisions, and I ended up hurting those individuals that I burglarized. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And I know what happened. I've read the record. But I'm trying to figure out, at that point in time, you didn't need money, right? 8, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and you realize that you have entry to a safe, and it has valuables in it. Do you remember having any thought whatsoever about, because that's a little different than moving your friend's car. I mean, now you're actually stealing things. Had you stolen before that? 15, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So what was your plan to do with the things you were stealing? Erik Menendez, I didn't have a plan. I was with these older kids that I had known from high school, and it doesn't excuse my action. I was fully culpable in what I was doing. I took them, and I didn't know what I was going to do with them. Simply doing the act was the sense of validation for me that I could do this act. I was dealing with tremendous self-worth issues at the time, and this made me feel like I could do something. And I went to my brother, and I showed him what I had taken, almost as if I was going to get validated. Almost as if he was going to say, good job, or something like that. And I did not appreciate the consequences of, and the not just the consequences, but the damage I was doing to those. To the lists, it was the family of lists and how I was harming them. In my mind, I was saying, insurance is going to cover all of this. I did this with these kids, and I'm one of them. I'm Presiding Commissioner Barton, I got you. And you've written about this in some detail, very similarly to what you're sharing now. I guess my question is, if you'd already done that, kind of proven it to yourself, proven it to these kids, why then commit the second burglary? Erik Menendez, as soon as, right after we had gone into the safe, there was a discussion among them, and I was there, but they were older kids, and so I was more of the hanger-on that they wanted to do a real burglary. Like we were already in the house, it was a party, and we came across the safe in looking for the keys. And so I heard this, and I put it in my mind that I was going to do this burglary before they could do the burglary, that I was going to Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, did you talk about who was going to be burgled or where? Erik Menendez, at the time? No, it was subsequent conversations that they had decided that it was going to be a different house, the Ginsburg house. That's the family of the second place. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, are we talking about? And how many peers? 12, Erik Menendez, 2 others, Presiding Commissioner Barton, and And how much older were they than you? Erik Menendez, they were a year older. They were going off to college. I was still in high school. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay? All right. And so you decide that you're going to do it before they can, but then you involve your brother. Why? Erik Menendez, my brother, was like a second father to me. He was the person that I looked up to and idolized. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, you're not going to involve your father in doing a burglary. Erik Menendez, definitely not. So that's a good question. I just thought Lyle would say, I don't know what exactly I thought Lyle would say, but maybe he would say, this is terrible, you did an awful thing. Or maybe he would say, good idea. What he ended up saying is, you're going to get in trouble, you're going to get arrested, and I'm going to be held responsible for this. With that, it wasn't, keep in mind, it wasn't the ethical considerations that he was bringing up. It was the consequential considerations. 12 Presiding Commissioner Barton, I understand. Erik Menendez, and so his concern wasn't about the morality of the event. It was, this is going to go badly, and you don't know what you're doing, and you're going to get arrested or worse, and Dad's going to blame him. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I get that. But that actually was the point of my question in both of these cases that you haven't really answered yet, and that is, why weren't there, in your mind? Most people at 16, 17, they know the difference between right and wrong. Why weren't there ethical or morality considerations in terms of just, hey, this is wrong, it's against the law, it's taking stuff that isn't ours? Was stealing something that you thought was acceptable in CR, certain circumstances? Erik Menendez, I had never stolen like that before, but I was raised in a family where stealing isn't what was frowned upon. It was 6 Presiding Commissioner Barton getting caught. Erik Menendez getting caught was what was frowned upon. My father prided himself on being able to do anything inside or outside the law and rise above it and profit from it. I was not raised with a moral foundation. To say the opposite, I was raised purposely without the moral foundation that I should not do wrong when I know the difference between right and wrong. I was raised to lie, to cheat, to steal, and steal in a sense, an abstract way. So when I was playing tennis, my father would make sure that I cheated at certain times if he told me to. And the idea that there's a right and wrong that I do not cross because it's just a moral bound was not instilled in me as a teenager. Presiding Commissioner Barton. So when do you think you learned that? Erik Menendez. That's been an evolution for me in life when it came to the burglaries. And years later, my wife owned a store called Planet Puppy, and her story, Presiding Commissioner Barton, she was burgled. You wrote about it. Erik Menendez, yes. And that had a major impact on me. But I was already going along the lines that there is right and wrong. I had begun to believe in God again, and I understood the moral right and wrong. The evolution of me having an internal guardrail that there's just certain things that you don't do has been an evolving process. It's been that my journey in prison has been that process, me finding who I am. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and the reason I'm asking you this about who you were at the time is because you wrote at length about what you felt your character defects were at that time. Right? 18, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and do you remember what you wrote? Erik Menendez, I wrote that my character defects involved a lot of moral failings. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I have it listed. Erik Menendez, I was dishonest, I was angry, I was in a codependent relationship with my brother. First was impulsive. I was entitled. I had extreme negative talking to myself. I would violate the rules if I believed that it would benefit me. I did not trust authority. I didn't trust my relatives. I lived in an isolated household. We were trained to not go outside the household. So I had deep character failings. 8 Presiding Commissioner Barton, 9 Erik Menendez, and Presiding Commissioner Barton, but I'm talking about, and these were, you recognize now these were instilled even before the murders. 13 Erik Menendez, absolutely, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I know they're not huge when it comes to criminal history necessarily, but there was some speedings and failures to appear. Did you feel like the laws of the road really didn't apply to you? Erik Menendez, speeding, yes. My understanding is that the failures to appear happened because I was arrested. But 22, Presiding Commissioner Barton, I don't know. Erik Menendez, I can't imagine I wouldn't have gone to court if I had a court date. But speeding? Yes, absolutely. I lost my 1 license for speeding. 2, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, Erik Menendez, a total disregard for the safety of others on the road. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And after you commit the second burglary, right? Even though your brother tells you not to, as you said, not for moral reasons, but for consequences from your dad, you still decide to go ahead and do it. Why? Erik Menendez, he was advising me not to. I told him, I'm going to do this. My friends are going to do this burglary. I'm going to do it before them. And I believed that this would impress my friends. I believed that I would look like I was worth being in their group of their age because they were older. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, right. But didn't you already do that in the first burglary? Erik Menendez, I was just there. I was there and I committed the burglary, but I hadn't done it on my own. They were there. And this was something. Presiding Commissioner Barton, after the second one, did you give them any of that property or go tell them what you did? 25, Erik Menendez, no. Tell them what I'm not sure if I specifically told them what I did. They found out very quickly that I'm the one that did it. Things unraveled very fast at that point. I was putting some of the jewelry. After I did the second burglary, I began to realize what I did was wrong. Some of the jewelry I was looking at looked like it was meaningful and personal, and my thought was they're going to be able to replace all of this with insurance. But some of the jewelry looked like it's not replaceable, and I began to think what started out as this prank and what started out as turned into a serious crime. And so I thought I should put some of this back, and I began to, and so I went into the safe to return some of it. But it unraveled so fast that there was. After I did that, there was no opportunity to get back into the houses. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, but you planned the second burglary. So what did you plan to do with the stuff you took? Erik Menendez, I didn't plan it. I planned the burglary. I didn't plan on what to do with the stuff. I took a solo flex machine. I took paintings. I just took everything. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, the stuff was stupid, and I get it, you were 17, but I'm talking. One about the storage facility. Erik Menendez, the store. I took so much stuff that Lyle had to rent the storage facility. And so we just put it in the storage facility because we had no other place to put it. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, and at no time during that discussion with him, you guys were like, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? What are we going to do with this stuff? I mean, you had to have some discussion. Erik Menendez, well, we discussed at some point later returning it, but in the meantime, my brother was upset that he actually stopped me from going back in the house because he said, you're taking too much stuff. I had piled the stuff up by the front door. He's now helping me put it into the car, and he was telling me that I'm not there to move the people out. I was there because I wanted to do this burglary, and I took all kinds of things that were ridiculous, and he was disappointed in me. I felt like I had failed again, and now in his eyes, he thought that this crime that I did was the reasons were dumb and that I was going to get into serious trouble with my father. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton. One that concern you? Erik Menendez, I kind of wanted to stick it to my dad. I was in a very difficult relationship with my father, and I was dealing with a whole nother issues with him in terms of my relationship with him, and I was resisting him in ways that I could. And doing the burglary was one way that I could resist him and sort of be really, really violate his rules, and there's nothing he could do about it. And it was Presiding Commissioner Barton. But you murdered him because you thought there was something he was going to do to you. Erik Menendez, yes. But at this time of the burglaries, this was just a sort of a passive resistance to him. This was not me standing up. The last time I stood up to him was before my 18th birthday, and I built myself up to say no to him, and that turned very badly for me. So I gave up Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I read about it. I'm not here to for you to revisit your trauma. I read extensively about it. So I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is your desire to impress these friends overcame your fear of your father and the advice of your brother. Erik Menendez, yes and no. I don't know that it overcame my fear of my father. He was going to punish me one way or another, violently or not. He ended up not violently punishing me, which was odd to me. He took me out of the will, but he didn't punish me violently. But the VI, the loyalty in my family was secrecy. Loyalty was keep the family secret that I was not going to betray. Doing a burglary, my dad did. My dad's bad, violated laws, bragged about not paying taxes, would lie to the neighbor, killed our dog. He wasn't the immoral act in my mind. Maybe he'd be proud of me if I did this well. Maybe this was something I could do. But it was also a way in my heart that I knew this is me sticking it to him. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, and you said because it would damage his reputation. 18 Erik Menendez, right? Yes, Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And as I said, we've read that, so we understand that. Okay. So how much time between the second burglary and the murder? 23 Erik Menendez, a little over a year. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and during that time frame, when was it when Lyle came home again? Erik Menendez, Lyle was living at home during the summer of the burglaries. And then he went off to Princeton that fall, and he would be home on and off. He was constantly flying home. So he was home periodically. He lived in the guest house. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So, on and off during that whole year. 8 Erik Menendez, right. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And when did the two of you, or did the two of you first discuss doing something to your father and mother? Or father? Erik Menendez, I went to him the Tuesday before to tell him I didn't go to him specifically to tell him. I had seen an incident with my mother in the foyer with my brother, and so I went to the guest house, and I just broke down and started telling him. But there was no talk about doing anything to my parents. The talk was, you're coming back to Princeton with me. I told him that the sexual violence was still going on, and he was very upset. He was very angry at me, and I think he felt very guilty. But he believed that I would be able to go back to Princeton with him, and that he was going to take me away from it and end it. It's when that did not work, and his confrontation with Dad turned very bad on Thursday night. That was the first talk of buying guns. But the talk of the buying guns was not, let's buy guns and kill them. That wasn't the conversation. The talk of buying guns was because now it had become very dangerous, and I had broken the one rule that my father told me never to break. So, and that's Presiding Commissioner Barton. So you had never told Lyle before that you were being sexually abused? 9 Erik Menendez. No. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and you had never talked to him about his sexual abuse of you at that point? Presiding Commissioner Barton, you said in court he apologized for something. 16 Erik Menendez, exactly. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so while you were in county jail during the trial, did you have that discussion? Erik Menendez, no, not till after he was on the stand. Presiding Commissioner Barton, were you suppressing that, or did you think he didn't remember it, or you just didn't want to talk about it? And I were raised purposely to not talk to each other about emotional or traumatic things. We just were not. We were raised to keep that inside. That talking about something like that was considered a great weakness. And the shame of what he did to me, I couldn't imagine bringing it up to him. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so when you talked about getting the guns, what was the purpose if not to use them? Erik Menendez, the purpose was to use them if my dad, when we talked about getting the guns, I had made the decision I was never going to let Dad come in my room and do that again. That was never going to happen. And now Lyle, Lyle was my ally, and Lyle had wanted to run away. He wanted to leave, go somewhere, talk to someone, do something, and I told him that was impossible. And so the decision, Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, stop. Why? Why would you tell him that? Erik Menendez, because in my mind, leaving meant death. There was no consideration. I was totally convinced that there was no place I could go. It was not a consideration to me. It didn't matter where I was. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you were 18, right? 3, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you know at 18 you can leave home. People do it all the time, especially in bad situations. 7, Erik Menendez, yes. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you had family members, in fact, some of them are here, that would have taken you in. Right? 11, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you had your brother now who was saying, let's leave, let's get out of here. 15, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and so there wasn't any part of you don't think that was thinking, I'm going to end this my way by killing him? Because you kind of put yourself in that position. Erik Menendez, right. It's difficult to convey, but I'm going to try how terrifying my father was. The idea that I could walk into a room and shoot him was inconceivable to me. I fantasized about him not being alive when I was a teenager. But the idea of me pulling a trigger and killing him, my dad was the most terrifying human being I've ever met. He still is. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. But wait a minute, you're shifting the question. My question was, if you had these opportunities and people basically telling you, your brother, hey, let's just leave. And the alternative is, I'm going to get a gun knowing that he's going to come at me again. And I'm going to shoot him in self-defense or whatever. Versus, I'm going to leave. Go to the authorities, go to family, go to whoever. I've already disclosed to Lyle, let's just leave so I can get away from this monster. Why didn't you make that choice? What kept you in the house? Erik Menendez, my absolute belief that I could not get away. Maybe it sounds completely irrational and unreasonable today, but at the time I was presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, I've dealt with a lot of sexual assault victims, and I get that learned helplessness. I understand the syndrome. I didn't need the psychologist to write me and explain it. I've seen it. So I understand that. But also, oftentimes, those people that have no other options, in other words, if they were to leave, they'd literally be homeless with nothing. You weren't in that situation. You're a smart guy. At that point, you had, a 4 or something in high school? Erik Menendez, I wish. A 3.1. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Still Erik Menendez, but I was still smart. Presiding Commissioner Barton still could have gone to college. 8, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, even if it was a junior college, you could have gotten a job, right? It would have meant the end of your tennis, would have meant the end of your lifestyle, and that's one of the things that I'm curious about too, because in your writings you say there is, I quoted it, I have no justification for what I did. 16, Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton, and that's your belief today, correct? 19, Erik Menendez, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton, was there any part of this that you believe was self-defense? 22, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no. There was no imminent, I get it if he's pounding, coming through your door, but you're basically, Attorney Rummel, I'm going to object to him making legal conclusions because we have a pending habeas. There's an order to show cause in the habeas. His mindset, his beliefs, his fears is what's relevant here, not his legal. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, counsel, you should then advise him not to answer the question before he answers it. So I'm not asking him for a legal conclusion. I was asking him about the statement that he said, I have no justification for what I did. He actually wrote that. Attorney Rummel, are we asking about self-defense and perfect self-defense? If we're going to go down a legal analysis pathway, Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, I'm not asking him for a legal analysis, and I think he understood the question. 18, Erik Menendez, yeah, Presiding Commissioner Barton, the point of the question was what? Because he was telling me, or you were telling me, Mr. Menendez, about this fear and that you had got the guns not to kill them. And I said, why'd you get them? And then you digressed. You didn't really answer. You said, I'm not going to, 25 Attorney Rummel, Presiding Commissioner Barton, I wasn't going to ever let him do that to me again. Attorney Rummel, I'm going to object again. Because the panel cut him off when he was talking about his father and his fear of his father, which is the X, is the answer to that question, and he wasn't allowed to finish that discussion. But his mindset is the basis for his choices, and I think he needs to. 10, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, I'll go back. Attorney Rummel, a full opportunity to answer. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I appreciate your objection. It's not really an objection. It's just a comment on what I was saying. But as far as you, Mr. Menendez, I'll ask the question again. What was your purpose in getting the guns? Erik Menendez, I assume we'll get to the night of August 20th, and 21 Presiding Commissioner Barton, yep. 22 Erik Menendez, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we're about there. Erik Menendez, okay. My purpose in getting the guns was to protect myself in case my father or my mother came at me to kill me, or my father came in the room to rape me. That is why I bought the guns. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And how many were purchased? 6 Erik Menendez, 2. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so Lyle, you believed, was going to assist you or was going to help you in some way if you were attacked. Erik Menendez, yes. But he telling Lyle and exposing the family secrets, and my dad believing that we were going to go and tell other people, meant that our lives were in extreme danger immediately. So Lyle did not feel comfortable. If I wasn't leaving, he wanted to have a gun. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So why use fake ID to get those guns? Erik Menendez, it was the ID I had on me. I didn't have an ID. And 2, even if I had an ID, I wouldn't have used it. I wouldn't have used my own driver's license. 24 Presiding Commissioner Barton, why? 25 Erik Menendez, because on Friday we didn't have an intention to kill my parents. And if we buy the guns and I have my ID and I put my address, then paperwork's going to show up at the house. My parents are going to know I went and bought guns on Friday. We were trying to conceal that. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Had you bought guns before? 8 Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, how do you know paperwork would show up at the house? Erik Menendez, I'm just assuming that brochures, whatever, will show up at the house. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So you go back home and you see the interaction between your parents and they go in the den. Was it your idea then or Lyle's? Who first acted in terms of the violence? Erik Menendez. Lyle came to the top of the stairs after my dad had ordered me to my room and said he was coming up and said, it's happening now. But my focus was, Dad's coming to my room. I can't let Dad come to my room. And Lyle said, you understand it's happening now. And I knew what that meant, and we were about to die now. And I told him my gun's in my room, and I ran to my room to get the gun. All I knew was that I got to get to that den. Fear was driving me too. That den and rage. The idea that Dad was going to come to my room, and rape me that night. That was going to happen one way or another. If he was alive or that was going to happen. And so I went and I ran and I got the gun in my room and I went down to the car and I loaded it and I ran into that den before Lyle could. Without a discussion, before Lyle. I didn't even wait for Lyle. I knew I had to get to that den. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. But again, from an outside objective, I get it. Not thinking straight. You had the trauma, all of that. But you do see that there were other choices at that point. Erik Menendez, I get that. Looking back as a healthy individual today, that there were obviously other choices. When I look back at the 18-year-old that I was, and I don't mean to minimize it by saying I was 18, just the person I was then, and what I believed about the world and my parents, running away was inconceivable. Running away meant death. That was never going to happen. It wouldn't matter where I was. My father sent me on tennis trips when I was 12. He didn't think that I was going to tell anybody or run away. He had no fear of that. He had trained me to believe that running away meant death. I knew it. And so at that car, it's logical. I get it. I'm at the car. Why didn't I get in the car and drive away? I understand that question. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and you had a shotgun. Erik Menendez, right. It was inconceivable to run away. You would have to live my experience to understand that there was no way I was running away. And if my dad exited that den before I got to that den, I was dead. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, that's what I believed. 14 Presiding Commissioner Barton, at the time, you're going to go kill Dad as preemptive, right? 'Cause you had this fear. Why kill Mom? Erik Menendez, I saw my mom when my mom told me on Thursday that she had known all of those years. It was the most devastating moment in my entire life. It changed everything for me, and It changed the way I had been protecting her by not telling her. When she told me on Thursday that she knew I saw her and Dad, my mom all my life had been my dad's ally, telling my dad everything that I did wrong, watching me get whipped in front of her. But I, one, still believe. Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you still think so, or have you rethought that? For Erik Menendez rethought which part? Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, whether she was his ally, what if she was his victim? Erik Menendez, she was his victim. She was definitely his victim, and a lot of what she did in blaming me was to avoid her getting hit. When my dad would beat my mom and I would see blood on the sheets the next morning, I knew it was because of me. He was beating her because I failed. She was his victim. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you wrote about all that too. Again, I'm not trying to have you revisit it. I'm trying to figure out that night why, if you knew that this was happening to your mom, I get the betrayal that she knew, and you thought you were protecting her by not telling her, but she knew. Still, if you have this burning hatred towards your dad, you had no thought about rescuing your mom at all? Erik Menendez, what? A series of incidents told me that my mom would not just not take our side, but egg him on. When I found one of my mom's suicide notes, and I called my brother and said, Mom's going to commit suicide. We need to do something. My brother had gone to my mom. This was a few years before and said, leave Dad. We'll leave with you. We'll go back to New Jersey. And my mom said, I'm never leaving your father. Your father is a great man, and I'm his wife, and that's who I am. It through step by step, my mother had shown that she was united with my dad, but I still didn't believe she knew. And when I found out that she knew, I no longer saw him and her as different. They were different. She was his victim. I should have known that. I should have separated it in my mind. But at that night, I saw them as one person. Had she not been in the room, maybe it would have been different. It would have been different, but Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, but wait a minute. I'm going to ask you about that, because when you shot him the first time, she was still alive. You had to go out and reload to kill her. 19 Erik Menendez, yes. Yes, all I heard was 21 Presiding Commissioner Barton. So Erik Menendez was a no, and I ran out. That's the part of this that is the hardest, and you're right. I wish to God I did not do that. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, so after the murders, are you doing okay? You need a break? Erik Menendez, yeah. No, that's fine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, you're not fine. No one would be fine after discussing this. Take some deep breaths. Like I said, don't hold your breath. Don't want you passing out in there. 10, Erik Menendez. Okay, Presiding Commissioner Barton. So after the murders, and I've read what you wrote. It wasn't immediate, but then you realized police weren't coming, and you were going to figure out a way to cover it up, right? 15, Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. So did it ever occur to you that maybe you're putting other people in danger by just disposing of guns? 19, Erik Menendez. Not at that time, no. 21, 22, Erik Menendez, off of Mulholland Highway. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Chance anybody could find them, right? 25, Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. What about, and this, I know I've read both briefs, but what about the money afterwards and the spending sprees? 4, Erik Menendez. That's shameful. Presiding Commissioner Barton. I mean, why do you think 7, Erik Menendez, Presiding Commissioner Barton, why do you think that was? Erik Menendez, I was torn between hatred of myself over what I did and wishing that I could undo it, and trying to live out my life as did, making teenager decisions and I bought a Rolex. Buying a Rolex, which is just an incredibly callous act, maybe to make myself feel a little more like a man, to say, okay, I'm a man now, as if that's going to make me a man. Buying a suit. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, what was your plan for your life after that? Erik Menendez, I had no plan for my life. I didn't know what to do with my life. The only thing I knew in my life was to play tennis. It was the only thing I was good at, the only thing that gave me any kind of self-worth. I didn't have direction in my life. My self-worth didn't come from my belief in God or my goodness to other people. My self-worth came from achievement of what success was. And the only thing that I was really good at was tennis. I wasn't that good at academics. I wasn't that good at, so I knew I can play tennis and it'll keep my mind off of things, but it didn't. 8, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, what about 10, Erik Menendez? It just didn't. Presiding Commissioner Barton. What about you and Lyle? Did you talk about potentially getting caught? I know you talked about not confessing or, tell me if you're going to confess. I read that. But after you'd gotten away with it, basically, were there more discussions about keeping it quiet? Erik Menendez Lyle assumed that I was not going to confess. I couldn't go to him with the pain that I was in. I could not talk to Lyle about this personal anguish that I couldn't live with what we had done, and I needed to talk about it. I needed Presiding Commissioner Barton. What about the spending? Did you guys talk to each other about that? The purchases that Lyle made, and I was not in agreement with them. I spent the money that I spent because I believed that I didn't intend to go on. My purpose wasn't to go on spending sprees. My purpose was not to live at the house, to rent a condominium, and I bought a Jeep, and I thought that it was a conservative purchase. I did it because I thought this is not a Porsche. This is a Jeep, and I gave my car to my cousin, the car that I had, a Ford. And so I was trying to live just normally in the way that I was living before, but Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So you talk about your anguish and, suicidal thoughts, things of that nature. You go to see doctor, I think it's OZL, and that's who you were seeing as a result of your, was that ordered by the court, by the way, after the burglaries? Erik Menendez, no. It was, actually, it might have been ordered by the court. I believe that it was, well, we had an attorney that said, the court's going to order this. You should go do it to preempt what the court's going to do, and I believed that. Instead of doing juvenile hall time or something, Erik Menendez, exactly. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you were already familiar with. And I don't know how to pronounce Dr. Oziel's. Is that right? Oziel? 6, Erik Menendez. Oh, Oziel. Presiding Commissioner Barton, Oziel. Okay. And you end up confessing. And then that ends up being what ultimately gets you caught. Right? 10, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. But after you're caught and you're in custody, you continue, at that point, even though you've confessed, you continue to do things to thwart being prosecuted, right? As far as getting people to set up alibis or lie for you or was. 16, Erik Menendez, no, I did not. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Were you aware about Erik Menendez? I was aware that Lyle was Presiding Commissioner Barton. Your brother? 21, were you aware of what he was doing? Erik Menendez, yes. Lyle did not want to testify. Lyle wrote me a long letter asking me not to testify. He did not want the secrets exposed. He thought that would be like killing our parents again. And the idea of him taking the stand, talking about what had happened to him was devastating to him. It was devastating to me, but I had a different attorney. And Dr. Vickery and Leslie Abramson began to heal me, began to at least work on my trauma to a point where I felt like I could and should talk about it. Lyle was not in that space. And I had long conversations with Father Ken about how this is something that I should do and I can do. And Lyle's conversations with Father Ken were different. He does not want to do it. He's against it. And so he encouraged other people to testify for him and lie. And he is my older brother. I wasn't for it, but I wasn't going to stop it. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, were you in the same trial together? Erik Menendez, we were in the same trial together. No, one of those people, I believe, lied at the trial. The rest of them, he told me before they testified not to testify, and they did not testify. He said he at some point, Lyle changed his mind and said that he's going to testify and chose to, and then called them and said, you don't need to take the stand. I'm going to testify, Presiding Commissioner Barton, but you are aware that there were those attempts? 3, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, with Perry, with Jamie, with Tracy, with Brian. Presiding Commissioner Barton, Tracy, Brian, and Jamie. 8, Presiding Commissioner Barton, Jamie, okay. 9, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And so Perry was never asked to provide an alibi that you were aware of? Erik Menendez. Well, on that night, Perry was who we were supposed to meet. We were supposed to meet someone at the movie theater. We didn't obviously show up, and then we wanted to connect with Perry, but we didn't, because we were disposing of the guns and clothing and so on. So the only alibi we had were two people that said that we weren't with them, that we must have been someplace else. He couldn't manufacture an alibi after the point. He never asked Perry to say he was with him. Presiding Commissioner Barton, did you think that you lied at any point in either of the trials? Erik Menendez, I was genuinely doing my best to tell the truth and did. And in fact, I testified about the reloading, which I did not have to. There was no evidence for it, but it happened, and my attorney said, it happened. You're going to testify to it, and I knew it was what I should do, even though it was going to hurt my family. And so I did my best to testify truthfully about what I did and did not do. Commissioner Stern, do you have any follow-up questions as far as the life crime goes for Mr. Menendez? Deputy Commissioner Stern, I do. Thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple of questions. Just let me check. Mr. Menendez, can you hear me okay? 14 Erik Menendez, yes, I can. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Let me just look at my notes here. You mentioned to Commissioner Barton that after the murders you tried to live normally, right? Was part of your life living normally, spending money? Is that something that you regularly did before the murders? 21 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. So did you have credit cards? Erik Menendez, yes. Credit cards, a lot of cash. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Erik Menendez, my mom would take us on. Deputy Commissioner Stern, go ahead. Erik Menendez, shopping, spending, sprees, when she felt. My mom would go through mood swings, and sometimes she would just spend, or I remember I had a girlfriend that said that I didn't know how to dress and picked out $1,500 worth of clothing. And then I told my dad, I'm going to need this clothing, and 10 Deputy Commissioner Stern. So you had 11 Erik Menendez. He gave me his credit card. Deputy Commissioner Stern, so you had access to your family's money is the point. 14 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. I also just wanted to follow up on something you said you had no ID. Did you lose your license because of the speeding tickets? Erik Menendez, I lost my license in July, a month before I was actually given a ticket for not having my license. I no longer had my license. 23 Deputy Commissioner Stern, why? Erik Menendez, so I don't know. I don't know where my license went. But I didn't have a license on me. I didn't need it for anything. And so I was just Deputy Commissioner Stern. Well, but so the question is whether you lost your license because of a lot of driving infractions, or you just didn't have it on you at the time. Do you remember? Do you have any idea? Erik Menendez, I lost it sometime in the spring of 1989. I lost my physical license. 10 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Erik Menendez, so I didn't have a physical license. Deputy Commissioner Stern, so you were driving without a driver's license. Erik Menendez, right? I was allowed to drive, but I was supposed to drive with my physical license. I didn't have one. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. And so going back to then purchasing the guns, you did not physically have an ID to hand to. You know, when you're purchasing a gun, you have to give your ID. So you did not have an ID with which to purchase guns or a gun? Erik Menendez, the ID I had with me was the Donovan Goodrow ID. 1 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right. Erik Menendez, which I kept with me because he was older than 21. And so that was a useful ID for me. If I wanted to get into a nightclub, 5 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. 6 Erik Menendez, if I wanted to. Deputy Commissioner Stern, that the ID belonged to a friend of Lyle's from college. 10 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. I want to go back to, then I have another question about the burglaries. And this is, I think, my last sort of area. You talked about with the commissioner, you were sort of trying to stick it to your dad, even though, he had, you you didn't want to do, you knew you weren't supposed to do a burglary, but like you wanted to kind of stick it to your dad, right? 20, Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, but weren't you also living your life with like trying to not make your dad mad? Because that would affect your mother. And that was part of like your driving force in your life. Erik Menendez, I was afraid to make my dad mad. So I wouldn't purposely go about making my dad mad. But this was something that I don't know how two things can be true that seem opposite at the same time and yet be true. But in my mind, I believed I shouldn't do this. This is going to upset Dad, but this is also going to piss him off in a way that's going to, that like I wanted to at the same. Resisting my father in little ways, putting cinnamon in his coffee, hiding when he's coming to my room. These were the ways that I could passively resist him and to just feel like I can live with what he's doing until I go to college. And so the burglaries, it was one of those things where I could stick it to him, and yet I was terrified of doing that at the same time. So it's maybe the thinking of a 17-year-old. Well, the thinking of a 17-year-old doesn't always make sense. And looking back on it, it was thirdly not just criminal, but stupid. But at the time, I was thinking, keep in mind, I wasn't going to go to my dad and say, I just committed a burglary. 23 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right? Erik Menendez, that wasn't the plan. But I knew in my heart that I committed it and was one resisting him. Deputy Commissioner Stern, but you're also sort of poking the bear, right? You're sort of like 5 Erik Menendez, right? Deputy Commissioner Stern. I'm really afraid of this bear, but also I'm going to sort of do something to, push the boundaries and see what happens. Erik Menendez, but I was poking the bear when the bear was asleep. Like I didn't want to poke him and confess and say, Dad, I just did this burglary. What do you think? I poked it behind the scenes, and it was almost like me poking him was a way that I could just resist him. And I also thought in the back of my mind, maybe he'd be proud of me. Maybe I would do this well, and he would be like, you did that well, but I also knew that this could harm him. This could harm his reputation. And so all of those different ideas were a part of my thinking, which was 21 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, not good thinking. Deputy Commissioner Stern. You also said the idea that you could shoot your father was inconceivable to you. Erik Menendez, yeah. Deputy Commissioner Stern. So Erik Menendez, inconceivable. Deputy Commissioner Stern. So again, the purpose of having the gun was to do what? Because the Erik Menendez, the Protke, firing the gun was not inconceivable. Being able to kill my dad was inconceivable. When on Saturday night, my dad was pounding on my door, telling me to open the door, and I was sitting on the bed with the gun across my lap, I was thinking to myself, what am I going to do with this gun? He's going to walk in this room and take the gun from me. I'm going to be able to fire it. But how is that going to kill him? He was such a larger than life figure to me that I just couldn't imagine it. On that night, the terror I had of Mom and Dad was enough where I knew I had to get to that room first, or I was going to die. The idea of facing my dad, but at the same time, I was not going to let him come to my room. So I was going to do everything I could to resist when he entered my room. Deputy Commissioner Stern, but the guns weren't loaded, right? You had the ammunition in your car. 25 Erik Menendez, I had 2 shells in my gun. Deputy Commissioner Stern, you had 2 shells in your gun. Okay, so you had extra ammunition because the night of the murders, you went out to your car to load. 5 Erik Menendez, right? 6 Deputy Commissioner Stern, the guns, correct? Erik Menendez on Saturday morning, the clerk at the gun store told us that. 9 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right? Erik Menendez, the bird shell was basically not effective at stopping a person. And so I knew that Saturday night. So the only thought that I had was, I need to load this gun with what I had. Deputy Commissioner Stern with the different or upgraded ammo that you had in your car. 18 Erik Menendez, the buckshot. Yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, the buckshot. Okay. Commissioner, I think at this point I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, it's 10:15 a.m. I know we've lost some people that may be trying to get back in. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10:20 a.m. Everyone understand. Again, this is an open conference, so if you're going to speak behind the scenes, that's fine, but please don't unmute and speak on this conference line because it is subject to everyone hearing. And for you, Mr. Menendez, if you want to contact your attorney, simply ask the staff to put you in touch with her. Otherwise, we'll be back in about 5-6 minutes. If you need to use the restroom or something, this would be a good time. We're in recess. 10 recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, all right. We're recording. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. We are back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing with all the principal parties that were here before. I did note that we had lost some people. We just took our first break, and I readmitted people. So, as far as I can tell in the lobby at this time, we have everybody that was waiting to be admitted. So, and they're all people that were previously identified. I don't see anyone new that has joined us. All right, Mr. Menendez, you okay after the break? Erik Menendez, yes. Thank you. Told you at the beginning we look at various risk factor areas, and I note in your writing you've written multiple relapse plans. I'm assuming that's because you recognize what your risk areas are. 5 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and not just because you have 2 of the most experienced and probably knowledgeable attorneys representing you for parole hearing. Erik Menendez, I think that having them as my attorneys, it would be impossible for me not to know what my vulnerabilities and risks are. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I would tend to agree. So, why don't you tell me what the areas are? Erik Menendez, criminal thinking, substance abuse, violence, anger, impulsivity, cell phone use. And then I have a healthy relationship plan in which I go into detail on what I believe healthy relationships are. Codependency is certainly a very big risk for me as well. And in addition, I put in 3 relapse prevention plans for depression, anxiety, and stress, and toxic shame. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So that pretty much runs the gamut. Some of those are included within some of the others. Like I would include you. No, the cell phone within the criminal thinking and antisocial behaviors. I would include the codependency with the healthy relationship issues. And also, one you kind of left out, but maybe it falls under one of those, is the need for acceptance from negative peers. Would you agree? Erik Menendez, yeah, definitely. I believe that would fall in within codependency. And I also, 10 Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. Erik Menendez, talk about it within the criminal thinking. Presiding Commissioner Barton, right. And you're right, it falls within both of those to some extent. So what I'm going to do now is not any different than anyone else when I perform an initial hearing, and that is, I want to go over what your conduct has been in prison. And there's 2 things I want to point out to you before we get started. We recognize that you've served a lot of time. Even as horrific as these murders are, they are not necessarily the thing that would cause us to believe that you have a current risk of unreasonable risk to public safety. So we do look at people's conduct because that is a pretty good indicator of who they are, what they will do, how they think. And so this may seem laborious to you, but I'm not doing it to beat you up with it necessarily. I'm doing it because I want to see if you recognize, if you've gained insight into your various behaviors. So let me ask you, generally speaking, do you think you developed more antisociality after coming to prison? Erik Menendez, in the first decade, absolutely. 9 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. 10 Erik Menendez, no question. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and we also get it that when you come to prison as young as you were, you're trying to survive. And I've read your accounts of what occurred, and I am not ignorant to what happens in prison. I've been working in and around prisons for many, many years. That being said, I would have to say, looking at your record, that it is not only replete with violations, but they're very diverse in nature. In other words, you have violence, you have manipulation, you have misuse of things, you have criminal acts, you have substance abuse. There's a lot of different things that you've done over the years while you've been incarcerated. Fair enough? 24 Erik Menendez, absolutely true. When you, and make this one step easier, starting out in 1997, okay, you would have been 27 years old, right? Erik Menendez, I was born at the end of 1997, so yeah, 26, 27. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And do you understand why that's important? Erik Menendez, I'm sorry. Did I say it was born at the end of 1997? I was born at the end. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I know what you meant. 11. 12, Erik Menendez. Okay. Yeah. All right. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I didn't take it to mean that you were born then. 15, Erik Menendez. Okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you're saying your birthday would have occurred at the end of the year. 19, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And we already established at the beginning of this hearing, your birthday was November 27th, right? 23, Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton. So, my point is, when we consider youth offender factors just like you, said a lot of people before their brain is fully formed, before they have the ability to mature emotionally, neurologically, etc., do very stupid things. And sometimes even when I have youth offenders as young as 18, like yourself, or 17, and I ask the question, why did you do this? Why did you do that? I'm not really expecting a reasonable answer because a lot of 17-year-old and 18-year-olds certainly, even without your trauma background, do stupid things. But at the point that it's 1997, you are now becoming older, more mature, certainly physiologically you're mature, but your behavior at that point, from what I can see, continues to evidence all of those same character defects that you told me you had as a 17 and 18-year-old. Would you agree? Erik Menendez, many of them, yes, if not all of them. I would have to go through the list, but yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So, for example, in March of 1997, there was a write-up for doing personal letters on a work diskette that you weren't supposed to be doing. Do you have any memory of that? 21, Erik Menendez, I do. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And what character defect do you suppose that demonstrates? Erik Menendez, entitlement, disobeying, authority, laziness. I could go on. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, fair enough. And then in April of that same year, there is a write-up for you basically lying and manipulating staff involving the visiting room. Do you remember that? Erik Menendez, I think that one involved me, going to the chapel and then down to the Sally Port. And was that the disobeying direct order, or was that the presiding Commissioner Barton? Let's see. It says that the MAC chairman and I were going to meet with the captain. 11, Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton. And then they checked on your story, and your story was wrong. I thought it was coming out of the visiting room, but you're right, it was chapel. So 16, Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton, that one involved your statements basically trying to, again, justify some behavior with a lie. Is that what you recall? 20, Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And I think I confused that because in my notes in 1997, I have first incident in the visiting room, and this was in May of 1997. Was that with your current wife? 25, Erik Menendez, I believe so, yes. I believe that. One was it written by Officer Rocha? Presiding Commissioner Barton? Well, it was May 23rd, 1997. 4, Erik Menendez, hold on. Presiding Commissioner Barton, by my notes. Erik Menendez, no, if it was May 23rd, 1997, I don't remember. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Here's what it says. It says, Menendez was excessive physical contact with the visitor, rubbing the inside of her thighs, hugging her, kissing her neck, engaged in excessive conduct. He was told to stop. He continued to ignore repeated instructions regarding his behavior and was insubordinate, defiant, disruptive in the visiting room. So do you remember that one at all? It's a long time ago. Erik Menendez, I remember that I was, I remember it. I don't remember the incident. Erik Menendez particularly, but I remember that I had gotten the write-up and then my visits were suspended. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and one of the reasons I have it noted is because it happened again. In 2006, and that was with your current wife, right? Erik Menendez, yeah. Yes, Presiding Commissioner Barton. So some almost 19 years later, you were doing the same type of behavior, even though you knew that it would result in losing those privileges. Why would you do that? Erik Menendez, I was pushing the line in occasionally in the visiting room with my wife because I was attracted to her. And we were we had sexual feelings for each other, and we had no way to really express those. And it's difficult sitting next to a woman that I love and that I'm attracted to and I want to be with, and I can only hold her hand. It was a lapse in judgment. This is not something I did every day, and my emotions got carried away with me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, I guess one of the concerns was that her daughter was there. How old was her daughter at the time? 21, Erik Menendez, 1996. 9. 22, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. 23, Erik Menendez, 9 or 10. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and that didn't Erik Menendez, it was Presiding Commissioner Barton, provide any deterrence? Erik Menendez, we were not being sexual. She was rubbing the inside of my thigh, but we were not engaging in sexual activity. 7, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, I want to be clear. My daughter was sitting across the table reading a book, and we were talking and snuggling, and it wasn't like my daughter was sitting right in front of us, and we were doing this in front of my daughter. My wife wouldn't do that, Presiding Commissioner Barton, so she couldn't see what was going on. 16, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, she wasn't beside you. It doesn't say where she's sitting. 19, Erik Menendez, right. Presiding Commissioner Barton, but, we're both males. I know what happens when someone rubs your inner thigh. You can't say it wasn't sexual. Erik Menendez, no, okay. What I meant is it wasn't like contact sexual activity type of thing. It was sexual. I just don't want to. Characterize it as, we were doing it in front of my daughter. That would be an outrageous thing. But it was deeply inappropriate. I recognize that. I'm not justifying it and I don't want to minimize it. For my wife's sake, I would like it understood that my daughter was across the table reading a book and my wife and I were snuggling. But it was not intended it was poor judgment, but it was not intended to harm the child. That's not. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and just to be clear, you've written about every single one of these RVRs practically, so I have your writings. I'm not asking these questions because I haven't read them. Trust me, I've read them. But sometimes when people are talking about certain things or writing about them, they may not put down, comprehensively what was going on, just as you just indicated, or may not, because you said that in your writing that she was, engaged in a book, reading or coloring or something. So, I had already read that. And again, I don't know that it's the most egregious thing. I think the concern is I'm looking at your development over time and your willingness to do things that you know are wrong, even though you've been prior warned, right? What about your first fight? At least I know it wasn't your first fight. I know you were assaulted prior to this. But in November 1997, you have the fight with Mr. Brown. And I know you wrote about it, but was that something that you feel now you couldn't have avoided? Erik Menendez, no, I definitely could have avoided. I look back on that fight with shame. I acted, while he struck me first, I acted aggressively with him, and I did not de-escalate the event. I escalated it through my behavior. And I've learned that de-escalation comes with communication, and my communication with him was I was coming from an angry place. I was frustrated. I saw he was purposely trying to show that he was stronger than me in front of other people. It was a time in my incarceration that I was being bullied a lot, and I needed to stand up for myself in my eyes at that point. I look back on it now, and it's ridiculous. I should clearly have de-escalated the situation. I could have avoided that fight very easily if I had changed my posture, the way I spoke to him, my voice, my whole demeanor. That incident did not need to happen. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And this wasn't a fight, but on September 24th, 1998, there's a memo regarding an enemy concern with inmate quarrels. It said you felt that he was an enemy and you couldn't be on the yard with him. What was going on with that? Do you remember? Erik Menendez. I don't. I said that I could not be on the yard with him. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And then it says when you went to committee, they asked you about it, and you conveyed that he's not an enemy of yours. So, it's two different notes. It says in September you said he was an enemy, And then in October, you said, no, he is not an enemy, which is typically when somebody has interaction with somebody, there's friction, there's threats or whatever. They think they're enemy. But then a couple weeks go by and they realize, okay, nothing's happening and nothing's going to happen. But you don't recall what that was about? Erik Menendez. This was during a period of time when during that whole decade and beyond, there was a great deal of violence. I don't, just in terms of violence on the yard, I could have been afraid of him. I simply don't remember the incident. Presiding Commissioner Barton, that's fine. And like I said, it didn't result in a fight that I can tell or write up or anything like that. And then in 1998, the next year, there was a sweep, a search of the cell block, and they confiscated a bunch of items out of your cell. Now, granted, you had a cellmate, but they took out a paint roller frame, paintbrush with a cut handle, 2-inch masking tape, enamel paint, plastic buckets, spray bottles, 5 wax candles, all this stuff that you're not supposed to have, right? 9 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, how much of that was yours? Erik Menendez, probably most of it. I think I took the blame for all of it. I honestly don't remember. I was 15, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, I was living with my roommate. Presiding Commissioner Barton, that's fine. Erik Menendez, some of it was probably his, but I'm sure most of it was mine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. But what was the purpose of having all those items? Or is this stuff was this a store? Was this stuff you were using? Some of it looks like it could be used to create fake compartments, things that we see in prison all the time. Erik Menendez, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was painting the cell, so I had paint rollers and tape, and I believe there's dice on there. Candles was, because I was getting into meditation at the time, just various contraband that I shouldn't have had. I don't think I was creating fake compartments at the time. But 8 Presiding Commissioner Barton, 9 Erik Menendez, I think. Presiding Commissioner Barton, done a lot of time, guys make fake. Erik Menendez, oh, I know all about fake compartments. There's no I know about fake compartments. I'm just saying that at the time, I think that I was painting the cell. Most of that comes from, I think they were paint supplies. So I was painting the lockers, the beds, not stuff I should have been doing. But that's what it was for. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and I guess I was more interested in the things that would cause harm and your lack of consequential thinking. So the candles, for example, you start a fire in a prison block. What's going to happen? The water is going to get, and a lot of property damage is going to happen. And then outside services need to get called, put stress on the prison. It's a cascading effect. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And you didn't get to the worst cascading is the guy that gets blamed for that. What happens to him? Cellies. Other people don't like their property destroyed. 9 Erik Menendez, right. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I say that only because a lot of these things that you've been involved in, it's like you don't go to the next level to figure out what the consequences will be. You look at some superficial ones, but there are usually things bigger picture outside of that. In 1999, you had a cellie, and they found some Pruno starter in your room. Were you drinking Pruno at that point? 18 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And did you learn how to make it from the cellie or what? Erik Menendez, my roommate, my cellie, Cecil Navarrete, considered himself a hard apple cider connoisseur. He believed it. And so I didn't learn how to make it. He didn't teach me how to make it, but he was an old-timer inmate and enjoyed drinking. And he actually is the one that gave me the heroin that I tried in 1998. He was a heroin addict as well. And he was actually the MAC chairman as well for a period of time during that other incident, the disobeying a direct order. So that's when I drank Pruno, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. But how long did, because the only thing I read in your writings and in what you've told the CRA is that you used alcohol early in your incarceration. So when did that stop? Erik Menendez, before 2000. I didn't like alcohol. Even in high school, I drank it, but I drank it to be cool, not because I enjoyed it. I did not have a heroin I was allergic to, and alcohol just disrupted my body. It gave me headaches and hangovers the next morning. I did not enjoy drinking it, but I did not drink it because it was wrong. I didn't drink it because I didn't like the effects it had on me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, I guess Erik Menendez, so I stopped early in the 2000s. Before 2000. 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton, the better. Question is, were you drinking it? Did you want to drink it because of emotional issues, because of acceptance issues, because of curiosity? That's, I guess, what I want to know. Erik Menendez, I used alcohol and drugs. Marijuana I began to use because of my Crohn's disease, but I used it because I was miserable. I was depressed. I was miserable. I was doing life without in prison 600 miles away from my family. That was just in LA. The rest of my family was on the East Coast. And if I could numb my sadness with alcohol, I was going to do it. If I could numb it with anything else that the drugs that are in my file, it's only because I was limited and there weren't other ones available. I would have taken other drugs to numb that pain. I didn't like Neurontin. I didn't like Tramadol. I didn't like a lot of the drugs, but I was looking to ease that sadness within me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Then in the next year, 1999, there's a memo that you were placed on temporary non-contact status with your wife, because it gives her name in accordance with the provisions of, it gives the title section based on an RVR from 1999 that I couldn't find. It says for aggressive behavior. So this is January 17th, 1999. So it's well beyond the last one that we talked about. Do you remember what that was about? What kind of, because the May incident in 1997 would have been almost a year and a half prior. 5 Attorney Rummel. Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you know why you lost your visiting? 8 Attorney Rummel. 9 Erik Menendez. I do. 10 Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you know? 11 Erik Menendez. Attorney Rummel, I'll let him answer. But there is a director level documentation that all the videos were reviewed and that there was no aggressive conduct. I have that. I just wanted to be sure. The panel has that too. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. I'm just asking about the underlying conduct. 'Cause like before, he said, that wasn't the whole picture, so I'm trying to get the whole picture from 21 Attorney Rummel. Okay, that's fine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, him. Attorney Rummel, but you have that documentation. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. So Attorney Rummel, thank you. 1 Erik Menendez, Presiding Commissioner Barton. I didn't say it was an RVR or anything like that. It's just a memo, and I wanted to get his take on it. Erik Menendez, right. Thank you. My visits were suspended for aggressive contact with my wife, and so I was not allowed visiting, which is what that conduct was from. An investigation, because I was obviously very upset about being accused of being aggressive with my wife. I was not. An investigation. They reviewed the videotape, and it was determined that I was not. But I was still accused of it, and unfortunately, the entire visit, or almost all of it, was on video. 17 Presiding Commissioner Barton, right? Erik Menendez, and but no, I was not aggressive with her. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah, because the video shows what's happening. It doesn't pick up sound, and like you yourself said before, things can be verbally escalated. I didn't know if it was a verbal argument you were having with her and they took it out of context or blew it out of proportion, or if you raised your voice or she raised her voice. But you're telling me nothing like that happened. Erik Menendez, no, I was accused of like grabbing her neck or something like that. I did not do that. The video made it clear. 6 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, and so I had my arm around her. But I was not guilty of the offense. It was not. I understand that domestic violence can be verbal abuse, emotional abuse, and the whole litany. But that was not what was going on. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And then you had spray paint again in your cell in 2002. Do you remember that? Erik Menendez, oh yes, I remember that very well. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so what was going? 19 on there? Erik Menendez. It didn't mention that I had tape. It did not mention that I had tape on the floor, and spray paint just covered the area better. You probably know. You have extensive history in CDCR that a lot of the cells have graffiti on them, have rust, are just in terrible shape. So I, again, against the rules, not trying to minimize the situation. When I went into a cell, because I'm LWOP, I knew that I could spend the next 5-10 years there. So I tried very hard to repaint it and make it look good and put up shelves and make it kind of like a home. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, I get it. And that's not what Erik Menendez. So I had the spray paint. And the officer walked by, saw the spray paint, and wrote me up. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I get all that part about making your cell livable. I've seen a lot of guys do that kind of thing. That wasn't really where I was going with it. Where I was going with it is, in order to get that spray paint and get it to your cell, you gotta be sneaky. 18 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you don't just walk out and walk into your living unit holding a can of spray paint, right? Erik Menendez, I'm pretty sure I bought it from someone on the yard, Presiding Commissioner Barton, and still smuggled it into your cell. 25. One Erik Menendez, absolutely, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And the person that you buy it off the yard from, they're not getting it legitimately either. 5 Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and as we said before, you can have, in fact, you use the word 2 things can be true, right? You can get spray paint and have it for a totally reasonable purpose of spray painting. And because I saw they had newspaper. I mean, I could tell you were painting your cell because they have newspaper around the shelf, etc., and you've sectioned it off to paint it. My problem with that is that's also used by a lot of guys to cover up hidden compartments, which you know about. And it's also indicative of basically doing things you're not supposed to be doing as far as black market issues and buying things off people and so on. And so it just kind of perpetuates that criminality on the yard, right? Erik Menendez, yes, it does. It shows lack of consequential thinking. It certainly shows poor intrinsic values, and it shows a disregard for institutional rules. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. So then if we go to 2003 and still not clear about what was going on here, but you had the, I guess the Bible with the cutout in it. Erik Menendez, they had just recently, I smoked. I picked up smoking in prison. And so I smoked for a few years, and they had just taken tobacco. It was not a Bible, to be clear. It was a Christian book. And so the only way to keep the tobacco was to hold it, because it was wrapped up in cellophane so that it wouldn't go stale. So that was definitely criminal thinking. I concealed it and tried to hide it from staff so that I could continue to smoke. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and in that case, it was tobacco, which I get wasn't regulated until shortly before that. But you do understand that's the same way people secrete other drugs. 18 Erik Menendez, of course. Presiding Commissioner Barton. So when they seized that, I guess, did you continue to use tobacco after that? Erik Menendez, no. Well, yes and no. I was transferred in 2005 to Pleasant Valley, where it was being sold on the canteen. So they had stopped it at Folsom, and in 2005 it was being sold on the canteen. And so I probably picked it up smoking again, and then they discontinued it at the end of that year in 2005 in Pleasant Valley. But I already knew that I needed to wean myself off because the tobacco, Presiding Commissioner Barton, it was going away. Erik Menendez, it was going away. Presiding Commissioner Barton, but in 2003, you were at CSP SAC, right? 10 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. So there's a memo here indicating that they found a letter in a legal library research book addressed to 14 Erik Menendez, Heisel. Presiding Commissioner Barton, incarcerated person Heisel, signed by you. Did you write the letter? Erik Menendez, yes, I did. Okay. And, it talks about basically transferring contraband, right? Erik Menendez, right? Books and coffee. The things that, right, exactly. Yes, 100%. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you were still involved in that process? 23 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I've read everything you wrote and how you were basically. Doing some of these things you felt you needed to do for self-protection to get in with guys that otherwise might, either they would jeopardize you or to keep you from being jeopardized by other groups, right? Erik Menendez, no, I didn't. That wasn't for that, though. That was 7 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay? Erik Menendez, I believed I was an ADSEC and I wanted coffee and some books. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So that was purely just out of selfishness, entitlement, criminal thinking, not wanting to follow the rules. 13 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you jumped to 2005. That's when you were at Pleasant Valley, and you talk about getting in with the 2 fivers, right? 17 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, what was the hunger strike about? Erik Menendez, when I was moved in in 2004, you didn't mention, but I'm sure you read about it. It was the clerk typing on a manuscript on a typewriter or on a state computer. Okay, so when I was transferred in January 2005, I was given a job as a porter in the program office, and the lieutenant said he didn't want me working in the program office because of that incident, and then went further and said he didn't want me living in any building that had a computer or a clerk that could type on a computer, which meant that I was restricted to only one building on the yard. And there, I was not allowed to choose my roommate. A lot of restrictions were suddenly being placed on me and me alone, and I tried to talk to staff about it and was not successful. And so I realized I'm at a new prison, and I felt I had the victim stance going on. And so I felt like this is not, and I was also not happy because I had asked to be transferred to Mule Creek to be with my brother. So now I'm at a new prison. I'm alone, and I was in self-pity, and it was an extremely violent prison. So it wasn't like I was excited to be there. So I went on a hunger strike, and then the associate warden worked it out with me, Presiding Commissioner Barton. So eventually, when you're on a hunger strike, it goes up the chain, and somebody higher up comes and talks to you. And so you knew that was a way to get to somebody that you could talk to. 25 Erik Menendez, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And the other incident you talked about was the calls. Well, I think there were calls on a chapel phone and then typing the book on a state computer in May 2004. Erik Menendez, yes. Right, I said that I wasn't guilty of the calls on the chapel phone, but I was. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I also skipped over the misuse of phone time, which, Erik Menendez, that happened in Pleasant Valley in 2005, while working as a porter. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And again, I mean, it's selfish, but and could result in violence. Right? 14 Erik Menendez, absolutely. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so still no real awareness at that point. I didn't quite understand what was going on with the Wellbutrin, if you were prescribed it or not prescribed it, or if you just didn't take it on time. What was that all about in February? Erik Menendez, I was prescribed it. I didn't want to be on it, but they didn't want to take me off. I didn't want to get in trouble for not taking it, so I just pretended to take it and was throwing it away, and I simply wasn't very good at pretending to take it. The officer saw that, asked me for the Wellbutrin, and I gave it to him, and I didn't realize that the consequences were to lose my visits for 6 months, but they were. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, so let's again look at it big picture. What do guys do when they don't take their own meds? I mean, I know you said you're going to throw it away, but what do other guys do with it? Erik Menendez, oh, without a doubt, especially Neurontin and Tramadol, Suboxone, and all kinds of medication. Yes, they sell it. 12 Presiding Commissioner Barton. Erik Menendez, yeah. I wasn't going to sell it, but yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, I understand that. But you made it sound like the rule was unreasonable, or the consequence. Erik Menendez, oh, I'm sorry if I gave that impression. The rule is there specifically for that reason. I had my roommate after that was hooked on Neurantins and Tramadols and Neurantins that people were not taking, ended up nearly destroying that facility. I recognize the damage of that. 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay? There's another memo, another one of these compatibility chronos that I was trying to figure out cause. I couldn't find anything associated with And that's with incarcerated person Fish back in July 2001 as a potential enemy. And they both acknowledged, but said they could feel comfortable programming together. Was there a problem with that particular guy? Erik Menendez, I saw that during my Olson review, and I cannot remember what that was about. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, and I couldn't find anything else involving that to explain it anymore. So I just thought maybe, again, it might have been one of those other situations that you previously talked about. Erik Menendez, sometimes I think what happens is someone will put me on their enemy list, and then a lot of people put me on their enemy list because they knew that they wouldn't be housed on the same facility as me, and if they said there was a problem. And then they asked to come to the facility, and I'll sign of Chrono saying I don't have a problem with them. So I was trying to think if it was something like that, but I don't remember the incident. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. You said that you and your brother had requested, or let's just speak for you, that you had requested being celled with him. When did you first start making those requests? Erik Menendez, not so much cell, but to live together on the facility. Immediately. We asked when we were at the reception center in 1996, and then we continued to ask for 21 years. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And when was it when that was finally allowed? 9 Erik Menendez, in March or February 2018. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And do you recall being interviewed sometime in 2016 about, I think it's March 15th, 2016, about your relationship with your brother? 14 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and you lied in that discussion. Was that just because you didn't think they'd understand? Or you didn't want them to know so it wouldn't keep you from being housed together, or what? Erik Menendez, if you could give me a little color. 22 Presiding Commissioner Barton, sure. 23 Erik Menendez, on the lie. Presiding Commissioner Barton, sure. So you told them, they asked you specifically how your prior relationship with your brother was. And I mean, knowing what we know today about you as children, you said that there'd never been any problems. And as a child, he always protected you. Remember saying that? Erik Menendez, okay, yeah, well, right. Clearly that was a lie. We committed a heinous crime together. Presiding Commissioner Barton? Well, no. I'm talking about your brother assaulting you. Erik Menendez, I was not going to discuss Lyle molesting me when I was a kid. 12 Presiding Commissioner Barton. 13 Erik Menendez, I was... Absolutely. 14 Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, I get it. But you could have simply said, no, we didn't always get along. In fact, sometimes he picked on me. In fact, you said in all your writings your brother would be told to pick on you. Erik Menendez, right. I could have. I didn't think that you're right. I didn't think that would be helpful for them putting me together. I didn't. So I lied. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. I'm trying to find it. I want to be fair to you and give you the exact wording that you discussed, because it looks like you were both interviewed.
Yeah.
You were both interviewed for that potential transfer. So you knew he was being interviewed too, right? 5 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and around that same time frame, there were issues with you doing things still for the 2 fivers. 9 Erik Menendez, 3 years before that. 10 Presiding Commissioner Barton, not in 2013. Erik Menendez, yeah, in 2013. I thought you were referring to the memo of 2016. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Oh, no. Your interview was in 2016. What I'm trying to link up or see if there's a link between you wanting your brother to come live with you and the problems you were experiencing with these various other groups up until that time. Erik Menendez, no. By 2016, a lot changed for me in 2013. I'm sure you read about it. By that time, I'm now on a level 3. I'm at RJD. 23 Presiding Commissioner Barton, right? Erik Menendez, I'm away from the 2 fivers. And I just hadn't seen my brother in 10 years. One and I wanted to be with family. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Yeah. Because the exact question that was asked, the first one was, what was your relationship like? And you said, he was my older brother. We always had a very close relationship, bonded young. We've always been very close. And then it says, did Lyle at any time have any type of control over you? You said, no, just an older brother that protected me always as a child and growing up. So at this point, you hadn't learned anything about codependency? Erik Menendez, I was aware that Lyle had great control over me. He was 3 years older. I don't think that it's possible that a 3-year older brother doesn't. I was aware of it. I was just beginning to understand toxic shame and the dynamics of codependency. I certainly did not understand it like I understand it today, and the magnitude and the depth of it. But I guess it's hard to remember exactly what I knew in 2016, but I would have minimized it. I certainly wasn't going to. I was aware that they were evaluating on whether or not we could live together. And I wasn't going to highlight that Lyle could be a controlling influence over me, or that harmed me as a one child. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and that makes perfect sense. This kind of goes back to what we talked about before. You didn't use these words, but I'm sure you've heard the phrase, the ends justify the means. 7 Erik Menendez, of course. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you wanted to live with your brother. And I actually appreciate the statement there, or the phrase you used. 2 things can be true, right? You want to live with your brother because you miss your brother, but on the other hand, you're lying so that they don't actually know the history and use that against you. 15 Erik Menendez, yes. 16 Presiding Commissioner Barton. Attorney Rummel. I'm just going to object to the characterization of that as a lie. The question, how was he? Presiding Commissioner Barton, you can object all you want, counsel. I'm going to overrule you. You don't get to object to how I view something. You can argue that in your argument, but your clients, you can ask him not to answer. If you think the question's unfair, feel free to do that. I asked him the question, and he said yes, so his answer's on the record. Go ahead, and you can certainly argue it as an unfair characterization if you choose. I actually appreciate his candor today, so I appreciate that he recognizes that it wasn't honest. It certainly wasn't honest in light of everything else we know today. So, Attorney Rummel, well, when someone asked how your relationship is, I don't think that calls for every single detail of every minute of a relationship. It was a generally good relationship. Something that happened when they were 6 and 8 years old doesn't make it a bad relationship, or isn't necessarily a required disclosure to CDCR personnel that his brother sexually molested him, mimicking his father's abuse. Presiding Commissioner Barton and Counsel Attorney Rummel, but I'll argue it in my closing. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you just argued it. You just got your chance to argue it, so you can. Attorney Rummel, well, I appreciate it. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you can re-argue it later again if you like. 22 Attorney Rummel, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, when I look at your confidentials, though, in terms of time and when these things are happening, they're fairly consistent with your RVR history. I mean, you got the notice, right, on what the various confidentials are. Erik Menendez, I have the paper in front of me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So in looking at that, it looks like there's a discussion of you having a cell phone as early as 2004. Did you see that? Erik Menendez, right? Yeah. I did not have a cell phone in 2004. I searched my memory of what that was about, partly because I was in ADSEC at that time for 5 months. And the only thing I can attribute that to, because I never even saw, I didn't even know there was really, I don't remember cell phones at that point. I certainly never saw a cell phone in 2004, never handled one and never got one into the facility. The only thing I can think of, because I just want to be as transparent as I can, and I don't have the confidential, and I had never heard of the confidential until just recently, is that my roommate was working in the laundry. So if it has, and he was getting tobacco or whatnot from guys in the laundry. So if it had something to do with that, then that's what I can attribute it to. But I never got in a cell phone or handled a cell phone or gave anyone a cell phone in 2004. Presiding Commissioner Barton, when was the first time you did access a cell phone? Erik Menendez, well, I held a cell phone when I was at Pleasant Valley, I think in 2011, the first iPhone. And my roommate had a cell phone in 2016 that I wanted to use. And Presiding Commissioner Barton, but you answered my question. Your memory, or your remembering, your memory is 2011, 10 Erik Menendez, correct. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Now, when you get to Pleasant Valley, you talk about how violent it is. You talk about making a conscious decision to be involved in some pretty serious criminal activity with people. And it looks like some of this is consistent with that as far as your rule violations. Before we get there, I did leave off one that occurred before that. Let me cover that. And that was the fight with Mr. Farmer. Do you remember that? 20 Erik Menendez. Yes, I do. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And I didn't see you write about that one. Maybe I missed it. Presiding Commissioner Barton, did you not write an explanation for that one? Erik Menendez, I discussed it with the psychologist in the CRA. 3 Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Erik Menendez, I don't remember if I wrote about it specifically. I don't think I did. I thought that the 7 Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah, Erik Menendez, what I said in the CRA was accurate. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, yeah. And again, that's true. You talked about it in the CRA. I was just curious because you gave explanations for other things in the risk assessment when you're talking about that. Again, same question as last time. Do you look back now and think that that's something that you could have avoided? Erik Menendez, right? That is different than 1997, where I escalated the situation. This was a day when I think his first name was Johnny. Farmer was having a bad day and decided to take it out on me and approached me on the exercise yard and swung at me in the middle of the field. And so I hit his arm. And I know that the write-up says that we were swinging back and forth at each other. That is a form write-up where they literally insert your name. At the time, that's how they were writing it up, and insert your CDC number, and it was a standard form for mutual combat. What I did, and what was on the videotape, is I blocked his swing. I hit him in the back of the shoulder, and I held him down until staff came and started to get booed on the yard for it. I don't know what else I could have done other than curl up in a ball and allow him to hit me. Presiding Commissioner Barton? Well, and I'm not saying that's what you have to do. Apparently, there was a video of it, correct? 12 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton and the striking each other, I'm sure the blow to the shoulder looks like you striking him to somebody looking at it, right? Erik Menendez, yes. Well, I was guilty of mutual combat. I fought back. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, okay. But I mean, the part that bothers me always in these write-ups, because trust me, I know how reports get written creatively and in conjunction sometimes, especially in the old days. I actually had walked into rooms and was shocked that someone had a writing up on the board, and then everybody was writing the same report, which is always problematic. But this one, what bothers me and what apparently is on the video is that it says they fell to the ground and continued to fight. So do you think that's just a mischaracterization of what was going on? Erik Menendez, yeah. Yes, I do. Just as God is my witness, what happened is he came and he swung at me. I grabbed his arm. He didn't connect with me. I grabbed his arm, ended up taking his wrist, hit him on the back of the shoulder, pinned him down at the ground, and he's struggling and wrestling, so it might have looked like we were striking each other. But I wasn't letting him up because I knew that he was going to continue trying to punch me, and I held him down. And I argued about it at the 115 and called him as a witness and so on. But I knew I was going to lose the 115. I mean, I didn't curl up in a ball. And if you didn't curl up in a ball and you fought back, you were going to get found guilty. And at the time, I think I needed, I certainly could not walk away from the hearing being found not guilty. That wouldn't look good on the yard. To me at that time, maintaining my status as someone that's going to fight back and is going to, and is not an informant was a big deal to me. So that's what mattered more to me. But I wanted it clear. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Erik Menendez, I wanted the 115 clear. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. I don't think I don't know what other incarcerated people would have thought. But, so you have a confidential in 2013, and this is after you're at Pleasant Valley, right? And this one says that this person had a debt owed. Erik Menendez, you talking about April 18th of the one, I'm not going to say his name, but the one by Presiding Commissioner Barton, April 16th, 2013. It talks about April 12th, 2013. This says that the debts, according to this person, were the result of falsifying the federal income tax documents. It says, Menendez duped several inmates on Building 5, buying narcotics on credit and telling them he wasn't going anywhere. And, he'd basically pay them later. Then he was transferred. And according to these guys, you left the debt. As you know, when you leave, sometimes cellies or friends get pressured for that debt. Do you know anything about that? Erik Menendez, yeah. One's written by Corey and the other one's written by Melvin. One was my roommate. The other one lived 2 doors down from me. One, I'm not going to say their last names. 2, Presiding Commissioner Barton, sure. Erik Menendez, and I did not. My roommate Melvin had a lot of debt that I was trying to help him pay off. To be fair to him, it was for Neurontins and Tramadols at the time, which was a major problem in the facility. I'm sure you remember in your years of that time that it was a massive problem in that prison and probably other prisons. So what happens is this, because I'm a DRB-controlled case, they had just allowed inmates that were LWOP to go from a level 4 to a level 3. But there was 40 people on the waiting list, and I was told by the counselor that I will be at the bottom of the list, that I'm not going to jump to the top. But what happens is the director makes a decision of my transfer, and I move to the top of the list. So all of a sudden, I think it was March 25th or March 23rd, I'm told to pack up my stuff. I'm moving to the level 3 yard. I left my roommate with a lot of debt because he could not pay it off, and I was helping him pay it off. And he went to staff. Presiding Commissioner Barton, how? How are you helping him? 25. Erik Menendez, I was using. Canteen. I was negotiating with the people that he had debt with, that he would pay them off in packages. He was just slowly, like a payment plan, which they were comfortable with because they don't want him to lock up. And I believe in that same confidential, he says that I locked it up. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, he says you were transferred. They say you were transferred. 9, Erik Menendez. Oh, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, basically, there's 2 of them. One on April 16th, one on April 18th, 2 separate guys. And I'm not going to confirm or deny that you've identified them, but that's basically their complaint is you left them with your debt. I mean, they may have had debt too, but basically the point is that you had debts for drugs. And I already know you were using drugs because you admitted it. 18, Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you said you regularly used marijuana and meth. 21, Erik Menendez, absolutely. 23, up to October 2013. Erik Menendez, some of that debt may well have been mine. I'm not going to say that it wasn't. I would have been planning to pay it off. I was removed from the yard in a period of 2 hours. Roll up your stuff. You're leaving. So I'm sure some of it was mine and some of it was my roommate's. But it wasn't like I was locking up or leaving or running away from a debt. I had plenty of funds. That wasn't my intent. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, it has less to do with that than it does with your other criminal activity. And you've explained it, so maybe it wasn't, forget them mentality, if they're left behind, tough, too bad kind of mentality. Because like you said, you get rolled up in 2 hours, you don't have a chance to necessarily make it right. But even you're not on the same yard, but we both know that there's a way you can get word back to that yard that, hey, I'm still going to take care of my part. Erik Menendez, I did. I absolutely did. I wrote a letter over there specifically. That individual ended up going to ISU within days locking up. And so the whole and saying I can't, 25% pay his debts. Erik Menendez, right. So, and the only reason they allowed him to have debt is because he lived with me, just to be honest with you. They felt that I would pay it back and that I would make sure. But once I was gone, they felt that he was not going to be able to pay his debts and he wasn't going to be able to pay them. So, but I think the other criminal activity you're referring to is the taxes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And there's more confidentials about that. But again, you admitted it. So what was the scam going on? Erik Menendez, the scam, the 2-5 who was running the yard, and they were in charge of the tax scheme on the yard, and the guy that they had filling out the forms left the facility in 2012, and they didn't know how to do the numbers. And so they came to me, and I jumped at the opportunity. It's just shameful to say, but I want to give some color to why I would jump at the opportunity. My closest friend was just stabbed in the head, and another one was raped just recently at that time. And it was just an extremely violent yard that I was trying to survive. And I don't say that to minimize my behavior. I'm just trying to explain what motivated me. I was in tremendous fear. And when the two fivers came and asked for help, I thought, this is a great opportunity to align myself with them and survive. And keep in mind, this was the time when I was thinking I was going to spend the next 40 years in prison. So on a level 4 yard, not on a level 2 like I'm on now. And so when they said that they needed help, I knew how to, I knew numbers, but I wasn't going to give them sort of the keys to it, because then they wouldn't need me anymore. So when they needed it, I would show them how to do a tax form. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Well, one of these, and I didn't understand the underlying part. I thought it had to do with the tax stuff. But one of these confidentials from July 28th, 2013 says that an incarcerated person who was debriefing, giving information, indicated that you had checks that would be sent to certain addresses. And once, 19 Erik Menendez, that was part of the... Erik Menendez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, I was just going to give you the rest of the context. Sounds like you know what I'm talking about. Erik Menendez, yeah. So they didn't allow me to have control of any of the funds, but it was part of it is that they would fill out the tax form. They would send the tax form in. The individual who name was on the tax form would receive the check but couldn't cash it. And so the check would then go to another individual who could cash it. That individual was associated with the 2-5. It would go to one of the 2-5's guys, and the money would get cashed and dispensed to the 2-5. My payment was marijuana and protection, but they did not allow me to personally control any of the checks. However, when I was transferred, one of the checks came up missing that was supposed to go from one guy to another guy, and they were trying to blame me. Things got, when you leave a yard, everybody blames you for everything, and in my experience. And so suddenly I was being called an informant. I was being told that I stole money. It just wasn't true. But the underlying, I didn't know what that was, but I assumed that confidential had something to do with taxes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. Everything you just said. One Erik Menendez, yeah, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and then there's now, some of these confidentials reference things that happened years before, some don't. The one from February 27th, 2019, is actually talking about your behavior back in 2002, 2003, while you were at CSP SAC. And all it basically says is you invited this guy in, you and your cellie, to smoke marijuana, and you already said you were doing that, right? 10 Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so that's not new information. Other than Erik Menendez, he gave that information a decade and a half later. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, that's how debriefs work. You say everything that's happened to you throughout your entire time that you can possibly remember. And you're not the only person that's listed in here. So, 20 Erik Menendez, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, while you may think it was like specially targeted, it also talks about other people. So, 24 Erik Menendez, okay. 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton. The only thing I saw in it was that there was still some, almost like when you were a kid, hey, I'm going to do this, with these guys, so I'm cool. In this instance, however, you're using it for your health issues, but you're inviting other people to kind of join you because he was housed next to you. I'm not going to give names. 8 Erik Menendez, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton. And you and your cellie basically invited him. And he doesn't say that you were trafficking it or anything like that. Just basically that at that point in time, throughout his progression, that's something. He's admitting what he was doing wrong. You happen to be named in it. Erik Menendez, right. It may have been so. It was not. It doesn't matter. But it wasn't reg. Oftentimes on a level 4, you already know that they will leave the doors open for day room. And so that would happen. Someone would go, people would hang out in other people's rooms. And so I'm sure that happened. I'm sure it happened much more than once. So I don't. Presiding Commissioner Barton, it happened when I was walking tiers. I could smell the marijuana. I knew something was going on one Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton. So again, I'm just, like I said at the beginning of this, many of these things you've already admitted and are consistent with your rule violations. Let me ask you now, we'll start the cell phone discussion. Well, before I do that, there's another drug issue I want to ask you about. In November 5th, 2020, and before you say it, Ms. Rummel, I know it was found unfounded. But as you also know, I'm asking about the underlying conduct, not the resulting decision or conclusion of somebody at CDCR. And I say that because I do the, how do I say this? In both instances, sometimes they find people guilty. And I look at it and I think, okay, I don't necessarily think it's guilty. And sometimes I see them and they find someone not guilty. And I look at it and I say, yeah, but there's still some things that they should take responsibility for. In this particular one from November 5th, 2020, it talks about a package being sent to you, being addressed to you, and having what they believe to be marijuana inside it. Do you remember that? 23, Erik Menendez. Oh, very well. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, so granted, anybody can send something to anybody in prison. How were you getting your marijuana when you were using it? Erik Menendez, the 2-5, was giving it to me. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. You never had it brought in from the outside or mailed in? Erik Menendez. No. 5. 6, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And Erik Menendez, this incident, though, I would, if you're interested, I'll tell you what happened. 10, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Go ahead. Erik Menendez, ISU was never able to determine who sent the package. It was sent from a city close to here called El Cajon. And in the package, there were only 3 things. A used roll of tape. We were allowed to receive packages from a company called Blick Art Materials. So it was a package ostensibly from Blick Art Materials. But all the packages from Blick Art Materials come from Illinois. So this one was mailed from El Cajon. So that's already going to raise flags. In the package is a used roll of tape, a pad of paper, and 15 used markers stuffed with marijuana. So the box was reeking while it was just waiting in R&R. There was no chance that package is going to be delivered to me because the officer looking at it would say, you can't get used. Markers, and I don't understand what's going on here. So the package was sent purposely to get me in trouble. I asked ISU at the time because it would seem to me that if you smell a package that has marijuana in it, it was never given to me. It was captured at R&R. The 7, Presiding Commissioner Barton, I got that. Erik Menendez, the first thing you would do is bag it up for fingerprints. But there was no fingerprints. It was a very distressing thing for me because they put me in ADSEG for 30 days before they cleared me of that. But I don't know who sent it, and I don't know why, other than that it was purposely to get me in trouble. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, you don't know why. I mean, that's one observation. Could have been they sent in thinking someone else was going to get it from you. That happens also in prison. 21, Erik Menendez, true. Presiding Commissioner Barton, People Attorney Rummel, Mr. Menendez gets lots of things sent to him in prison, including, I recently learned, Presiding Commissioner Barton, Ms. Rummel. Attorney Rummel, Uber Eats Presiding Commissioner Barton, Ms. Rummel, you don't get to testify. 5, Attorney Rummel, okay? Presiding Commissioner Barton, you don't get to testify. If it's in the record, that's fine, but you don't get to testify. Mr. Menendez, now that you've heard your attorney testifying on your behalf, if you want to elucidate, and are there other things sent to you that you don't solicit? 12, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And I quite frankly don't disagree with you that if somebody's really trying to surreptitiously send you the marijuana, this wouldn't be the way to do it. But I also know that the fact that there were no fingerprints and very poor investigative techniques taken with this does not surprise me at all either. Not just in your case, but in many cases that I reviewed. So, again, I appreciate your candor and explaining it as far as your understanding of what it was and what was going on with it. There is another case that was unfounded or unsubstantiated as being unreliable from September 2020. Just want to ask you if, what could have brought this about, the allegation, 3, Erik Menendez, Presiding Commissioner Barton, because even if the allegation's not true, it might have been a a problem with somebody. So this particular person said that he was housed with you from January 2005 to March 2013 when you were moved. He said he believed that you wanted him assaulted, and it has something to do with your wife and his wife communicating. Do you have any knowledge of what that was about? Erik Menendez, I do not have a clue. There was no chance that I was trying to get anyone assaulted. That's simply not my behavior. What it sounds like is that he wanted to put me on his enemy list or something of that nature. But please do not believe that I would be wanting someone assaulted. That's just not the case. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, and the reason it intrigued me is because it again has to do with relationships and whether or not there was some friction caused because your wife talked to somebody else's girlfriend or wife in visiting, and they might have said something which then your wife got back to you and you got upset about it. You don't remember anything like when that happening? Erik Menendez, that kind of stuff happens all the time when someone's visiting every weekend with wives. And but to rise to the level of I'm fishing here. I too, that you would want to assault someone over it. I cannot imagine. You try to be in visiting. I've learned to be extremely respectful. Do not talk to other people's wives and avoid getting, I've seen people killed over it. So that is behavior that could definitely lead to violence. I certainly was not engaged in anything that would cause someone to believe that I wanted them assaulted. 15, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. 16, Erik Menendez, I don't. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you don't recall any words between you and another person about your significant others having a conversation. Erik Menendez, no, I do not. I wish that I did just so that I didn't have to tell you I don't, but I Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, again, it was the allegation that you were going to have him assaulted was unfounded, unsubstantiated, and even he said he had no direct evidence other than this potential motive. I was less concerned about the allegation that you were going to have him assaulted, which I don't think was proven here, than whether or not there was some relationship issues going on with you at the time. Erik Menendez, there were a lot of relationship issues. I was on a very I was on a very violent level 4 yard, so navigating. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, I'm talking about jealousy issues with your wife. Erik Menendez, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I understand the context you're referring to. I didn't think my wife was flirting with another guy in the visiting room, if that's what you mean. No, that did not occur. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, or vice versa. Erik Menendez, that would be a very serious underground rule violation. If someone, I've never seen that. That's never happened to me and my wife. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. All right. So now let's get back to the cell phone. So what we have in the confidentials. Well, let me ask you this first. Give you a chance to, because I think you've been trying to be as honest as you can. I'll give you a chance to continue that. You stated that you've rented phones from other people. Have you ever rented your phones out, the ones you bought? 5, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, have you ever let other people use your phones? 8, Erik Menendez, yes. 9, Presiding Commissioner Barton, why? Erik Menendez, I was in, for multiple reasons. I was in the community of people using phones. So if it was someone that I trusted or someone that knew I had a phone, I didn't want to tell them no. If it's my roommates, I live in a six-man dorm. It's a locked room. You can call it a cell, but we call it rooms. Some people call it pods. So any roommate in the room would be allowed to use it, in part because they're keeping the secret. Some of them are using it a lot and maybe paying the bill. So as part of their use, they paid the bill. And so a lot of phones got passed around, and I used other people's phones, and they might use my phone. So it could be a laundry list of reasons. Looking at your explanation, which is found in the 10-day file of your cell phone use, and you indicated earlier that while you held one, the first time you used one, make sure I'm getting it right, was what year? 6, Erik Menendez, 2018 in April. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Was this after Lyle came to live in the same facility? 9. Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, did you and he use phones together? Erik Menendez, he had a separate phone. I don't believe that we... Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you didn't buy phones together? Erik Menendez, he might have used my phone occasionally, but we didn't. We were not in that practice. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. And in 2016, you said you knew your roommate had a cell phone, but he never yet let you use it? Erik Menendez, yeah, he didn't trust the publicity around me and thought that would get his phone caught and had very strong boundary issues when it came to his cell phone. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, you did too, didn't you? Erik Menendez, I'm not saying that it was wrong. In terms of boundary issues with my phones, I'm sure I did. Yeah. I think we can discuss that. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, let me ask you this. Did you pay other people to hold your phone so you wouldn't get caught with it? Erik Menendez, not with cash. I would pay them with them using it. It got to a point where one of the reasons that the confidentials mirror my 115 so closely is that this is a product of me being Erik Menendez and having this notoriety, is that it's difficult for me to do things in prison and everyone not know about it. And people knew I had phones. ISU knew I had phones. So my area was searched so much that I would make deals with roommates to say, hey, you don't have to do anything but hold it. And I'll pay the bill and you can use it. And we would have times when he would use it, I would use it, or a different roommate would use it. Yes, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay? Because this particular confidential in May 23rd, 2022 indicates that you would hide phones or have other people hide phones in their lockers for you. You would also have them be lookouts for you when you'd utilize the phone. That's Erik Menendez. I would do that. Yes, I would do that. I think that it doesn't explain enough that I would be lookout as well if they were using the phone. It's 9 Presiding Commissioner Barton, I get it. Erik Menendez, it's like a little organization. Yeah, Presiding Commissioner Barton, that I get it. I appreciate your honesty, but that doesn't make it better. That actually makes it worse. Erik Menendez, no, it does not make it better. Presiding Commissioner Barton. So by this time in 2022, what was your attitude towards, the potential for your having a chance at release at some time? I mean, it was in the works, right? Erik Menendez, not really. I did not believe that I believed that I would spend the rest of my life in prison until all the way up to 24, Presiding Commissioner Barton, until when? 25, Erik Menendez, up until the end of 2024, even. When my attorneys talked about filing a habeas, the success of habeas is like 1%. I didn't believe, and I didn't allow myself to believe that I could ever get out of prison. I believed that I would die in prison. And so what I got from using the phone in terms of my connection with the outside world was far greater than the consequences of me getting caught with the phone. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so let's talk about that. What do you think are the consequences of cell phones in prison? Because everybody seems to think, that's commented on it in your letters, or that it's no big deal. Erik Menendez, yeah. I think that's the common perception, and that's certainly what I told myself for years, until I woke up to the reality. And I woke up through hitting rock bottom. I woke up to a hard reality where I realized, well, now the consequences mattered. Now in November 2024, now the consequences meant I was destroying my life. But still, the ethical considerations. I look at behavior in terms of guardrails, and in the internal guardrail of just morally what's right, the consequences guardrail, and then my commitments that I make to other people, and the consequences. Guardrail became very clear in November 2024. The damage that cell phone, I woke up to the true damage, to get to your answer to your question of really understanding the impact in January 2025, not just when I was taking the criminal thinking classes, but also when I had an in-depth conversation with Lieutenant Garvey about one of his partners who committed suicide because he was caught bringing in cell phones and it destroyed his life. The impact of cell phones on the institution is multifaceted. They must search the institution. It puts pressure on ISU. It corrupts staff. It can lead to staff suicide. It builds the black market. That can also have violent implications. People use cell phones to try to traffic narcotics, to commit violence, and it corrupts the overall culture of a prison that is trying to rehabilitate prisoners. So the damage that cell phones can do is extraordinary. I understand the idea that, oh, someone using a cell phone, what damage is he doing? But it's just like someone using drugs. Drugs, there is no tentacle to drugs that isn't destructive. The getting it in, the financing violence, the behavior. 24, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, 25, Erik Menendez, that could lead to violence. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Let's keep it to phones. I know you helped move drugs, Erik Menendez. So it's Presiding Commissioner Barton into 2013. Erik Menendez, it's the same. The damage of using a phone is as corrosive to a prison environment as drugs are, in the sense that someone must bring them in. They must be paid for. It corrupts staff. It creates massive problems for ISU and their investigations, and phones can be used to elicit more criminal activity, as well as the individual. I mean, let's face it, I'm facilitating groups and I'm trying to become a good person, but at the same time, I'm using a phone. And that tension within me, it's not acceptable. It was unacceptable behavior. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and you named some of the dangers, but I don't know that everyone's educated to all of the dangers of cell phones. Like you said, people have to bring them in. So people lose their jobs, maybe the livelihood for their family, or in extreme cases feel their life is over. That's tragic. But even those that, let's say aren't officers that lose their jobs because they have been corrupted or blackmailed or threatened, there's also the use of the phones. What were you using your phones for? Erik Menendez, everything. Connection with my wife, watching YouTube, listening to music, watching movies, porn. Anything that you can do on a phone, I did. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and so in doing so, especially with your wife, talking to your wife or any other support people, what were you doing? Erik Menendez, I was having intimate conversations with her. I was Presiding Commissioner Barton. No. I mean, as far as making them a party to your actions, were they? Erik Menendez, that's emotionally abusive. It's emotionally abusive. Just like using drugs is a form of domestic violence. I was bringing them into a very terrible act and making them complicit. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and when guys, what I hear from a lot of guys is they honestly, they'll say, well, we're locked up in prison. We haven't been with a woman in a long time, so we watch the porn. What's the problem with that? Erik Menendez, and that's very corrosive to a marriage. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, it also, even if a guy's not married, it further causes him to objectify women. There are women employees in the prison. It further allows them. 3, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, if they do have some type of prior sexual deviance or disorder that they have to address, I mean, they're right back in it. And even when you lent out phones, you don't ask guys what they're using it for, do you? 9, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, guys use phones to check paperwork. And then if they check paperwork, somebody gets beat up. Guys use phones to talk to gang members in other places so they can perpetuate all kinds of nefarious acts. And I don't know if it's just people on the outside don't understand. But do you think that using phones inside a prison is the same as using them on the outside? 18, Erik Menendez, it's completely different. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. So it concerns me when I see a lot of your support letters telling me what a model inmate you've been, and that means that either they don't understand the problems that you've caused, or worse, you're giving them a false perception. Why do you think that is? Not intend to be giving anyone a false perception. M, my support network and I have had serious conversations about how destructive phone use can be. I had a long conversation with my Aunt Terry about this in January 2025, when I made a commitment to her to do everything I could to get out of prison. And I was explaining why I got into using phones and how that was. It's an unacceptable behavior for me. I believe that because it's something that people use every day out there. That in their minds, how bad can it be? I use this every single day without really being able to understand the pressure that it puts on the security services and the line staff in a prison environment. And really going through the mental the sort of mental deductive reasoning, being in prison, working with the administration, it's very clear to me how serious it is now. Listening to the story of someone committing suicide is tragic. It's being immersed in. It gives one perspective. I think when they're outside of it and never have been incarcerated and using an item every day in their own mind, they minimize it. But I do not. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and it's tragic. The story about the lieutenant, but I know from personal experience. People that I knew personally that lost their careers, not because they were corrupt, but because when they went in to search for the cell phone and the guy was tearing it up and trying to flush it, he cracks his knee on a cell and ends up with a broken knee and loses his career. So it doesn't have to be the person who's corrupt that's harmed by it. Staff, anytime staff is searching, and you know that some guys will go to any lengths not to have it found. Right? 9 Erik Menendez, of course. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and so it could be a fight. It could be an injury like that ends somebody's career. And there's a lot of that sort of, like I said before, next level consequential thinking that you didn't give thought to. Did you? When did you file for your clemency? Erik Menendez, that was in. I started going through the clemency process in March 2025. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And at the time that you were caught with this phone, well, that was November of 20. I know it's dated December, but I think that's when the RVR took place. 22, Erik Menendez, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton, but it happened in November. At that point, if you hadn't been caught, you would have continued using the phone. True or not, Erik Menendez, for a period of time, I was in, if you look at the 5 stages of change, I was definitely in the I can't be using this anymore phase. I'm now transitioning. I'm no longer going to be a LWOP, or I have a potential. I recognized at that point this is bad, but I was still using it, and I was still you know what? Let me bring myself back to that moment. I had not decided to stop using a phone at that point. I was still using it, and I still would have used it. I was thinking about January. In November, I was still using it, and I was thinking about using it. The wake-up call happened when that phone got taken. That's when I realized, oh, wait a minute. I'm destroying my life. That Presiding Commissioner Barton, but you're using that term. What do you mean destroying my life? Erik Menendez, what I mean is from 2013 on, I was living for a different purpose. But my purpose in life was to be a good person. I know that in talking about disciplinary reports, it sounds silly, but I genuinely just wanted to be a good person. I asked myself, who do I want to be when I die? What I believe that I'm going to face a different parole board after I die. And that became very important to me. And I read certain books, and I realized I want to live a different life. I did not like who I was in 2013. I didn't like using drugs. I didn't like helping the 2-5 and tax fraud. It just made me feel ugly and dirty. And I didn't want to do it. I did it, so I'm not minimizing it. But what I mean is afterwards I wanted to be clean. And so I was living a different life. But I really became addicted to this, to the phones, and said, you're doing life without. This is not really harming anyone, is what I told myself. My denial patterns were strong, minimizing, rationalizing, justifying, blaming my circumstances, saying that everyone else did it. And so, but when the November 14th happened, I realized, wait a minute, I might actually not be a LWOP in the future. And now I'm doing, my consequential thinking kicked in, and I realized, not my ethical considerations yet. That came a few months later. But that consequential thinking of, I can't be doing this. I don't know how people that know they're going to go to board 5-10 years in the future do it. I just realized this behavior, I can't do this. This is destroying my life. And everyone who supports me and believes in me and wants to see me free, they know about it now. They knew about that write-up. And it's Presiding Commissioner Barton. How much did you pay for your phone? 6 Erik Menendez, $1,000. Presiding Commissioner Barton, for each one, Erik Menendez each, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, where'd you get that money? Erik Menendez, a friend of mine paid for it. A friend of mine that was in this prison and then paroled before COVID. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, that's not very good to hear. So it's someone who got out is actually helping you do something that he knows is criminal? 18, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and what do you have to do in return? Erik Menendez, I didn't have to do anything. He just liked me and wanted to help me. He had a phone when he went in. He didn't go through the parole process. He had a flat term, and he bought them. He dropped off during COVID, so I don't know where he is anymore. But he basically, I had to continue to stay in contact. He wanted to be my friend. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, as far as who got that, that money, somebody got it to bring it in, right? 7, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. So you knew that. He knew that. You know you're perpetuating whoever's in charge of that. On your yard, probably not a gang. But on many yards, especially GP yards, it is the gangs who control that and tax it and everything else. Right? 13, Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so how did you justify that part of it? Erik Menendez, honestly, I knew of 50, 60 people that had phones. They were just available. And so buying it off the yard I justified it by saying, if I don't buy it, someone else is going to buy it. I mean, it was just, and the phones were going to be sold, and I longed for that connection. And so I rationalized it in my head, saying, I blame my circumstances. I said everyone else's that I'm close to, because everyone else, under no circumstances am I saying that everyone else is using it. And that's the case. It was mostly the LWOP community, but it wasn't all the guys in the LWOP community. I'm sure you face a lot of guys that are going to board that use them. And so I just rationalized in my head that it's going to happen with or without me, and I want to use one. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Commissioner Stern, should we take another break? Let's take another break. Give people a chance to stretch their legs. Give Mr. Menendez a chance to regroup. 11, Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and my intention would be to turn over questioning to you. So it's almost noon. We'll break until 12:10 p.m. Let the officers know if you need to use the restroom or something. And then 17, Erik Menendez, I do. Presiding Commissioner Barton, have them back at 12:10 p.m. Okay. 20, Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. 21, Erik Menendez, okay, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. And we're going to go off the record. 23, 24 recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, all right, we are back on the record. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we're back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing with all the parties previously, the principal parties previously identified. I'm not going to do a roll call of everyone else. As I indicated before, if they leave the call and they're not back at the time we start, we will bring them back in at the next break. Mr. Menendez, are you doing all right? 11, Erik Menendez, yes, sir. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I should have asked you, do you have something to drink, or did you need food or anything there? Erik Menendez, I have water and a banana and apple. 17, Presiding Commissioner Barton, are you okay? 18, Erik Menendez, yes, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. When we broke, I was going to turn over the questioning to Commissioner Stern, but during the break, I looked at my notes. I forgot one question I was going to ask regarding your drug use. We already talked about the motivations for it, and I'm not sure that I'm real clear on why you stopped using drugs. Erik Menendez, a couple of reasons. I didn't like who I was when I was using drugs. I wanted to make significant changes in my life. I was transferred to a different facility. I had been in the mindset that I did not want to use anymore. I just came to believe that this is not who I am, who I want to be. It's not who I want to be when I die. I don't want to be in this addiction. I was going to AA, but that was awakening me a little. It was getting me to maybe a pre-contemplation about it. But I hadn't started working the steps, and I started doing that in 2013. And on October 14th, 2013, I made a commitment to my mother, that's my mother's birthday, that I was sorry that I used and I would no longer use again. Presiding Commissioner Barton, because that's really something you picked up in prison. I mean, that particular criminal, 20, Erik Menendez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. enterprise and process of getting drugs and illegal drugs and using them. 24, Erik Menendez, yes. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton, and they haven't diagnosed you as having any type of, I think they said, a mild cannabis use disorder. And I'm familiar with your affliction. And actually, I have people I know who utilize marijuana here in California medicinally for that purpose. If you were released, is that something you would do? Erik Menendez, I never want to use again. I will never use again. And I will honor the commitment that I made in October 13th. October of 2013. I found I've become very proficient at pain management through meditation, and I have a good relationship with my doctor. It doesn't work when I have a kidney stone, I'll be honest. But otherwise, I may be able to manage my condition through meditation, and I'm going to continue doing that. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and I don't want you or anyone else to misunderstand. I think if someone needs something that's medically available, it doesn't mean that they can't necessarily use it. I think that just like anything else, there have to be healthy boundaries and accountability and things of that nature. Having said that, I don't see that it was, you weren't on drugs when you committed these crimes, were you? One Erik Menendez? No. Presiding Commissioner Barton? No. And again, I think it was a very poor choice for a coping mechanism at the time. But it appears from everything I can see that at least that addictive behavior has stopped over a decade ago. Unfortunately, you replaced it with another one. 8, Erik Menendez. Yeah. Presiding Commissioner Barton, why'd you wait so long to use the cell phones? Erik Menendez, part of it was access. I wanted to use my roommate's phone and availability. I was put into a cell when I got transferred to Echo Yard, the non-designated programming facility, in a room with the guy who was renting it out. So I said, I want to rent it. Don't bother renting it out. Presiding Commissioner Barton, when did you first meet Dr. Hauser? Erik Menendez, 2021, maybe. 4 years ago, maybe. 5 years ago. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I'm pretty familiar with him. He's done a lot of good work there. Works with a lot of people, runs a lot of programs. What do you think he'd say about your cell phone? Erik Menendez, great. It's a female. Dr. Hauser is a female. 3, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. 4, Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton. It's funny because I've never met Dr. Hauser. I've only seen the writings, so I appreciate that. Erik Menendez, Dr. Hauser is a phenomenal person, but also is someone that likes to hold people accountable and takes positive programming very seriously. I know exactly what Dr. Hauser thinks about cell phone use because she has told me, and that it is incompatible with positive programming. And it is an addiction that I had to understand because I believe it was an addiction I've got. Having studied and understood through 12 steps and toxic shame, I believe that one person is not. Addictions get supplemented with other addictions unless the underlying problem of self-worth gets resolved. And the addiction is not to cell phones, to meth, to marijuana or anything else. The addiction is to that sense of lack within us that needs to be cured. It certainly was for me. And so I have been in, that's why I said I'm not in the CCCMS program, but I've been in therapy now working with her to understand and deal with that internal struggle and that addiction and recognizing that it comes from a deep-seated sense of lack that I must and had to conquer, which is fully outlined in my relapse prevention plan. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yes. And we do have those, and we have read them, and they are extensive. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Stern. She'll talk to you about, any of the things that I've talked to you about, but also your other post-conviction factors to the degree that we feel it's necessary. Go ahead, Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, thank you. All right, just checking in again, Mr. Menendez, that you can hear me okay? 15, Erik Menendez. Yes, I can. Deputy Commissioner Stern. All right, great. So before we leave the topic of cell phones for the moment, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. You told Commissioner Barton that you woke up to the true damage of the cell phones in January. And is that when you had the conversation with Lieutenant Garvey? Was January? Erik Menendez in January? Yes. January, a series of conversations from January to March when I first approached him about cell phones and One began talking to him, yes. So, yes, 2 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. 3 Erik Menendez, January. Deputy Commissioner Stern, but the phone was confiscated in November, correct? Erik Menendez, yes. The phone was confiscated in November. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. What? That was while you were undergoing, or while it was, you were in the process of requesting a resentencing in LA County, correct? 12 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. I know you wrote about this a little bit, but I need to ask some questions about it. When you talked about, like, I think you said, hold on, I'm checking my notes here. The benefits far outweighed the consequences of having, the benefits of having a phone outweighed these consequences, although you knew what the consequences were, at least some of them. Knowing that you had renewed interest in your case and that you were undergoing court proceedings, you still thought it was worth it to have the phones? Erik Menendez, no. If I may elaborate. 1 Deputy Commissioner Stern, yeah. Erik Menendez, when I say benefit outweighed the consequences, I do not mean in any way that from an objective point of view, looking back, that I believed the benefits outweighed the consequences. I want to be clear about that. The consequences far outweighed any emotional benefit that I got from using the phone. 8 Deputy Commissioner Stern, 9 Erik Menendez, I. Deputy Commissioner Stern, at the time, you did not know that, or you didn't recognize that. Erik Menendez, at the time, I was justifying it and rationalizing it, and I had not yet woken up to just how understanding of those consequences, as well as the ethical considerations, and in conjunction. When, and on November 14th, you're correct that the resentencing filing had to happen about 20 days beforehand. 19 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, but when that resentencing had happened, the idea of saying, oh, the district attorney is thinking about resentencing me, well, then I want to stop my phone use right now, was simply not where I was at emotionally. If anything, I felt an even greater need or a desire to connect and know what was going on. I had yet to wake up to the reality of, yeah, Erik, but what happens when this phone gets caught? Because they all do, really. And now you are responsible and using it. And that happened within a span of weeks, and it's hit me like a Mack truck. And I realized, oh, this is devastating. These consequences are not, I'm not in the same arena that I was a year ago. And so I woke up very fast to the consequential part of it. The morality of it took me a couple of more months. Deputy Commissioner Stern, and just to add to that sort of unusual situation, okay, it's understandable that when you have this, very highly publicized case that's getting renewed attention, of course, I think it's human nature to want to know what's being said or, what the coverage is. But it's not like you didn't have other, family members or people that could report that to you. It's not like you're an isolated, person in prison who doesn't talk to a wife and other family members who can tell, who can give, and attorneys who can give you that sort of information. So it's a little more confusing to me that, like, you had these other avenues where you could have gotten this. And also you had a tablet by that point, right? Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. And are you Erik Menendez? Yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, are you permitted to watch the news or look at the news on your tablet? Erik Menendez, no, I have a television, so I can do that on television. 8 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Erik Menendez, and the tablet is harder. There are some articles. There's other components that were involved. I don't want to give the impression that it's just one thing or another. 14 Deputy Commissioner Stern, yeah. Erik Menendez, it's sort of a cycle. I was also facing, and this is not minimizing in any way, please. I do not want to give that impression, but one of the components and one of the driving factors for me was a desire to have private conversations. I was in a situation where staff was listening to my phone calls, reading my texts, and reporting on it. And I was not able to, I believed the things that I said were going to get back to the district attorney and be put on YouTube and so on. And it turns out that that was the case. We had known it was the case. We had made complaints about it. So there was a part of a driving factor of wanting privacy as well. But that was only part of it. The other part was wanting the connection, wanting the to the intimacy, wanting to know what was happening on a level where I'm very conscious. I have a tablet, 8 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, and it's a very interesting thing knowing that there's always a third party on the phone listening while I'm talking. It creates a fractured conversation. And these were very stressful times. These continue to be stressful times, but I have put in place very sound boundaries and guardrails now. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Well, and it sounds like now that you've taken your, the cell phone programs and you've talked to staff about it, you maybe have a better understanding of why there's that third party monitoring phone calls. Erik Menendez, yeah, without a doubt. No question. I guess where I was going is that I would have staff stop me on the yard and talk to me about my conversations. It's very, about my text messages. 3 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez. And so it's a sort of a jarring thing. But the monitoring and the need for monitoring and security in prisons is very apparent to me, and I don't begrudge it. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, so just a couple other things on the phone specifically. So how does your wife Tammy, you've been married to for a long time, how did she know that you were calling her on a contraband cell phone that it was illegal for you to have? 14 Erik Menendez. Yes, she did. Deputy Commissioner Stern. How'd she feel about that? Erik Menendez. She wanted me to stop using. By calling her on the phone, I did damage to my relationship with her. 20 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, it is the reason I did damage for multiple reasons. One, getting her, because at times she felt that it was immature and that I was not being smart in using a phone I would talk to her about. It was the reason we don't have family visits. CDC doesn't allow family visits for when you get caught with a phone. Deputy Commissioner Stern, and just to interject for a second, I found that, if I'm not mistaken, you lost family visits for 3 years because of this phone that you had in November. 8 Erik Menendez, right? I did. Deputy Commissioner Stern, that's quite a consequence. Erik Menendez, extreme. That's a real consequence. I've never had a family visit. You have to be disciplinary free if you have a case of domestic violence for 10 years, and you guys know my record. And so I saw it as years away. And 18 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, I can have intimacy with my wife on a phone that's obviously digital and artificial. Deputy Commissioner Stern, right? Erik Menendez, but in a way that I can't on a public phone and my wife would not have with me, even just intimate conversations. I don't mean sexual conversation, just intimate. Just that sort of closeness. And so I convinced her that we're not going to have family visits for a decade now, especially after I was caught in 2018, and that this is the only time we're going to be able to have closeness, and I'm not going to get out of prison. And it's depressing things. Those are depressing conversations. And it's not an excuse. And they were very poor decision making. 10 Deputy Commissioner Stern, 11 Erik Menendez, that's just clear. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Thank you for helping explain that a little bit more. I'm going to ask you I'm going to move on to some other things, and I'm sure we'll come back to, it kind of all weaves together. But I'm going to ask about some different things. I want to ask you about a couple areas we really haven't talked about yet, some of the programming that you've completed. It's voluminous. I'm just going to state you've done just gobs of programming. You've really engaged in, the list is really long. We are not going to talk about all the programming you've completed because we'd be here until next week. It's all part of the record. What we are going to ask about is the things that we have some questions about or things that we need more information about to help make our decision today. I want to actually start with criminal thinking. And I have a couple of direct questions about it. I was really struck by the fact that you just took criminal thinking this year. Is that right? 7 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. Was that like an active choice? I mean, I know that there's criminal thinking modules on the tablet that you can do if you're not able to get into a live group. But criminal thinking seems like it was a really helpful program for you. But I'm really, why did you only just decide to take it in 2025? Erik Menendez, I was under the impression that criminal thinking was about committing crimes, and I didn't want to commit crimes. I saw criminal thinking as a specific course for people who were career criminals. Deputy Commissioner Stern, but you were a criminal starting at age 16. Erik Menendez, without a doubt, there's no question. You are right. I should have. I was not taking programs because I believed that it would. The programs that I was taking, first of all, the reason I took criminal thinking is because Dr. Holhauser said, this is criminal thinking and you need to take criminal thinking. But I want to be clear about that. For Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, but the programs that I was taking in prison were there because they spoke to me. Life care and hospice, working with the elderly, spoke to me. How to change, Deputy Commissioner Stern, and we'll get to that. But criminal thinking, 11 Erik Menendez, so that's why. Deputy Commissioner Stern, you did not think the criminal thinking was relevant for you at all? Erik Menendez, maybe not at all, but it wasn't the most prominent thing on my list of classes to take. 17 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay? 18 Erik Menendez, big error. Deputy Commissioner Stern. So tell me like the top three, and I read your relapse prevention plan about criminal thinking, but tell me what you sort of got out of it. You had this kind of an epiphany in that group, and then maybe also denial management. I know you took that twice this year. Really, that's had a profound effect on me. I remember after the class, I was speaking in front of another class called PEP, and we were talking about criminal thinking, and I was discussing it, and I felt like I still while I had a much greater understanding of criminal thinking, I still needed to know more and to understand where it came from. And I remember I went home that night, and I turned off the television, and I turned off the radio, and I sat with a nightlight. And I said, I'm going back to the beginning and understanding how criminal thinking relates to me. And I started with negative childhood experiences, and I worked through it of how I could get to a place where I could justify using criminal thinking. And really, the proof, the my proclivity and the ubiquitous nature of criminal thinking in terms of the criminal thinking includes lying and speeding and thinking about the other day I was running one of my classes, and one of the hard things we have in our class is that we have a dry erase board, but very few dry erase markers. And there was one from the class before, and I thought, man, I can really use that dry erase marker because and I thought to myself, that's criminal thinking. That's not my marker, that the recognizing JU, that it comes where it comes from and how pervasive, linking it back to shame, to hurt Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, or my core feeling. That was a big deal for me. That class has had a significant impact on me, as well as understanding boundaries. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay, tell us about denial management, because I think that's another big area that's come up many times this morning already. Erik Menendez, I had no idea how, or let's just say I did not understand the depth which I used denial management skills in my life. The idea of, because realistically, I understand that I'm doing this behavior, but still trying to say that I'm a good person. So rationalizing my behavior. And so the idea of me rationalizing my behavior, justifying it, minimizing it, blaming my circumstances, saying that everyone else does it. Democratic disease state was a major one. Strategic hopelessness was major in my life, of saying, well, I'm just harming myself, and I can't change my circumstances. There's nothing I can do. These are fundamental thinking errors, and recognizing I have this belief that it's difficult to really identify with an emotion until I can name it. And naming these behaviors allowed me to recognizing just how pervasive they had been throughout my life and my evolution and growth. And now I identify them immediately and see them in other people. And it's important to me. Deputy Commissioner Stern, tell me about one of the things that has not really come up a whole lot is anger. I know you have a relapse prevention plan for anger management. But, with all of the things you talked about your life crimes, you talked about many, many things and a lot of character defects. Were you angry at the time? Erik Menendez, yes. I was angry, if not rageful, when at my dad still wanting to come into my room and not letting me go to college, at my mom knowing. That brought me a boiling anger and pain. I believe that pain underlies anger, and so that I was deeply angry. That night I was terrified for my safety, but I was also angry. And anger was a part of my childhood. 23 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez. Throughout my young adult life, I was angry that this was happening to me, and I felt like a coward. And me feeling like a coward and feeling like I couldn't, not that I couldn't, that I could, I would. I was too afraid to stand up my dad. I felt I was a coward, and I was angry at myself for it. So anger is something that I've had to deal with. It's a significant point in my life. Deputy Commissioner Stern, what about the anger at your mother? Erik Menendez, the anger at my mother was incredible. I felt incredibly betrayed by my mother in that last week. I remember a time when I was getting whipped by my dad, and I looked up at my mom, and I felt betrayal by her. There were times in my childhood that I felt that kind of betrayal. But that last week, when I found out she knew, it was devastating, and I was angry. But that night, it exploded out of me, and I can't imagine being angry at my mom now. I wasn't angry an hour afterwards, and as I've grown, I realized just how severe the trauma was that she experienced and why she did, and I see her in a completely different light. I have no anger towards my mother anymore. I love her. 25 Deputy Commissioner Stern, so this kind of goes into another area I wanted to ask you about, which is the toxic shame. So you've done it's VIVE, victim impact, victim something else, like Erik Menendez, victim empathy. Deputy Commissioner Stern, thank you. A toxic shame group, and you not only took that, I think you facilitate that as well. Is that right? 8 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay. So tell us a little bit about that group and what you've, not specifically about the group, but what you've learned about yourself from that group. Erik Menendez, what I've learned, AA and NA are significant, are very significant in my life and life care and hospice, certainly. What I tell the guys when I stand up in front of them, there's about 25, 30 guys that take it, is that this is the most significant knowledge that and understanding I have of myself that I for my life. And whether they're going to the parole board and need to understand insight or step 4, or they're never going in front of a parole board and just have to live with the pain that's inside of them, this has changed my life. To understanding that my negative experiences, some of them external, some of them internal, getting hit sexually violated, but even just that sense of lack of nurturing, lack of love, lack of empathy, lack of just a deep connectivity to translated to me into complete belief that I was flawed and defective, that there was something fundamentally wrong with me, and that's why my parents were being cruel to me or punishing me. That understanding of myself translated throughout my entire life and drove my need for validation, acceptance, love, and it was so pervasive in my life that without me knowing it, that it was driving everything inside of me. I believe it is the most fundamental part of much criminality is that need to be loved and validation. It drove me understanding Brene Brown's resilience theory and how to manage it changed me. Deputy Commissioner Stern, is that B? Brene Brown, is that who you're talking about? 20 Erik Menendez, Brene. 21 Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. 22 Erik Menendez, yeah. Brene Brown. Deputy Commissioner Stern, and how do you live with, like, as a 54-year-old man, how do you live with that? It's a lot of toxic shame to carry. So what are the strategies that you use to live with it today and not let it destroy you? Erik Menendez, 1, I have to be aware of it. Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez. So that's the key, recognizing that it exists when it flares up. The second part is parenting myself. I used to think parenting myself was a silly concept. I remember when I first heard that, your inner child, and I thought, I don't buy it. It's deep and true. I revert back to an 8-year-old Erik or a 12-year-old Erik or a 14-year-old Erik, and me telling myself, you know what? You are worthy. You are. That life is about self-realization, realizing the beauty that I have an internal soul and that I'm a part of God. It's a very significant thing that I talk to myself about and constantly reinforced. When that shame flares up, I have to tell myself, I'll say it 100, not 100, but I'll say it a dozen times. You're worthy. You're worthy. You're worthy. You're loved. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. I had to say it to myself before this hearing. You're loved. You're good enough as you are right now. The other part is speaking. Shame. It's step 5 in the steps. It's talking to God, another person, being able to speak. There's a power and a cathartic nature in being able to tell someone, hey, these are my deepest shames. 5 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez. So understanding them and being able to speak them is critical. Having someone to go to and then having a support network, people that you can rely on. Another key part that's not in the resilience theory, but I think is extremely important that I talk about in the class, is recognizing the things that are high-risk situations and working them out ahead of time, knowing I may get yelled at over here and it's going to be okay when I am. Just that forethought of situations that are going to potentially trigger me, work through them in my mind, work through de-escalation. Hey, if this guy calls me a name, don't let it flare up. It's okay. You are not that thing he's calling you. So really understanding that on an intellectual level and emotionally. Telling 25 guys last Tuesday that I love them in class is a big deal. These are hard criminals. 23 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, and to say, listen, you guys are great. You're perfect. You're growing. You're becoming self-aware. You've got things you're working through, but we can love each other. It's a big deal. 4 Deputy Commissioner Stern, 5 Erik Menendez, and it's changed who I am. Deputy Commissioner Stern, that sounds like it's had a huge impact on not just you, but on the people in the class, which is great. So then I'm going to tie this back to the cell phones a little bit because, you're still like sort of undercover, right? Like you've said several times, 2 things can be true. And like it's hard to reconcile some of that. So here you are leading this, and we're going to talk about the hospice thing in a minute, but you're facilitating other groups and you're telling people that, to think about the consequences of actions and to really be good citizens. And yet you're, frankly, engaging in a criminal conspiracy to have phones when you know that that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And you're trying to set yourself up as an example for people, but also you've kind of got this secret, life going on. 1, and that's that tension inside of me. 2 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, was uncomfortable. That's a bad tension. And that idea that I'm working on on myself, my spiritual salvation, my growth as a human, and yet I'm doing this thing that I should not be doing it, really rationalizing it to myself, created a great deal of energy. I tried. I went through fits and starts. I really didn't want to be violating the rules. I remember telling my wife, if only I could only just being able to talk and nothing else about the phone was just legal, I would just, I can't sit here and rationalize it from a point of view today, knowing the damage I know that it does and how horrible it is. And so I feel free today in that respect. But at the time, it was a real problem for me and a significant embarrassment when, of course, I would get 115 seconds and my cell would get searched. 21 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right. Erik Menendez, and I would get told on. You have like 3 confidentials. They've probably gotten 100 kites over the last, the captain is sitting here. He's probably, went in. His time as a lieutenant, he probably ran a dozen of them. Deputy Commissioner Stern, did you Erik Menendez? There's only 3 that Deputy Commissioner Stern. Let me just interject for a second. Were you facilitating groups when you got caught with that phone in November? Erik Menendez, I was either on break or facilitating. I don't specifically remember, but I was Deputy Commissioner Stern. So I'm asking because I'm wondering whether you had to go into your group and say, hey, 12 Erik Menendez, Deputy Commissioner Stern, I'm leading this group because I'm, qualified to do it and I have all this insight, but also I just got an RVR that I need to, maybe be honest with you about. 18 Erik Menendez, absolutely. 19 Deputy Commissioner Stern, how'd that go? Erik Menendez, it was a very embarrassing moment, and I actually would have preferred. I told them in 12 steps and in toxic shame, if this is unaccept, I had to have that sort of come to Jesus reckoning conversation with all of them and just say, you guys, let's be honest. You guys know that I've been using phones. You guys are aware. This is not a secret. I can't do anything on this facility without people knowing it. And it's understood. 5 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right? Erik Menendez, and but they liked me, and they knew that I was genuinely walking the walk of my life of service. But they also knew I was doing this thing. And I told them that you guys are all now part of my accountability network. I'm no longer going to be doing this. I'm putting it out there. If anyone says that I am, if you hear it, come to me. I'm telling you. I'm being honest. I'm going to tell you. And I also had to do that a couple of years ago with my drug use and the taxes. When in the toxic shame group, we do a lot of processing, and I had to be open to them about me, and that's a humiliating thing because I don't use drugs. 20 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez, they see me as running. I was chairman of AA and NINA. I'm one of the guys that started this 12-step study group. They were shocked. And, it's given me an ability to understand addicts in a way that if I had not been an addict, it would not be possible. So I've been able to do a lot of good with it, but coming clean is such a cathartic experience. Being able to, I can't even tell you how much I dreaded this moment, just being able to talk. I talked about it in the CRA, about how I'm afraid that the taxes is going to get out and it's going to destroy my credibility in the male sexual abuse community. It is humiliating. This was terrifying. I used to wake up in cold sweats just thinking about having this conversation, but there's some deeply cathartic about being clean and being open and living that life that Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, Mr. Menendez, once you speak it, like you said, it doesn't control you. 16 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, that's why step 5 is step 5. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And so what's concerning to me is, even though you said I'm not trying to minimize it, they all knew I was doing it. Do you know how many folks we have coming here? And I ask them, why aren't you going to this group or that group? And they tell me because the people running it are hypocrites. Erik Menendez, I can imagine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. Erik Menendez, I can imagine. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so the fact they knew that you were doing this may have actually prevented other people from going to a group that could have helped them. Erik Menendez, possibly. In fairness, I wasn't running a cell phone prevention workshop, but 11 Deputy Commissioner Stern, 12 Erik Menendez, I Presiding Commissioner Barton, but if you want to go down that road, we can talk about the 12 steps and which ones apply to your cell phone use, but know which ones. Erik Menendez, you put it 100% correctly. I did the 12 steps on cell phones, in fact. I am 20 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, you are 100% correct. Deputy Commissioner Stern, well, I was actually a little more interested in you saying that, they know that I walk the walk. Do they? Because it sounds like you weren't. Erik Menendez, I meant that in the context of my work with the disabled and the elderly and the infirm. Deputy Commissioner Stern. But see, there's a little bit of that criminal thinking in there again about this doesn't really count, Erik Menendez, without a doubt. I absolutely minimized. 10 Deputy Commissioner Stern, yeah. Erik Menendez, there's no question. My minimization and rationalization of distorted thinking and denial patterns in using the cell phone are evident, clear, and incontrovertible. Deputy Commissioner Stern, well, and some of them go back to you being a teenager, right? Like your justification of the burglaries and the murders of, you had your parents' credit cards. You could have bought a plane ticket to, Europe and gotten and escaped and done many other things. It's just one of those things. It's 23 Erik Menendez. I was Deputy Commissioner Stern, you're a work in progress. Erik Menendez, I could have left. 3 Deputy Commissioner Stern, yeah. Erik Menendez, and looking back now, that's clear. And I used criminal thinking to justify the burglaries. 7 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right? 8 and 2 to justify. Yes. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay. I want to move on for a minute. I want you to please tell me about this hospice group. So you tell us a little bit about how you got involved in this specifically. Erik Menendez, I was given a job as a caregiver in 2013. It has me down on my vocation list as a janitor, but that's because there were no caregivers. So I was put on the yard with no caregivers, and so they gave me the job number that was assigned to a janitor. And Deputy Commissioner Stern, thank you for explaining that. I was actually wondering that, so thank you. Erik Menendez, okay. And so. And that's the case with some of the jobs, like the life term job in SUMS or class. That's really life care hospice. Just so for clarity, the lifer class. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, Erik Menendez. It's just classified in that classification. So I was given a job as a caregiver. And I was assigned, at that time I was assigned to an individual, and I was assigned to an individual named Thomas. And Thomas was just an older man, a World War II vet, and believed that nobody loved him and that he was no good. And I came. He was a sex offender. And I just came to really love this man. And I would take him to chow, and I would help him eat dinner and help him with his bedding. I just saw the goodness. I saw it as a way to make amends for my father. And because I saw my father in him, but I saw just the gentleness of him and the sadness within him. He was very alone. He had no one in his life. But in that job, I saw the amount of bullying that was happening to the elderly and how they were marginalized in recreational activities and just activities in the facility. And I became the lead caregiver, and I just realized there needs to be a lot more education on this facility to understand the guys that were dying, the elderly, the disabled. There was no comfort groups for them, no one taking care of them. They were on their own. And I created life care and hospice to, 1, educate. I brought in the bullies. 5 Deputy Commissioner Stern. Erik Menendez, that was something I had to do. I had to bring in the guys that were kind of tormenting, and because they saw all the sex offenders. And you know what? I remember having a conversation with my wife, and she was saying, you know what? I'd rather be in Walmart next to a sex offender than a murderer. And I had to explain to the guys that you classify these crimes as one is better than another, as your hierarchy of what's acceptable in prison. And it's just not reasonable, and it's not acceptable. And I think people outside of prison maybe see it differently. I don't know. But we needed to love these guys. 19 Deputy Commissioner Stern, Erik Menendez. And just because they're in a wheelchair, they're also not sex offenders either. They're just many different people. So you saw this need, and you created a program. You wrote a program guide for it, correct? Erik Menendez, I wrote the manual and the guide, and we've been running it for 9 years. Deputy Commissioner Stern. And how many, what is your role currently in that today? Do you train the new people? Erik Menendez, yes. So we get people to work one-on-one with people that are struggling, either elderly, disabled, or people that have life-limiting illnesses. And I was the chairman of it since its inception. And I'm one of the guys that just facilitates that practice and does it myself. I'm currently a caregiver. Deputy Commissioner Stern, thank you for doing that. It sounds like there was a need that, you saw and you acted on it. And that sounds like a great program. I appreciate your work on that. I want to also ask you, I'm just going to sort of state for the record, you're a recent college graduate, correct? 22 Erik Menendez, I am, UCI. Deputy Commissioner Stern, congratulations. That was like a couple months ago, right? May or June? Erik Menendez, right? The graduation was in June. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay. And congratulations on earning your degree with, it looks like, excellent grades. 5 Erik Menendez, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Stern, all right. I just have a couple of other questions, then I'm going to hand it back to Commissioner Barton. Tell me about your understanding of the boundaries that you have between yourself and your brother. Erik Menendez, my understanding of healthy relationships and specifically boundaries has been a growth as I've learned about toxic shame and my understanding, because I believe that poor boundaries come specifically from toxic shame. So boundaries is the rules and regulations that I have with my brother. And my brother, as the older brother, had different boundaries, has a different sense of boundaries than I did. And I was codependent and had poor boundaries. I now recognize that I stand up for myself, that I don't put his needs ahead of mine, that when he's overstepping his bounds, I'm very clear about it. We tend to do different programming. 25 Deputy Commissioner Stern, right. Erik Menendez, he's in a green space program. I tend to do paint on a mural. He doesn't facilitate any classes with me. He doesn't wear my clothing anymore. I also I have to talk to him when he thinks that he's going to schedule my visits or make decisions for me and not discuss them for me, when family comes to town and whatnot. So understanding our boundaries, his role, he's my brother. He's my older brother, so I respect him. But that I am an individual and have my goals, my dreams, my needs, my desires, is now a fundamental part of our relationship. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay. And does he respect those boundaries? Erik Menendez, yes. Yeah, he has them too. In fact, he'll say to me if we have a good relationship now about it. We have a very, we've been developing it over several years, but we're very firm in our boundaries now. So we're clear. If I'm in his office and he's not there, he tells me I'm crossing his boundaries. And even though it's not technically his office, it belongs to the captain. So I should be allowed in it, but we have very clear understanding of boundaries and the needs of, I want to have a healthy relationship with my brother. I'm going to be with my brother, hopefully, for another few decades of life. And I understand what is needed in a healthy relationship. And if we don't have healthy boundaries, we're not going to be able to coexist. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to hand it back to you at this time. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Alrighty. We're going to go to questions by the attorneys. Again, just a reminder, these are clarifying questions. Cover those issues that are relevant to the board's decision. We'll start with the people. Mr. Ballion, do you have any questions you'd like me to ask Mr. Menendez? Deputy District Attorney Ballion. Sorry, can you hear me now? 18 Presiding Commissioner Barton, I can. Deputy District Attorney Ballion, thank you. Yes, please. Mr. Menendez had mentioned that he was truthful to the best of his ability, and he was in fact truthful. And this is going to his insight today at his initial trial. But I believe he also said that Lyle, during this joint trial, had solicited more than one individual to commit perjury on their behalf. I want to ask him specifically about a witness named Tracy Baker. It was Tracy Baker. Testified that Kitty Menendez had tried to poison the family at a dinner. Was Mr. Menendez aware at the time that Lyle did this? Was he aware that Lyle had written a script for Tracy Baker as to exactly how she should testify? 9 Erik Menendez. I was not aware. Presiding Commissioner Barton. I'm not going to hold him responsible for what his brother was doing, but were you aware of it at the time? Erik Menendez. I was not aware that he had written that script. 15 Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Deputy District Attorney Ballion. Okay. So at the time Mr. Menendez testified, is he telling the panel today that he was unaware that Lyle had written that script for Tracy Baker? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I think that's what he just said. Is that what you just said? 22 Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, he told me earlier he was aware that his brother was soliciting. or suborning perjury, but also called some of it off. Deputy District Attorney Balian, right? Presiding Commissioner Barton, of then at least one person, as I understood his testimony, but that he was not the one doing the soliciting. Deputy District Attorney Balian, right. Presiding Commissioner Barton, did I get that correct, Mr. Menendez? 8, Erik Menendez, yes, sir. 9, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy District Attorney Balian, would the panel ask the inmate then to please explain how it was then that Erik testified at the trial, both trials actually, and resuscitated, as if true, the same exact facts that were written in the Tracy Baker script, as if Erik was there and present and watched this happen? Presiding Commissioner Barton? Well, I don't know. Do you think you lied about that in your testimony? Erik Menendez, I believe that I testified that my mom had threatened to poison the family, which was true. I don't believe that I testified about the incident that Tracy Baker is referring to. Is Mr. Balian under the impression that I did? Presiding Commissioner Barton, going to go back and forth. 25, Erik Menendez, okay? Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I understood his question. I understood your answer. What else, Mr. Balian? Deputy District Attorney Balian, is the inmate saying he did or did not testify that he was present at a dinner with Tracy Baker, also present, where his father pushed the food away and said, Mom, what did she do to the food? Is he saying he did not testify to those facts? Presiding Commissioner Barton, no. He's saying that he testified that his mother had said something about the poisoning. I don't know if he recalls his exact testimony, but it's in the transcript. I can see what he testified to. So, do you recall that, Mr. Menendez? 15, Erik Menendez, no. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. So is he, Attorney Rummel, sorry, did he say yes or no? Presiding Commissioner Barton, he said no. He doesn't recall what he said. He doesn't recall his exact testimony on that issue. He told me he did testify about a gen. In general, his mom saying something about poisoning, but he doesn't recall his testimony at trial specifically being what the testimony was that was read by. 1, Mr. Balian. Deputy District Attorney Balian, the inmate had, or Mr. Menendez earlier this morning had, well, let me just, while we're on the question of the witnesses, during this joint trial, after he heard Tracy Baker testify, did the inmate go back and discuss with Lyle this letter to solicit perjured testimony? Presiding Commissioner Barton, did you have any conversations with Lyle at all between the trials about suborning perjury? Erik Menendez, I was not happy that it was going on, and it was agreed that it would not happen again. I know, I remember that. I don't remember this letter being brought out at trial. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, and I've heard enough about it. You can certainly make your argument, Mr. Balian, from what you've elicited. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay, was the inmate aware that Lyle had solicited his girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik, to testify that his father had violently drugged and raped her? Presiding Commissioner Barton, again, I'm not interested in what Lyle did. As far as his understanding, I think he's covered that already. Deputy District Attorney Balian, well, I just want to know during the trial if the inmate was aware that that was going on. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, you told me earlier when we listed the names that you were aware, and you weren't happy about it. Is that still your testimony? 7, Erik Menendez, yes, that is my testimony. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so Mr. Balian, I take notes throughout the hearing. 10, Deputy District Attorney Balian, yeah. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I know it's a lot to take in as we go, but I'm not going to repeat stuff that I've already asked him. Deputy District Attorney Balian, absolutely. Has the inmate, if you would inquire, other than for the first time here today, ever admitted publicly that he was aware of this solicited perjury? Or did he ever take any actions to correct those false solicited testimony to the public or to the courts or to anyone else? Presiding Commissioner Barton, so that's a compound question. The first part of it, he's already answered as far as, whether or not today is the first time is irrelevant to me. And today isn't a determination as to whether or not he's gone back and corrected the records, etc. I know what the record is. I know what he's testified to today. And where his head is at today is what's relevant. So, again, you know as well as I do, the record is devoid of that. So, if you want to argue that, go right ahead. Deputy District Attorney Balian, thank you. The commissioner, you were asking the inmate questions about why he killed his mother. 10, Presiding Commissioner Barton, right. Deputy District Attorney Balian, and I kind of heard his response or attempt to respond to that, but I don't think I ever heard a definitive response. I would ask you to clarify with him as he sits here today, going back to his mindset back then. Why did he kill his mother? Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, I have 3 reasons that he stated during the hearing, all 3 of which I wrote down. Do you want to restate your testimony, Mr. Menendez, as far as why you believe you killed your mother? 22 Erik Menendez, if you would like me to, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, let's do it for clarification. Go ahead. As one person, after I learned that she knew, and so when I was running into the den, I was in a state of terror, of panic, of rage, and I didn't parse out in my mind, my mother, my father. I ran in because fear was compelling me to run to the den. So I didn't think mom or dad. I just thought, I've got to get there before my dad exits the den, or I'm going to die. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and maybe where the confusion comes is this idea that was entered into the record at some point that it was a mercy killing. That's absolutely ridiculous in my mind. Erik Menendez, that was an idea that Dr. Oziel stated and believed or concocted of some sort, but that is absolutely absurd. Deputy District Attorney Balian, did he believe that his mother was going to kill him on August 20th, 1989? Presiding Commissioner Barton, let me rephrase it. If you had killed your father and your mother was still alive, and you had a shotgun, did you think she would have been able to kill you? 24 Erik Menendez, yes. 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton, and how would that 1 happen? Erik Menendez, please understand that I'm trying to reason it out through my brain as an 18-year-old that's in this traumatic situation. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. And obviously today, 8 Erik Menendez. Presiding Commissioner Barton, you already established you don't think that way. 11 Erik Menendez, right. 12 Presiding Commissioner Barton. 13 the time, Erik Menendez. At the time, one of the things that was exploding in my mind was, my dad's going to come up to my room and rape me. He intended. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, dad's out of it. 19 Erik Menendez, okay. 21 your dad. Erik Menendez, so I was not thinking in those terms. When the reloading happened, all I knew is that they're still alive, and my brain was not processing in any capacity to have logical and rational thought. It was so irrational that I can't put it into logical terms. Presiding Commissioner Barton, did you know if your mom even had a gun? Erik Menendez, oh, my mom had purchased a gun on June 29th, the year before, and told me specifically that she was going to kill somebody. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. What else, Deputy District Attorney Balian, did he? Yes. As mom was lying on the floor today, he said he heard her say no in his previous written statement and previous statements and trial testimony. He said that he had heard her moaning and saw her on the ground. Is that which version is it, or is it both? 17, really some relevance to that? Deputy District Attorney Balian, yes. I'm trying to ascertain whether the inmate perceived any threat from his mother at that point while she was on the ground moaning covered in blood. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, again, Attorney Rummel, my objection is, Presiding Commissioner Barton, don't worry, counsel, I'm ahead of you. We accept as true the convictions. It's first-degree murder, and so you don't have to prove premeditation. It's not relevant to our decision today. So, let's move on. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. When he went to the car to reload, to help Lyle reload, was there any conversation between him and Lyle in reload, or was this just instinctively he picked up shells and handed them to his brother? Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you have any memory of the conversation? Erik Menendez, there was no conversation. It was exactly as he just described it. 13, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. So, did he and his brother then have a plan ahead of time to finish both of his parents off? Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, if they didn't have a conversation, not sure how they could have a plan. I mean, did you talk on your way back in? 20, Erik Menendez number. 21, Presiding Commissioner Barton. So, the answer is 22, no. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Prior to that day, did they have a conversation about killing their parents? 4. Erik Menendez. Oh. Presiding Commissioner Barton, it has to go through me. Some of these questions may not be relevant. You may not have to answer, or they may have been answered already, as I previously indicated, and I will let Mr. Balian know that. So, he answered, no, go ahead. What else? Deputy District Attorney Balian, when they purchased the shotguns, did they have a conversation about killing their parents? Presiding Commissioner Barton, he testified earlier that his conversation was about he was going to shoot his dad. If it came to that, if his dad came into his room again. And that's his testimony today, as I understand it. Is that correct, Mr. Menendez? 19 Erik Menendez, yes, Your Honor. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so there was no conversation about we're going to go down to the den or we're going to set something up where we can kill our parents. It was I'm going to kill him if he tries to assault me again. 25 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy District Attorney Balian, the inmate indicated he felt extreme anger and betrayal at his mother. Was that part of the reason why he killed her? Presiding Commissioner Barton, that was one of the reasons I wrote down that he stated earlier. And I think when we asked him in clarification a little while ago, he left that one out, but it actually was what he testified earlier. Is that still your testimony? Erik Menendez, yes. That it's impossible for me to sparse out this was anger and that was fear. I know that I was angry. I was being driven by fear, but I know that I was angry. So I know that I had a lot of rage inside of me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and I wrote down what you testified earlier, that you felt betrayed, she'd known all along, hadn't done anything to help you, and that was something you didn't realize prior to that. At least that's what I wrote when you and I were having the conversation. Anything else, Mr. Balian? Deputy District Attorney Balian, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, go ahead. Deputy District Attorney Balian, earlier today, the inmate response to your questions. Regarding the burglaries, said that he was just there for the first burglary in an attempt to minimize his role. I would like you to ask the inmate if he, in fact, helped search for the keys for the van to get to the burglary, found the piece of paper with the code to the safe himself, helped search for the actual safe, took this active role in the burglary, the first one. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all of that is in the record. And is that true? Erik Menendez, yes. I apologize to Mr. Balian if it sounded like I was minimizing. I did not mean to, and I regret using the word just. I was fully. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. Apologies not necessary to 15, 16. Erik Menendez, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, myself or Mr. Balian, but you did use that wording, and it would be sometimes construed as minimizing. So, 20 Erik Menendez, sure. Presiding Commissioner Barton, what else? Deputy District Attorney Balian, the inmate Indy. With respect to the burglary, the inmate had indicated that the burglary made him feel like he could do something. He wanted to stick it to his dad. At that point in time, did he have animosity towards his father? And was that... Presiding Commissioner Barton, the answer is yes. Deputy District Attorney Balian, yes. And did that animosity play a part as to why he killed his father? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I asked about this. Commissioner Stern asked about this. He, I think, elaborated on that as far as his motivations for doing the burglaries and how that would affect his father, and how it wasn't really consequences of his dad doing something to him as much as it was hurting his reputation. And he said he was hoping he wouldn't get caught, and it would remain quiet, and it would be like poking the bear in their sleep. Extensive testimony about this. So, I think it's sufficient at this point. You can certainly argue what you intend to. Deputy District Attorney Balian, did the inmate had and defense expert, Dr. Vickery, who he first had disclosed his alleged abuse to. In Dr. Vickery's notes, he had written regarding conversations he had with Mr. Menendez, pending trial, I knew I hated my mother. I hate this man and this woman. They're not my parents. I want them out of my life. I want to kill them. Those were in Dr. Vickery's notes. Can you inquire of the inmate whether he did, in fact, why he made those statements to Dr. Vickery? Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you recall making those statements? Erik Menendez, I don't recall making those specific statements, but those sentiments they felt right. I was dealing with tremendous anger and rage over the sexual abuse that my dad, I don't like using the word sexual abuse. It was violent sexual acts against me. And And so I felt anger, and I felt anger at my mom for not knowing. And then I felt extreme anger at my mom when I found out that she knew. There's no question that those feelings would have felt right. The idea that I wanted to kill them at the time? No, I don't remember saying that to Dr. Vickery. I'm not saying that I didn't, if he wrote it in his notes. I'm just saying that I don't understand the context in which presiding Commissioner Barton and, quite frankly, Mr. Menendez, I don't see it as very relevant given the fact that you did kill your parents. So whether you had that animosity, like I said, we're not here to prove premeditation. You've already been convicted of that. So while I'm giving Mr. Balian some leeway, I'm not going to give him much more because I'm not going to retry this case. And if all of this goes to his premeditation, I've already got a jury verdict. So what else, Mr. Balian? Deputy District Attorney Balian, it's not so much as to go into premeditation, Your Honor. It's going into his motivation for these murders versus what he said today, and it goes to his insight. And I guess I wanted to ask, is prior to the murders, did he want his parents out of his life? And did he hate his father and want him out of his life? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I think he's testified that he did. Is that true? 12 Erik Menendez, yes. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Thank you. With respect to his insight or lack thereof, I'd like to have you ask a couple clarifying questions with respect to the purchasing of the firearms, with respect to his testimony. Did the inmate understand at the time that for self-defense, a shotgun would not have been a reasonable weapon to use for self-defense against people you live with? Presiding Commissioner Barton, counsel, he didn't even know what type of shot to put in the shotgun, so I doubt he had classes. Did you have any experience with shotguns? 25 Erik Menendez, no, I'd never held one. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. But I guess my question goes to, at the time, whether he believed he had to say, to make it sound reasonable, that he purchased handguns. Presiding Commissioner Barton, is this Deputy District Attorney Balian, did he find this? Presiding Commissioner Barton, all about the handguns versus shotguns. 10 Deputy District Attorney Balian, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, dilemma? Again, you can argue what's in the record. I have, based upon what he used that day, what he admitted that day. Was there some reason that you felt it necessary to talk about handguns, Mr. Menendez? Erik Menendez, only in the context of I was at that Big Five and our first instinct was to purchase handguns. That is simply true. I was there at that store, and I get that people question that, but that's just a fact. I was there. Deputy District Attorney Balian, how does the inmate explain the fact that the senior management from the store X testified that that would be physically impossible because they didn't sell handguns at that time at Big Five? Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, number one, that doesn't mean someone can't be at the store. It means they couldn't buy a handgun at that store. But number two, you have the testimony. You have his testimony. You can argue that, counsel. Again, I know you're a seasoned prosecutor, so I know you know how this works. If you've already gotten the facts, you can certainly argue it. I'm not going to belabor these points. This is not the time for closing argument. If you have those facts and you want to argue them, be my guest. All right, let's move on. Deputy District Attorney Balian, so I guess I would ask the inmate then, or ask you to ask the inmate, did he in fact look at real handguns at the Big Five that day? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I don't care. Next question. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay, the inmate has indicated that he did not kill his parents because he wanted their money. That is my understanding. And it had been his testimony, consistent, and his statements today. I would ask you to ask him, it's also clear from the record that his father had told him he would be disinherited after he killed his parents for the reasons he stated. I believe he stated that he contemplated suicide several times. I would ask you to ask the inmate if in the days following the murder, he was basically an emotional wreck, consumed with what he had just done to his parents, and that consumed him. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. If this is a setup for what else he was doing the days after the murder, it's really not relevant. His emotional state to me at this point, as an 18-year-old who just shot his parents, would be pretty fairly obvious. But again, I think he's already testified to that, and you have what the record says. If you're going to point out the discrepancy in his other actions afterwards, you're welcome to do that. Deputy District Attorney Balian, I guess I would ask you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, me. Menendez, I'll just ask it, just in sake of time. Were you, an emotional wreck after killing your parents? 20, Erik Menendez, yes. 21, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy District Attorney Balian, why is it within 24 hours of the murder? 25, that counsel. 1, Deputy District Attorney Balian, he was. 2, he was. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I just told you. You can argue what you're about to ask. It's in the record. Deputy District Attorney Balian, well, I guess I'd like to know from the inmate is. 8, Presiding Commissioner Barton, Deputy District Attorney Balian, is what was so important to him about finding out if there was a competing will such that they needed to go talk to a lawyer about it and then erase any mention of a competing will from their father's computer? 14, Presiding Commissioner Barton, so my. 15, Understanding. Attorney Rummel, I'm going to join in the panel's objections here. This is fishing for a retrial or a new, this is to defend the habeas for the new trial. This is not relevant to parole. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay, hang on, one at a time. So I'm not concerned about the habeas. That's not my jurisdiction. I'm concerned about what's relevant to our decision here today. My understanding of the record is that his brother took part in erasing the disc. Whether or not that makes him a current unreasonable risk to public safety today is not very relevant. So I know what's in the record, and as does everyone. You can certainly argue these points. It's like I said before. These questions seem to be asked so that you can then put them in your argument. You can put them in your argument anyway because you have those facts. So let's move to something that actually clarifies testimony. Deputy District Attorney Balian, regarding his cell phone violations. 11, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Deputy District Attorney Balian, I believe he testified that one of the reasons that the jail phones are monitored in prison is for the safety of the prison itself. I don't think he was asked that, and I apologize if he was. Presiding Commissioner Barton, he was, and Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, Commissioner Stern asked him, and he understands that now. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. I guess I want to ask him, is one of the reasons he had the cell phone was to have private, secret, unmonitored conversations with people, and did he ever use those phones to commit criminal activity? Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, first of all, he admitted that it was to have the intimate phone calls with people that couldn't be monitored. Before you answer this next question, I'm not asking you to admit to any other crimes that you could potentially be charged with. So I want you to, if you don't want to answer the question, you're not required to. I believe I asked you what you were using the phones for in general, and we talked in general about what phones are used for as far as drugs, et cetera, et cetera. As far as any things you've already admitted, the tax fraud stuff or anything like that, did you use phones for any of those things? 14, Erik Menendez, no, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Do you want to answer the question? You're under no obligation to do so, as to whether or not you use the phones for any other criminal purposes other than the obvious use of the phone. 19, Erik Menendez, no, I did not. 20, Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy District Attorney Balian, would that also include the purchasing and trading of narcotics? Did he use the phone for that? Presiding Commissioner Barton, that's what I just took him to say. And the phone use actually was subsequent to all the information we have about his narcotic use by several years. Is that correct, Mr. Menendez? 4, Erik Menendez, that's right, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton, do you know if the folks that were trafficking narcotics were using cell phones? Erik Menendez, they probably were. Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah, probably. Attorney Rummel, are you asking about people on his phones? Or 12, Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, I'm. Attorney Rummel, just previously when he Presiding Commissioner Barton, as an aside. Attorney Rummel was buying phones. Presiding Commissioner Barton, as an aside. It really had nothing to do with Mr. Balian's question. Again, Erik Menendez, I assumed at Pleasant Valley. Presiding Commissioner Barton, Mr. Menendez has done a lot of time, so he knows what those are. I didn't want the record to make it sound like he's acting naive that phones aren't used for that purpose. I understand his answer to be he hasn't used them for that purpose, but they probably have been used in the past for that purpose. Not his phones, but others. Anything else, Mr. Balian? Deputy District Attorney Balian, yeah. He testified he used. They drove 120 miles to San Diego to purchase these shotguns, not to distance himself from the murders that were pre-planned, but because they were just down there and they wanted to get shotguns. That's my understanding of his testimony today. Attorney Rummel, that misstates the testimony. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I agree, counsel. Let's let him finish before I give my response before you give your response. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Would you ask the inmate if he drove to San Diego to buy the shotguns 120 miles away to distance himself from the purchase of the shotgun? Presiding Commissioner Barton, was that one of the reasons you went that far? Erik Menendez, that wasn't the reason. Presiding Commissioner Barton, with the understanding that his prior comments, I'm not accepting his prior comments. I already heard your testimony on why you got the shotguns. This isn't that. Same question. The question is, why go all the way to San Diego? Erik Menendez, we had a cousin that lived in San Diego, and we were driving for the day. I know it seems like, oh, that must have been the reason, but it wasn't the reason. Did I feel more comfortable buying them in San Diego? Yeah, of course I did. I didn't want reports of my buying them to get back to my parents. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and that's consistent with your testimony today. And again, it's something that if you feel is not reasonable, Mr. Balian, you can argue. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay, thank you. Did you lie at trial when you testified that you were so fearful of your parents that you stayed away from the home all day Saturday? Presiding Commissioner Barton, not relevant. What else? I already asked the questions about perjury. He previously said to the best of his knowledge today, he told the truth. So, if you want to argue the opposite, and you have that in the record, be my guest. Deputy District Attorney Balian, did he stage the murders to look like a mafia-style hit? 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton, again, not. One relevant to me today. Deputy District Attorney Balian, was he aware he was present when Brian Eslamania stated that Lyle tried to get him to say that they tried to borrow handguns from him? Presiding Commissioner Barton, that's also in the record, and something Lyle did. What else? Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Does he admit that that was false and he knew about it? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I think it's obvious. Mr. Menendez, did you know that was false? Erik Menendez, I believe. Brian, yes. Brian Eslamania testified that Lyle had called him before and told him not to testify to those and to tell the truth. Presiding Commissioner Barton, that's not the question. The question goes more to your mindset. Did you know Erik Menendez? Oh, yes. Without a doubt. 100%. 20 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy District Attorney Balian. And when he was testifying at trial, why didn't he correct the record on that? Presiding Commissioner Barton. Again, I'm not going to play that game, Mr. Balian. It's not relevant to me whether he's corrected the record. Deputy District Attorney Balian, did the witness lie when he testified under oath that Dr. Oziel was blackmailing him into confessing on tape to the murders? Presiding Commissioner Barton, I'm also not going to go into those questions because it would subject him to potential perjury charges. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the statutes run, but... Deputy District Attorney Balian, these all go to his insight or that lack thereof. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, and I have the records just as you do, and to the degree that those things can be argued, you can argue those without seeking admissions from him on this record. Deputy District Attorney Balian, then I guess I have no further questions at this point. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, that's fine. And like I said, this isn't like a trial where you cross-examine someone to, elicit statements that can be used in argument. Everything that's in the record that you already have from the trials, etc., can be argued by both sides. All right. I'm assuming, Miss Rummel, that you have questions. Attorney Rummel, I always have questions, Commissioner. I do. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Well, it's 1:32 p.m. I'm going to give your client another chance to use the restroom, and we're going to take another short break. We'll try to come back at 1:40 p.m. this time, and then we'll take questions from counsel from Mr. Menendez. 7, Attorney Rummel, thank you. 8, recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, we are back on the record. Presiding Commissioner Barton, back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing. We're at that point where we are taking questions from counsel as far as clarifying the record. As I indicated to the DA representative, I'll tell you the same, Ms. Rummel, this is not a time for new testimony necessarily or closing statements, but questions for clarification. The difference, Mr. Menendez, for your benefit, is she may ask you those questions directly, and you may answer them directly. If I feel that it is something that's not relevant to the panel in making our decision, I'll butt in and say so. But go ahead. Ms. Rummel, have one clarifying question related to Mr. Balian's questioning. Only one, but I think it also speaks to the fear you had of your mother. The testimony you gave at your trial about your mother trying to poison the family. Can you give us a real quick synopsis of if that was true, what that looked like? Can you explain that to the panel and to Mr. Balian? Erik Menendez, my mother, after we moved to California, was deteriorating. Her alcoholism increased, her prescription drug use and addiction had increased due to her moods were becoming increasingly unstable, and she was making she was suicidal and making a lot of threats. And my father was concerned about her. My father didn't know that she bought the gun, I don't believe, but he was concerned about what she would do and her talk of, I can just poison everybody in the family. So that was something that was just out there that was Attorney Rummel. And how did you personally know that he believed that she might took those threats seriously? Can you just describe that, Erik Menendez? Because there was one dinner where he pushed the tray away and said, we're going out to eat. That happened. And so he was, he brushed it off as your mom's he knew that it was partly his fault. What I didn't understand at the time was that part of what was driving her is that she knew about what was happening with Dad. She told her, Attorney Rummel, that answers my question on that. When you talked about the burglaries, you gave a variety of reasons for the burglaries, but one was resistance to your dad. Were there other ways that you quietly or resisted your dad, whether loudly or quietly? Erik Menendez, resistance to my dad was how I maintained sanity. So I resisted him by pretending I was asleep when he was coming into my room. I remember I would be on the floor shaking and putting my fists up, screaming in my mind because I couldn't handle what he was doing. I called myself Hurt Man, and I signed letters Hurt Man. I was putting cinnamon in his coffee. I was drowning all of my food in lemon. I was not. Attorney Rummel, why were you drowning your food in lemon? 22. Erik Menendez, because I had heard that it would reduce my taste buds to semen. I was thinking that I was protecting my mom by not telling her. And I thought I was being a hero by not telling my mom. Attorney Rummel, in 2013, you talked about major changes in your life in 2013. What were the components? What were the things that happened in your life to drive your turnaround in 2013? Erik Menendez, I was disgusted by my behavior. I was in deep despair in 2013 on the level 4 yards. I was SB9 had passed. Attorney Rummel, let me ask you specific. Let me ask you specifically what I'd like you to talk about. Was faith a component of your deciding to become a different person from the drug use, from the despair, from the criminality with the 2 5s? Was faith a component of that change, and how? Erik Menendez, I think it was a fundamental component. What I began to live for was, I don't know where I would have been without my faith, but what I began to live for was this greater purpose, this meaning in my life, this sense of who do I want to be when I face God, because I believe there's a different parole board when I die, and it's an eternal one. And so that driving me was a part of my internal thinking. Reading Thomas Merton was a major component. I loved what he talked about in terms of he talked about really living by your faith and doing the acts that mattered, and that the material world didn't matter. He went into Gethsemane. He became a monk, and I saw myself as a Mo. Attorney Rummel, and how did you live those principles? How did you live the PRI, those principles? Erik Menendez, I didn't want to do I didn't want to break the rules anymore. I didn't want to pass kites anymore. I didn't want to use drugs anymore. I didn't want to take food from the chow hall. I became someone who I believed the staff could rely on me to supervise other inmates and be responsible for tools. I used to misuse paintbrushes and spray cans, and now I joined IDL and was given the responsibility to handle serious, dangerous tools responsibly. 20 Attorney Rummel, so 21 Erik Menendez, and Attorney Rummel, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but I want to make sure that I'm keeping the questions focused on clarifying the record. So from 2013, we talked a lot about your cell phone use, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. But were there instances where you were avoiding criminal thinking, making pro-social choices, avoiding denial between 2013 and your cell phone usage? Erik Menendez, 90% of my life was now focused on wanting to do good. I just wanted to do good. By 90%, I mean breaking small rules in a community deteriorate the community. It makes other people see you. Attorney Rummel, and how do you contextualize your cell phone use, which is not a small rule. It's a big rule. You've spent a lot of time talking about that today. How do you contextualize your cell phone? Use in the scheme of your change, your faith, your caregiving, and your sobriety. Erik Menendez, having L, it's not an excuse. Being an LWAP prisoner is not an excuse, but it is a devastating sentence. Hopelessness in prison is devastating. And I was getting older, and I wanted private conversations that weren't being overheard. I shouldn't have wanted that, but I had this deep need for connection and intimacy and acceptance, and I filled that need through cell phones, and I rationalized to myself that this one thing that I do isn't altering the great change that I'm doing or the good work that I'm doing. And frankly, I was use. Those are denial management patterns, and they're not acceptable. Attorney Rummel, were there other instances in your life where you were using denial management between 2013? I mean, there's not much documented. We haven't spoken about much, but today. But were there patterns of denial management that you were actually recognizing and not engaging in? Erik Menendez, sure. I manipulated the bullies on the yard to go and join life care and hospice. I rationalized that I was lying to them in order to get them in the room with these elderly people. First, I would use rationalization for good. But I was aware when I was rationalizing or justifying because I was cognizant of my behavior. With the phones, I knew it was wrong. I mean, let's not be. I just put it on a hierarchy of, I have this deep need and I'm never getting out of prison and I want to fill it. And it's not an excuse, but I need to be honest with the panel about how I was feeling. Attorney Rummel, how do you today you fill the need for connection or whatever other needs your cell phone use was filling? Erik Menendez, I worked on every aspect of myself. The phone was and my growth is an evolution. It wasn't a demarcation. This wasn't a Paul Saul situation or a Saul Paul situation where just one day now I'm a different person. This was a growth that I came to prison when I was 18. My whole life has been in prison. I've become an adult in prison, spent all of my adult life. So when it comes to cell phones, it was that final step where I had to say, you're not living up to your expectations of your community and being a man. You're not living up to I'm not living up to expectations of being a facilitator, of being someone that deserves to be a sponsor to several people on the yard, that deserves to have positions of trust with the administration. And I am so glad that I'm so glad that I took the classes, that I had the conversations with staff, that I went to staff, I'm so glad that I'm in a different shift. I don't worry about keys anymore. There's no need to keep point for anything anymore. I live a clean, I feel good about who I am and the way I'm living, and I'm going to live this way for the rest of my life. Inside or out of prison, it makes no difference. Attorney Rummel, what guardrails have you put in place? What coping skills do you have for the issues that led to your cell phone use? 16 Erik Menendez, Attorney Rummel, the criminal thinking and the denial, the entitlement. Erik Menendez, well, there's a lot in criminal thinking. Reminding myself, asking myself, is this a rule violation? Does this align with my spiritual principles? How would I feel if this got out? I believe that I've come to understand that there are internal guardrails and there are extrinsic guardrails. The internal ones are the most important, right? So understanding not doing something because I want to be a good person. I am a good person and I want to be judged by God to be a good person because ultimately most of my life is unseen, right? So, but I have to live with myself and I have to live with what is seen by the unseen. And so that's a critical guardrail. Does my behavior violate my intrinsic motivations, my moral values? And then there's consequential thinking. There, Attorney Rummel, when's the last time you were tempted to go outside of your internal moral guardrails? And how did you handle that situation? Erik Menendez, it happened last week when I was Xeroxing, going to the library to Xerox, and it was hot. We had a little bit of a heat wave, and you're supposed to wear your blues into the library, and So what a lot of guys do is they put on their blue shirt and they walk into the library and nobody says anything. And I put on my blue shirt, and I was thinking, do I have to put on my blues pants? And I said to myself, Erik, that's entitled behavior. That's laziness. And that's thinking you can get away with it. I called myself on it immediately. It's not that I don't have the thoughts. I catch them immediately, and I looked for rules that I could do. I can't even live outside the gray areas. Getting on a video call and saying hello to someone else's video visit, I didn't think it was a rule violation. I know. I stay away from it. I don't want to live in a space of ambiguity. And so I try to catch myself. Attorney Rummel, and do you have confidence that your relapse prevention plans, your accountability partners, will help you continue in this path if you are released from prison? There will be a lot of different stressors and a lot of different kinds of temptations in the community. How confident are you in the plans you put in place to avoid that type of behavior in the community? Erik Menendez, I believe that I'm going to face unique and particular stressors and challenges should I be released. And I've put a lot of thought into the relapse prevention plans, like my internal triggers and my coping skills. My warning signs are just genuine. They're who I am. And I believe in myself, and I believe in my support network, and I do not believe that I will ever fall back into drugs. I believe an addict is always an addict, and that AA and NA are extraordinary programs, and I'm going to continue them for the rest of my life. But I believe that I am ready to be successful upon parole. Attorney Rummel, what's the most important step for cell phone use? Erik Menendez, well, step 1 is always critical, trusting in God, and 2 and 3 is critical. But I would say step 4 and understanding the damage the cell phone use can do, being able to talk about it in step 5, understanding our character defects, maybe even step 10. But for me, step 11 is critical. I work step 11, prayer and meditation. I hold myself accountable, and I will always do that from now on. I will never use another phone in prison, ever. Attorney Rummel, the panel asked you a few questions about boundaries with Lyle, your current relationship with Lyle. Can you describe the experience of being apart from him for 20 plus years and then reconnecting in 2018 and how your relationship has developed since that time? Erik Menendez, when I left Lyle, I was 25, 26. While I was 25, 26, I was a very young, immature 25, 26-year-old, and I was still in a toxically codependent relationship with him. As much as I didn't want to be, separated from him, and as much as I fought to be together, sometimes we don't like the poison we have to drink. We don't want the chemotherapy that's going to heal us. This was in my best interest. There's no question, looking back, recognizing who the person I have become, my understanding of healthy relationships and my boundaries, growing into the man that I am today. I'm not saying it wouldn't have happened if I was around Lyle. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that having to live, having to go into hell and into the depths of level 4 Pleasant Valley, that dangerous yard, and rise out of it, just become broken, and then begin to heal. I don't know that I wouldn't have I wouldn't have become that broken. I wouldn't have fallen into the drug use around Lyle. Lyle's heavily anti-drugs. I wouldn't have had a chance to break myself and then redeem myself were I with Lyle. I wouldn't be the person I am today with the sort of the arc of my journey had I been with Lyle, reuniting with Lyle, Attorney Rummel. And how did that time apart impact your reconnecting with him, being on the same yard, and the currently being, what's your relationship like with him now? You talked about drawing boundaries, but tell us what your relationship is like with him now, given that situation. Erik Menendez, I was excited. I was excited to see Lyle. I was excited to show him the programs that I was involved with, that I was deeply passionate about life care and hospice and meditation. I was excited about letting him see the man I had grown into. I thought that he would be proud of me. I was proud for him to see the evolution of my self-worth and my growth. 11 Attorney Rummel, and was he? Erik Menendez, I believe he was. I hope he was. He told me he was. I was also ashamed. I had to tell Lyle about my drug use. I had to tell Lyle about tax fraud. I had to tell Lyle about things that were deeply shameful for me. Presiding Commissioner Barton, let me stop you there. Because since counsel has opened this door when you and Lyle discussed cell phones, why didn't one of you check the other? Erik Menendez, that's a great question. We didn't. We actually, Lyle using it told me it's, I can use it. I mean, I compared myself to him and every other person that had LWAP. I was focused on being a better person, and I convinced myself that I could do it even while I was doing this one thing, and Lyle should have been my checks and balances. After November 14th, him and I had a long conversation on the bleachers, and we became serious accountability partners. It can happen. Just like Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob, you can become accountability partners through your worst trauma and your worst things. And we now hold each other extremely accountable. And if we have an itch or fall into a trigger, we discuss it with each other. And it should. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Well, did he come in from somewhere else already using those phones? 15, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you introduced him to the phone. Erik Menendez, he started using he was using a phone before I got there. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and wait a minute, that's not what you just said. Erik Menendez, he came to R.J. Donovan Echo Yard in February 2018. I came in April. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. And you're saying he was already using phones? One Erik Menendez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. But he's not the one that introduced them to you? Erik Menendez, no, he didn't. He didn't introduce me and say, hey, you should use this. My roommate had a phone. 7, Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. 8, Erik Menendez, I just wasn't using. Presiding Commissioner Barton, he already had the mindset of using it and wanting to use it, etc. I guess what I'm trying to establish is, did one of you give the other permission? I mean, you said implicitly he did, or was one of you already using it before the other one? And I think you've answered my question. Basically, your words were, if Lyle's using it, it tells me I can use it, even though he didn't say those words. Erik Menendez, yeah. I don't want to make it sound like if Lyle does something wrong, that means I can do something wrong. That wasn't the case. I just knew he wasn't gonna. Erik Menendez, okay, well my roommate had just to push back a little, my roommate had a phone in 2016, and I had wanted to use it. I just happened to land in a room that had a phone for rent. But it was what I was trying to say. It was different than, say, drugs. If I had said to Lyle, I want to use drugs, he would have freaked out on me. And so we co-minimized it. There's no question. We minimized it together. But I didn't use phone. I would have used the phone whether he was in that prison or not once I was Presiding Commissioner Barton. I understand that. Did your same friend get the phone for him? Erik Menendez, no, he was not in contact with my friend. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Go ahead, Miss Rummel. Attorney Rummel, I'm more interested in how you and Lyle hold each other accountable for the cell phone usage or any other rules violations today. Erik Menendez, Lyle's one of my accountability partners in prison context. I think he He would be if we were not in prison together. I have a very robust, strong family that would be my accountability. Partner, my wife. And I think that I have a lot of people that love me that do not want me to return to prison. Lyle is a strong accountability partner for many things: drug use, criminal behavior, using cell phones. He has become someone that I'm proud to have. I'm proud of our connection that is very strong and no longer using phones. That is something that Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, if he's your, okay. There's something I don't understand. I mean, I've read the Blue Book too. I know who Bill and Bob are. But as far as Lyle, as I understand it, he doesn't have a drug issue. Erik Menendez, he doesn't. No, I didn't mean it in the context of DR. Drugs was right. He's an accountability partner in terms of drugs, in terms of he's very anti-drugs. Lyle, Presiding Commissioner Barton, but he's not in the 12 steps or recovery for. 20, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure. That was Erik Menendez, he's not. Presiding Commissioner Barton, 4. 25 clarification for me. 1, Erik Menendez, no. Presiding Commissioner Barton, because you brought it up. 3, Erik Menendez, okay. I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, you just kind of crossed over into it, and like I said, I'm conversed in the Blue Book. You obviously are. I've read the history of AA, so I know that vernacular, but then when you talked about him, and I thought, well, wait a minute. I thought he was anti, so it makes sense to me now. What else, Ms. Rummel? Attorney Rummel, Mr. Menendez, shifting gears, what would your father think of you if he could see you today? Presiding Commissioner Barton, counsel, not relevant at all to me. Attorney Rummel, so you're not going to let me ask that. What his mother would think of him? Presiding Commissioner Barton, no. What does that clarify? What relevance does that have to me today as to what his father thinks of him? It's not. Attorney Rummel, the lessons that he, Presiding Commissioner Barton, it might be of one interest, but Attorney Rummel, I think it's relevant to the lessons he internalized as a young person and the man he's grown to be beyond and different from those lessons. Presiding Commissioner Barton, his father's opinion of him has no relevance for me whatsoever. What's your next question? Attorney Rummel, can you talk about the impact of understanding these crimes through conversations with your family members? Erik Menendez, yes. Seeing my crimes through my family's eyes has been a huge part of my evolution and my growth. Just seeing the pain, the suffering, understanding the magnitude and the impact of what I have done, the generational impact of what I've done has become so evident and clear to me when I see new cousins being born that were not even born yet. And understanding, I think part of amends is understanding not just the impact that I've done is making restitution and having repentance and holding myself accountable. And so finding ways that I can be of make amends to my family through indirectly or through living it, based on their pain and their suffering. It's unexpressible how much suffering and pain I've put my Aunt Terry in, and my Aunt Marta, my Aunt Joan, my Uncle Brian, my Milton, my Uncle Carlos. It's unexpressible. And as I've gotten older and I grow, understanding the impact of it, it continues to expand. The magnitude begins. I believe that it is forever. I've called it a forever crime. It will impact every generation to be born, and I cannot express sorrow and remorse enough. Doing it for the rest of my life will not be enough. Attorney Rummel, one more question. You have many people who have submitted support letters for you. You have laudatory chronos and family support and friend support, formerly incarcerated people support, organizational support, many letters. What is the most meaningful support letter that you received for this hearing and why? Erik Menendez, as much as I value all of the letters that I've received from my family, from my wife, from my friends, people that I have known, there was one letter that I received from a disabled guy, older disabled guy, talking about a hat that I bought him, and how he had this old hat, and I bought him a new hat, and he just was so grateful. And he wheeled up to me one day and said, I know you're going for resentencing. Can I give you this letter? And it was just the story of how he felt about me buying him his hat. And to be honest, I didn't even remember it. It was just It was just something I wanted to do for him. I mean, I hadn't forgotten, but it wasn't on my mind, and it was just very touching. So those are the little things that I hope God sees. Those are the things I might have to point out to God. But it was very, very deep for me, and those little things, because ultimately I think it's just the little things that matter, not the creating groups. It's the ways we take care of people outside of group that matters. Attorney Rummel, I have no other questions. Thank you, commissioners. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, we're now going to go to closing statements. I'm going to start off with a 10-minute rule, just as I do in any other case. This case is not any more complicated than any other case we routinely hear. Although there is a high-profile nature to it, doesn't warrant more time than is usually allotted all our other cases, and both of you are highly skilled attorneys who have submitted very thorough, comprehensive written arguments, which have been fully read and will be fully considered by this panel, and I know that you've been listening to the hearing, you've been taking notes. I would simply suggest to you that you focus on those items in the hearing discussed, such that your closings deal with the most relevant issues. If at the end of that time limit there's more that you want to say for either one of you, and I feel that you haven't simply been redundant in what you've already submitted in writing, I will consider granting more time. But what I don't want to do is have these 30-page briefs that you've written read into the record, because they're already part of the record. So that's where we'll start. We'll see how it goes. But for now, that would be my tentative. We always start with the people. So the DA's office will go first. It is 2:10 p.m. Mr. Balian, the people's position regarding current suitability, go ahead. You have to unmute. Deputy District Attorney Balian, I apologize. I'm used to doing these in person, or hearings in person, not these. Before we go on, I don't know that it's possible to state the people's position in 10 minutes to get to the truth of this matter as to this inmate's level of insight. I would petition or ask for more time. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, let's see how you do, because I have your brief here, and if you start reading to me from it, you're not going to get more than 10 minutes. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. All right, thank you. I'm ready to begin whenever you're ready. Presiding Commissioner Barton, it's now 2:11 p.m. Go ahead. Deputy District Attorney Balian, thank you. The focus today is rehabilitation. That's always got to be the most important focus in a board's analysis, whether to release someone. Does this person pose an unreasonable risk to society? What have they learned during their time in incarceration? How have they improved themselves? No doubt Mr. Menendez has sat in many classrooms and earned many achievements. No doubt he sat in many group meetings and he's made many pro-social efforts to improve himself. We don't dispute that. There's many laudatory comments about him, and we applaud him. The people of the state of California always applaud those attempts at redemption, and we hope he one day achieves redemption. But the real question is, did he learn in all those classes, in all this pro-social programming, did he learn the most important lesson of all? Does he understand the full severity and depravity of his conduct? Has he acknowledged his crimes and the extent of his deceit to cover up the severity of those crimes? Is he owning what he did, or today is he still just offering excuses, attempting to minimize his behavior for his conduct in prison as well as the life crime? Is what he's saying genuine, or is it calculated to get the result that he wants today? Much of his actions are in prison. He really starts making substantial efforts, and it was elicited in the testimony today, towards his positive programming, and once he knows he is eligible for possible release one day, his cell phone use, I think he said, oh man, once the clemency was real and I thought I could get out, that's when I knew it was consequential behavior and I should really mind my P's and Q's. That's not positive programming, because you want to change or you have changed. That's someone gaming a system to achieve a desired result. That's not rehabilitation. It's not insight. So I'm going to start with something, it's kind of tangential, except it really elucidates my point today of how this inmate is still minimizing his conduct. To justify killing his mom at trial, he had to claim self-defense because any purported sexual abuse would not legally justify the killing. He was schooled by defense experts and attorneys. So he had to paint, to sell this, a picture of his mom as a dangerous, violent person who was capable of killing him. Now, I'm going to talk about Lyle, but these two were working together as cohorts, as conspirators. Lyle wrote a script to paint Mom as someone who would kill her family, as a violent person who was capable of killing her family. And Lyle wrote this script and mailed it to Tracy Baker and said, "Here's what you're going to say." It started out, "All right, Tracy, this is the information we discussed on the phone. I'm going to get right to the point because after you read this and you've absorbed it, I want you to throw it away. Do it right away so you don't forget." So, in other words, hide this script, this false perjurious script. You were at my Beverly Hills house about to eat dinner with me and my parents and my brother Erik. We will decide later about what date this incident occurred. We'll come up with the details later in this lie, but this is what you're going to say. "All of a sudden, Mr. Menendez," Jose said in a stern voice to Mrs. Menendez, "Kitty, what did you do to the food?" There was a long silence. He knocked his plate over. He got up and said something like, "Go outside and wait for me in the car." Now, this OB is obvious to anyone who reads this, nothing more than a script to pull the wool over jurors' eyes and commit perjury. And Tracy Baker testified to this false narrative. She went along with it. Erik sat there while she testified about this. He heard her. Did he correct her? It's worse. What did he testify to? Now, remember, what I just read about what the fake testimony was going to be. Here's how Erik actually testified. He can feign he doesn't remember today what it was because he doesn't have insight. But here's what he actually testified to. Erik, Tracy Baker, was overeating dinner, and my mom was serving. Apparently, the maid was off or something like that. It would explain why there's no more witnesses. And we were all sitting down at the table, and my mom had served dinner, and my dad pushed the tray away towards my mom and spilled something. Told us to get up from the table. Well, do you recall whether or not your father said anything to your mother as he pushed the plate away or at any time during this? Yes. He looked at my mom and he said something like, "What did you do to the food?" That is almost the exact script, fake, phony script that Lyle scripted for Tracy Baker to testify to, which she testified to, and now that Erik testified to. And for him to get up here today and tell this panel, well, I don't remember that. I just remember testifying. There was some incident where the food was pushed away. That's a lie to you. He's not being genuine. He has no insight. He's still minimizing his behavior. He's still covering up the same lies he told at trial. Shaputis, the case tells us that when an inmate fails to take full responsibility for the depravity of their conduct and their violence, they lack insight, and they continue to, their past crime continues to be probative of current violence, as does in Ari Laser, an inmate's minimizing responsibility, despite processing some responsibility, is a relevant consideration of insight. There's other cases that talk about an implausible explanation of events, or denial of events is a lack of insight. I would submit that's what you have today. How do we know this? Look at actions. Actions speak louder than words. Within 24 hours of killing his parents, what's on his mind? He goes immediately over to an attorney's house, friends of the family. And what does he say? Well, the gun is still smoking practically, that he used to shotgun his parents to death. And he's asking them, there may be a competing will. He knows he's been disinherited. What's this really about? What, can we find a competing will on a computer? Is that competing will legally valid? And then what those actions show. Him and Lyle then within 10 days of that have an expert over, and they're searching for a competing will, and they delete all references of it to the computer. What do his actions show? They then go on a spending spree. Courtside at the Knicks, Rolex watches, new car, tennis coaches. His actions speak louder than words, and it goes to insight. He has no insight into his criminal responsibility for these crimes. Therefore, he still poses an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. In his 30 pages or 50 pages that he wrote about these life crimes and what he's learned in prison that was submitted to you, what does he not mention once, not once? There's an explanation for a lot of things. But what is there no explanation for? That he lied at trial about trying to purchase a handgun at Big Five. That's to fabricate a false self-defense narrative. He can try to say today, well, I remember going there. No, the trial testimony, I'm not going to read it to you because I've only been given 10 minutes. The trial testimony was very specific. We were at Big Five. We were pointing out specific handguns. The clerk was explaining them to us, and then he told us we couldn't buy those handguns because of a 2-week waiting period. Okay. That's all false. It's all false because we know as fact that Big Five didn't even sell handguns at that time. He never accepts anything. He had to create a false, fake self-defense narrative, a false narrative he's still pushing today. He doesn't admit all the evidence of pre-planning and financial motive. That's why his parents were killed. Is this self-defense story true, or was it conjured? And I just need to know if I need to speed up. Will I be given more time or no? Presiding Commissioner Barton. Well, I'll give you a warning when you're close. Go ahead. Deputy District Attorney Balian, all right. I will highlight some of the facts which are germane to this question of whether this self-defense story was true. If it's self-defense, why do they need to get their friend Brian Eslamania? Who, by the way, Lyle wrote that fake request for perjury to Brian Eslamania. But let's keep in mind, Brian is Erik's best friend, not Lyle's. Lyle never met Brian until he was in prison, in jail pending trial. In fact, Brian, the first person he visited in jail was Erik, and then Erik introduced him to Lyle. There's no reasonable conclusion that Lyle's going to ask Erik's best friend to come into court and perjure himself in front of Erik if Erik is not on board and know about it ahead of time. That's not reasonable. So they try to get Brian Eslamania to perjure himself and falsely say that they were so afraid of their parents that they tried to borrow his handgun the week before the murder. They've never admitted they did that. Erik has never admitted he did that. He has no insight. The Tracy Baker thing I've already talked about. Lyle tries to get his girlfriend, Jamie Pizarchik, to falsely say that his father had violently drugged her and raped her. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. Now, counsel, I'll warn you. Deputy District Attorney Balian, yeah. Presiding Commissioner Barton, it's 2:21 p.m., and all of this is in your brief. In fact, there's a chart with excess and check marks. So, go on. Deputy District Attorney Balian, all right. Presiding Commissioner Barton, if you want to get to current dangerousness, that's probably where you want to focus. Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay, thank you. Let me go to his current dangers. I would rely on the CRA, Your Honor. Is he ready to parole? Does he have current insight and sufficient insight into his crimes? What do the prison experts say? They're the experts. His antisocial features of his personality have been so intermittently present during his incarceration, including a failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behavior, impulsivity, and deceitfulness, or conning. That's going back to what he's been doing all along. That's no insight. He's still in prison conning, deceitful, impulsive, antisocial. His antisocial, this is a quote, behaviors have persisted despite his significant involvement in treatment and other rehabilitative efforts. But what are those behaviors that you're continuing despite his prosocial behaviors? Smuggling contraband into prison, falsifying tax documents. For others, purchasing, using, and exchanging drugs, having advanced knowledge of an escape plan from prison. These demonstrate, and you very astutely and deftly question him to show that this pattern has continued through his time, in prison to the present, despite his rehabilitative efforts. And he's on the road. He's on the road, but he's not there yet. He doesn't have insight. He still poses an unreasonable risk to this society. His continued, this is a quote from the risk assessment, his violation of institutional rules and the law, despite his regular involvement and rehabilitative efforts, implies that he may not be able or willing to consistently self-monitor or manage his behavior. His continued willingness to violate institutional rules also calls into question the completeness of his gains in maturity. The expert psychologists themselves note that he will say the things for his personal benefit he thinks people want to hear, but that's not for rehabilitation. He is a moderate risk to commit future violence. When what you've done is shotgun your parents to death, deleted any competing wills, taken their control or taken their money, spent their money, you're a violent person. And when that's what you've done, and you still pose a moderate risk of violence, you are posing currently an unreasonable risk to society. Society. Attorney Rummel, I object to the district attorney directing his comments to my client. Presiding Commissioner Barton, counsel. He's not directing. He's using you in the sense of third person. 6 Deputy District Attorney Balian. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I understood how he was saying it. When you, meaning when one person does this, he wasn't directing it at Mr. Menendez. Deputy District Attorney Balian, and I apologize. I didn't mean to do that, and I was. 12 Presiding Commissioner Barton, I didn't take it. 13 as such. 14 Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay. Presiding Commissioner Barton, but you may want to change it to when one does this or one does that. Deputy District Attorney Balian, yeah. Well, when one continues to diminish their responsibility for a crime and continues to make the same false excuses that they made for 30 plus years, One is still that same dangerous person that they were when they shotgunned their parents to death, and one still poses a huge risk to society, not just an unreasonable risk, despite their pro-social programming. When he's ready to admit all of these things and falsities he did, and own what he did, then I believe that on behalf of the people of the state of California, we can start talking about whether he has truly rehabilitated. But he has no insight. An example is he said, well, I was just there during the first burglary. You were asking very good questions. And he tried to minimize, I was just there during the first burglary. But when the truth is, and you look at actually the facts of the case, he wasn't just there. He found the note with the combination. He found the safe. He emptied the safe. He loaded the... Presiding Commissioner Barton, counsel, you're being repetitive. At this point, I'm going to give you one more minute. You've said all of this. I've got all this. Deputy District Attorney Balian, thank you. Is he truly reformed, or is he just saying what wants to be heard? At trial, before trial it was, we didn't do it because you can't connect us to anything. Once the guns were found and he confessed to Dr. Oziel, it was, well, okay, we did it, but we had a justification. It was molestation or sexual abuse. Once they got to trial and realized that wasn't a legal defense, it turned to a morphing of, well, it was self-defense. And they conjured up and fabricated a bunch of evidence to support that self-defense. Now today, once you get before this board, he'll minimize with respect to even the minor arrest of violations in prison. He has not reformed. He's still an unreasonable risk to society. He has a complete lack of insight into his crimes. Thank you very much for your patience in allowing me a couple of additional minutes. I could have used a couple hours to really go through everything, but I appreciate you giving me the couple extra minutes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, again, your brief is extensive and thorough, and we've already read it, and we will be considering it. And so, Deputy District Attorney Balian, okay? And may that be incorporated by reference? May that be incorporated by reference? Presiding Commissioner Barton, it's already incorporated by reference. 17 Deputy District Attorney Balian, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so it's part of the record and it's something we consider. Same is true for Ms. Rummel. I allowed you 15 minutes. I'm going to allow her 15 minutes under the same guidelines. Go ahead, Ms. Rummel. Attorney Rummel, even with the 5 extra minutes, as much as I would love to discuss the problems with the trial and the misstatements of the record by Mr. Balian, I am not going to do that. I'm going to fast forward 36 years to today and who Mr. Menendez is today. 36 years is a lifetime. It's 2 of Mr. Menendez's lifetimes at the time he committed this crime. And the legal determination, and Mr. Balian got to this, but the legal determination for this board today is whether Erik Menendez poses an unreasonable risk of danger to society. Is he dangerous? Is he unreasonably dangerous? Not whether he was dangerous to his parents in 1989, not whether he failed to turn himself in, not what his brother did, not his lies to the police, not whether his belief and fear of his parents was right or wrong, reasonable or unreasonable. But as we sit here today, is Erik Menendez a dangerous person? He was not a dangerous person before this crime. And yes, he committed burglaries, but I would argue he's not even a criminal or, that in terms of criminality and antisocial behavior. He committed a burglary, purely opportunistic with college friends, felt good about it, decided to do it again on his own, felt bad about it, and got caught because he returned the items and then was successful on supervision. I don't think it's lost on this panel. In fact, I'm sure it's not, so I won't spend as much time on it as I had planned. This crime, as the rest of the world seems to understand, was driven by extraordinary trauma, cruel abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, relentless domination by his parents, and an unresolved trauma and a conflation of circumstances where the abuse gets disclosed. His brother feels the need to protect him. They feel fear. All the dynamics in the home change. His parents stopped speaking. Everything is different, and they are in fear, and they commit. Yes, Mr. Balian, it's a terrifying crime. It is. It's a terrifying crime. But what was happening in that home to young boys, to teenagers, was also terrifying. So here we are today, looking at who Mr. Menendez is today. And the panel spent a lot of time with and a lot of detail going back through Mr. Menendez's misconduct, criminality, within CDCR. And I'm glad you did that. And and because he had the chance to really be candid and explain it. And I know you know this, but I'm going to remind you that in the context of a very young person, very unsophisticated person, the guy who calls out to the watchtower during the first bloody fight he experiences to get them to stop it, this is the person on a level 4 prison yard. What he did to survive and navigate and avoid violence and keep himself safe pales in comparison to what most individuals do in that situation. Low-level violence, mostly defending himself. Yes, antisocial behavior. Yes, tax. Fraud in exchange for survival, in exchange for marijuana related to Crohn's disease. But let's put Mr. Menendez's misconduct in prison, such as it is, in the context of someone who goes to prison after unspeakable childhood, an unspeakable childhood, a terrible crime, a public airing of every embarrassing, humiliating, shameful thing that has happened to him, known to everyone on the prison yard, with no protection, without his brother, with Crohn's disease and everything else that accompanied it. And let's look at his choices in that context. He's been very candid with you about what his choices are, how he felt about them, taking responsibility for them, and how he has continued to navigate very difficult circumstances of prison. And notwithstanding those challenges, Mr. Menendez did not let those things define him. And I will say that the district attorney's office saw it when they petitioned for RE sentencing, what he was able to do with his life. The court saw it, and we're asking this board to see it today. In 2013, with life without parole, no remote possibility of leaving prison, dying in prison, he made dramatic changes in his life. He found his faith. He became accountable to his higher power. He found sobriety, a promise to his mother on her birthday. He found his sobriety, and he stayed committed to it. And what is most notable for me, especially with this discussion of anti-sociality, is the thing that drove him was taking care of sick people, dying people, the people that no one else wanted to protect and no one else wanted to take care of. There's no glamour in that. There's no high praise in that. That is hard work. And he has people writing and saying, and then and above and beyond his caregiving duties, he cleaned my wheelchair. You've got the letters. I won't repeat them all here, but that is the person he became. That is the person those are the things he did to rise above his toxic shame, his drug addiction, all of the things that were holding him back. He did that in 2013. And has he been perfect since 2013? No, but he has been remarkable. His journey is inspiring. He was raised in a family where wealth and success masked complete dysfunction, where the lessons to him were lie at all costs. If you don't lie, you will be physically punished for it. He has, every lesson that shouldn't have been taught to a young child was the lesson he learned. And yet, and surrounded in a prison yard full of violence and anti-sociality, he decided to become a different person. And it's so impressive who he became. He engaged in cell phone use, and that's obviously a big consideration for this panel. And we ask you to think about in context, just like Lawrence requires. Contextualize what the context of when he made, of making the choices to be involved in cell phones. There are all kinds of circumstances, some related to being Erik Menendez in prison, some not related to him, that drove his cell phone use. But what's important is where he is now. Insight cannot be too recent. The case law tells us this. Where is he now? What does he understand about it? He's been extraordinarily candid about it. He did a deep dive. He's done the 5 steps of change. He's worked his 12 steps. He understands cell phones as an addiction. He got help from mental health. He and his brother hold themselves accountable. He has a huge accountability network. You can read his relapse prevention for cell phones. You can look at what his coping skills are and all of the other things related to his cell phone use. But it has to be put in the context of someone who is working very hard to be a very positive, empathic, pro-social person, despite all the odds, really, despite all the odds. He's been candid today about denial management and criminal thinking. I'm going to put to you that there is not a nexus which is required for you to deny him parole based on cell phone use. There is not a nexus from his cell phone use and the criminal thinking that was involved in it back to this crime. This is not a crime of criminality, about criminal thinking. That is not what made him dangerous. What made him dangerous was unresolved trauma, a myopic fear, and an inability to ask for help, an inability to look outside of himself, going to his brother for help instead of going to relatives or police. That's what made him dangerous that day when he killed his parents. It wasn't a criminal thinking crime. There is no strong nexus here. And given the life that he has lived since 2013 in prison and all of the pro-social choices he's made, all of the prison rules that he has followed, and we touched on it today, but I'm sure it's not lost on you, Commissioner Barton, that being Erik Menendez in prison means all eyes on you. Staff love to write up the Menendez brothers for things they've done and things that aren't even against the rules. Other people on the yard love to talk about what the Menendez brothers are doing. So you don't have to look at this record and wonder what he's gotten away with because he's been candid to you today about what those things are, and you have a pretty strong record, more confidentials than I've seen in a case in many years, of what he's done and what he hasn't done. And the vast majority of his choices are pro-social, positive, rule-abiding. So we ask you to consider the cell phone conduct in that context. I won't go through all of his programming, but it's interesting to me that his programming is so targeted on his healing. In his own words, I had the quote here. My path to healing was through my own suffering. So AVP is his heart song. He teaches AVP. He leaves legal visits early so he can be at AVP because that is the way that he understands himself. Rids himself of toxic shame, helps people on the yard. All the work he's done with toxic shame, all the work he's done with caregiving. It wasn't enough that he was just taking care of people on the yard, but he brought many, many others in the institution into it on his yard, and then it even expanded to other yards. So we ask you to look at Erik Menendez in context of his entire life when you are answering the question whether he's an unreasonable danger to society as we sit here today. He is not. He is not. Structured decision-making favors a grant in this case. The CRA, I have spent a lot of time criticizing the components of the CRA. I know you're familiar with it, and you're familiar with the record, so I won't reiterate those. But there was a fundamental misunderstanding of trauma, and I think there was an overfocus on the cell phone use without a real nexus to the reason he was violent in this crime. He has almost every desistance factor. If he hadn't used cell phones, I think he'd have every one. He was a youthful offender, extraordinarily youthful, immature for his age, even at 18 because of his upbringing. Elderly factors, chronic autoimmune disease, very limited criminal history, and the criminal history he has, he was successful on supervision, indicating he would be successful on supervision if released today. Highly situational, trauma-driven crime against his abusers. No real violence. No violence before the crime, and pretty limited, reactive violence, and still very limited during his time in CDCR on very violent yards. A decade of committed sobriety, meaningful mental health treatment and counseling, and a real ability to understand when he needs to seek treatment and counseling to stay mentally healthy, and programming. The only current salient risk factors, they're all actually historical in the CRA, and I've gone through that. But I'll just emphasize there are only two current salient risk factors that are current and not historical, and those are the cell phones and the questionable personality disorder diagnosis, which I've spent a lot of time addressing in my written submissions. Youth factors weigh heavily in this case. Prison conduct, certainly since 2013, weigh in favor in this case. Offender change should drive this decision. Mr. Menendez is so far from the person he was when he was arrested for this crime and when he entered CDCR. He's not fear-driven. He's honest, he's credible, he cares about other people, and offender change should drive the decision to grant him parole, and I will let the family. I know they will speak after Mr. Menendez speaks. I will let them speak for themselves. But never have I been in a hearing where so many family members know him so well, and who knew what happened in that house, and who loved his parents, have gone so far out of their way to support his release, to document his rehabilitation, document his accountability, document his remorse, and stand up in favor of him being released today. And that should weigh heavily in this panel's consideration. It has not historically weighed heavily at all. In fact, it's been mostly ignored in the court proceedings, but it should be weighed heavily today because they know him better than any of us can hope to know him in the course of this hearing today. Mr. Menendez is suitable for parole. Presiding Commissioner Barton, right at 15 minutes. Okay. At this point, Mr. Menendez, did you want to read a closing statement? Do you want to give one closing statement to Erik Menendez? Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, go ahead. Erik Menendez, I want to thank Mr. Balian. I was unaware of some of that testimony. I want to thank Ms. Rummel for bringing up AVP. AVP is a program that I'm deeply proud of. I find it very special, and X has led to extraordinary change in me, in seeing the change on the yard. I believe that it's had a big impact, is what I mean. It's had a large impact on me, and I've seen it have a large impact on other people. So I was remiss for not mentioning it. I can't express myself directly to the victim family that is here, my family. So I will not. I honor the proceedings and know that I cannot do that. But it is the first time that so many of us have been together in 35 years. And so I will speak directly to the commissioners about speaking about this extremely meaningful moment for me, about that. Yesterday was August 20th. August 20th, 1989 was the day that I killed my parents. Today is August 21st. Today's the day that all of my victims for these life crimes learned that my parents were dead. So today is the anniversary of their trauma journey and what they've experienced over the last 36 years. And I just need to acknowledge and speak on that fact that today is a very important day for them in that anniversary of tremendous sorrow and harm. You know, we've talked about amends and insight, and I know the different components of amends, but one of the largest components is magnitude and impact of my crime. That's probably the most significant. Obviously, responsibility and restitution and understanding my character defects and repentance and everything else. But magnitude and impact, I don't think there can be amends without it. And one of the things that disturbs me about my case is the fact that it's always been about me. From the time that I was arrested, it was about me. From the investigation and the trials, it was about me. The first trial is about me. The second trial is about me. The sentencing, it's about me. The years in between and the media is about me. The resentencing is about me. This parole hearing is about me. But this crime is about family. It's about my family. It's about what they've endured, what they've suffered, what they've gone through, and that's not about me at all. The real impact of this is about them, and there are. Some people here, people that are not here. My Aunt Marta, no one supported me or loved me more or had a greater impact than my dad's sister, who's a sister to my dad, to my Aunt Terry, who is here. Aunt Marta's not here, but I'm speaking her name, my grandmother. My grandmother's not here. She loved me. She was there every day of my trial. She passed away in 2009. Andy Cano. Andy Cano is not here. Andy Cano died on January 18th, 2003. And that was a devastating loss for me and this family. His sisters are here. I want to speak his name. My Uncle Carlos passed away not too recently. He cannot be here, as well as my Uncle Brian and my Uncle Melton, my Aunt Joan. My Aunt Joan is not here. She's not doing well. I want to speak her name. I love that woman. My Aunt Terry is here along with my other relatives. In January, I had a visit with my Aunt Terry and my cousin Erica, and I held my Aunt Terry's hand, and I looked in her eyes and I said, "Tell me about the family." And she's telling me about this remarkable family and all of her grandchildren, her children and grandchildren. And she was crying and telling me the stories. But I heard something else. Erica was there, my younger cousin. She was only 28, so she wasn't even alive. And what I heard was the impact on her and all my other cousins, and they don't even realize it. I don't know how often you get to commit a crime and then look back on it 35 years later. But the impact of that crime generationally on my family has created real trauma that a lot of my younger generation of my family does not see. And I've mentioned it, and they say, "Oh no, we're fine, we don't," but I see it. I see it profoundly, not just in the holidays where we don't get together. And I don't mean me, them, the divisions, the disassociations, the emotional trauma that's brought up, the arguments, everything that can happen in a family when my case becomes my crime happening, period. My crime happening now in the media and how they are then. They have to have conversations with their children because their children are going to hear about it in the media, and they don't want to have those conversations. So sometimes Their children will hear about it in the media and then come home and say, "What's going on?" When I sat with my Aunt Terry, this deep generational impact of my crime became very, very, very clear. It was clear before, but there's nothing like the clarity of it being in your face. And I held my Aunt Terry, and I am very grateful to be able to apologize. But that's not what this is about. I just want my family to understand that I am so unimaginably sorry for what I have put them through from August 20th, 1989, until this day and this hearing. And I know that they have been here for me, and they're here for me today. But I want them to know this should be about them. It's about them. And if I ever get the chance for freedom, I want the healing to be about them, not about me. Don't think it's the healing of me. It is the healing of the family. This is a family tragedy, and it needs to be a family healing. I love every one of them passionately, and there's nothing more that I want than to bring healing for the deep wounds of suffering that I created. That's all I have. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right? It's 2:52 p.m. before we start hearing from victim family members. I don't know if MSMEG or someone else is organizing the order. Let's take a few minutes. That way we can also bring in anybody that's waiting on the break that got lost. We'll try to reconvene at 3 p.m., and then we'll try to have an order. If you want to go in any other order than just what I have on my sheet, I'll need to know it at that time. So again, those conversations need to take place offline, and then I'll check in with everyone at 3 p.m. We're in recess until that time. Maya Emig, Commissioner. We have an order, by the way. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay. Well, let's come back at 3 p.m., and we'll pick that up. Maya Emig. Okay. 3 recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, we're back recording. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we're back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez. Initial parole consideration hearing. We finished closing statements of the parties. It's now time to hear from victim family members and representatives. We have a tentative order that we're going to be going in. So what I will ask each person to do is when I ask for you to speak, simply unmute, and up to you whether you want to turn your video or not. It's not required. So far, my fingers are crossed. We haven't had, I don't think, too many bandwidth issues. We have lost a few people, but I think we've been able to bring them back into the meeting relatively soon. So we'll hope that continues. And Commissioner, did we start a new recording? Are we good on the recording? Deputy Commissioner Stern, we did start a new recording, and I'm just sort of checking it as we go. I think we're fine. Thank you for asking. Again, for everyone speaking, you are not allowed to speak directly to Mr. Menendez as much as you may want to. We need you to address your comments to the panel. And as far as I said, when you're speaking, if you would unmute. Start off by giving however you identified yourself at the beginning, and that way the transcriber knows who's speaking. So we'll start off with Mr. Hart. Stuart Hart, thank you. Stuart Hart, H-A-R-T, representing Terry Beralt. I have known Erik Menendez for 33 years. Initially in the role of a child development and child psychological maltreatment expert serving in the pretrial and trial periods, and since the last trial as an available resource for his path toward rehabilitation and well-being. While violent actions are not excused by a history of abuse and fear, for compassionate and reasonable human beings, knowing that history fosters understanding. Erik Menendez has demonstrated that he has made substantial progress in becoming the good person he intends to be. He's been incarcerated for most of his 54 years of life, the first 18, while living in his family under terrorizing, demeaning, and corrupting cruelty without rescue. The last 35 years while behind bars, he's been challenged by multiple adversities and encouragement for deviance. He struggled with and overcame those pressures and temptations. To his credit, he's chosen the opportunities for redemption. Through self-understanding and purposeful action, Erik has become a strong positive force for good, for individuals and for the community as a whole, or the prison community as a whole. Under the severely challenging conditions of his incarceration, you can't fake the good qualities he's exhibited for many years. He's been punished by life in the extreme, and yet has labored successfully to become a responsible citizen who's accountable for his actions and who is not a threat to anyone else. This is quite an exceptional accomplishment. He has expressed deep remorse for his crime, and he's grown to be a person professing faith who's well-educated and full of prosocial capacities and purpose. And he's planned for and will find at-ready supports, including a network of caring persons to live constructively and freely in society. Erik has told us that becoming a caregiver transformed his life, that for him to live fully is to continue to make a difference in his life, in the lives of people, the people he loves, and for people he has not yet met, that he no longer believes there is any other point to life. His history provides good reasons to believe him. Like the rest of us, he's a work in progress, and the progress he's made is quite remarkable and makes him a very good bet for achieving a stable and beneficial life, if paroled. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide perspective. Presiding Commissioner Barton, thank you. Next, Father Deasy. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we can hear you. Ken Deasy, okay? Very good. Thank you, sir. My name is Father Ken Deasy. I am a retired Catholic priest. I'm an expert in nothing. I have lived my priesthood dealing with kids in jail, adults in jail, good people who don't believe they're good, who have been condemned by the law as one of those people. Now, we're even enforcing that a lot more. I don't know about you, but that hurts me. I don't know if it hurts any, and I know it hurts a lot of people. I was with Erik and Lyle about 8 years ago. Marta Cano called me, and then Erik called me back, and down I went to jail. I had met them before. I thought they were two spoiled brats, and I thought, well, I'll never see them again, and I'd moved on in my life. Then when they called me back, it was an honor. It's been an honor ever since. I was just a baby priest then. I was ordained only a year, and it was my first introduction into adult jail. And I'm sorry, but when we say jail or prison is a place of rehabilitation, I can't say I've experienced that. But through volunteers and good people. I think the most damaging thing about being in the county jail were the deputies, but we move on from that. And I'm going to say this with all conviction. I know what it's like to be part of an institution. I know what it's like to have rules hanging over my head that in my life make no sense. Imagine in prison, which is not reality in any way, shape, or form. Prison is negative, it's dark, it's injured, it's wounded, and I can't imagine any type of rehabilitation going on there, especially when there's so much despair. Hopelessness, not being understood. You know, when I met Erik, he always was remorseful since day one. I often wonder what it would have been like if he would have come to me before all this stuff. What would I have done? Whether he's being abused or whether he killed his parents, you know what? I don't look at what was. I look at what's now. I don't look at what isn't in his letters. I don't look at what isn't being said. I look at his goodness. You know, you call it restoration. I call it restoration to get him back to his original goodness. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. Now, is he a superhero? No. Is he kind and sensitive? Absolutely. Does he like himself? Time will tell. But, you know, in an either-or world, I'm hoping that he'll find, and that he is finding that in between, that he's not one of those people, which I'm afraid he's going to be looked at, and I've warned him about that. And he does want to help people, but, you know, he's got to also help himself, and he's worth helping himself. But not when you're raised, like I was, to be nothing. And even in priesthood, to be told time and time again, you're nothing. Well, I take offense to that. You know, we're not robots. At 16 or 17, we all don't know right or wrong. At 18, we don't know we can leave the house, especially when we don't know if we're gonna be cut off by finances, etc. We're dealing with a young, nurtured people being raised and without being hysterical, raised in evil, in sickness, and that sense of instability. Again, nurturing the good out of someone, how could it possibly happen in an environment like that? And I met the two parents, and it was like stone cold. And then I met Erik and Lyle, and I knew about what they did, and it doesn't compare to what they did to their parents. But at the same time, and I hate to say it, but Erik's better than that. He's been better. And ironically, he had to decide to do that. I hope the world he gets into isn't level 4. I've seen evidences of that just in the last 4 hours. But what I'm asking is, let's look at the records. Let's not worry about cell phones. Oh my gosh. We spent a half hour on cell phones. And I know institutional living, and we have. To set an example, I know it better than the Our Father, and I do it myself. But you got to know the kid. A lot of times institutions don't have a clue who they are, especially in religion. Religion. I didn't give my life to the religion. I gave my life to people like Erik and Lyle and yourselves. I'm going to say that, is he a current danger? No, he's not violent. He speaks calmly and gently. I've never seen him. Actually, he was one of the guys that said, Ken, I never knew friendship until I met you. And I was locked up. And as I put in my letter, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but there's a padre named Andre Nolan who talks about wounded healer. Jesus was an expert, but if he wasn't wounded, where would be the credibility of him being a healer? It's like, where's the bedside manner? When Erik was talking about the very in his family, the list of family members, he didn't have that 35 years ago. He didn't see that 35 years ago. It was there, but he didn't see it, so he couldn't rely on it. He talks about the day after the anniversary, the day, that since his parents were killed, how awful it's been all these years. I remember 9/11. The best thing about 9/11 was 9/12, when people got together and started helping each other. Well, that hasn't happened because there's been 35 years of dragging this on, and fine, pay the dues, but also give a guy a break. That law may not always know, but law deals in externals, and here we have an inner world. Software, Let's go back to the cell phone. I don't know how that thing works. I hate them. Everyone hates them. Who doesn't use them? But the world is addicted to cell phones, my God. And what else could they do? Especially when you're blinded by shame, which means I am not worth a shizumi. I am dirt, and have that reinforced over and over and over again. He talks about, he wishes he had a 4. He had a 3.1. God, I wish I had a 2.1. But, he, like myself though, didn't have that support initially, but as time went on, he did get that support, and then people discovered their power, not to condemn and judge, but to actually see the power of their goodness and their healing, and make a difference in their lives. He's done that, and I'm proud to have been there for 8 long years, going back and forth. But he's not a current danger. I applaud him. I worry for him only because I want the best for him, and I think I've said enough, guys. Thank you for the time, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton, sorry. I was still muted myself. Next, I have on my list now, I received the list, is Teresita Menendez Baralt. My name is Teresita Menendez Baralt, also known as Aunt Terry, and Erik Menendez is my nephew. His father, Jose Menendez, was my brother. I love my brother deeply, and I miss him every day. But I am writing today to express my unwavering and heartfelt support for my nephew, Erik, as he seeks parole and release from prison. I want to make clear that although I love my brother, I have long forgiven Erik. No words can fully capture just how much I love him. From the day he was born with his big smile and bright blue eyes, I adore him. Erik was a sweet, sensitive, and gentle soul who deserved to be loved and protected. I often find myself wishing I could go back in time to hold that little boy in my arms again, to shield him in the way he should have been protected. Today, I see a transformed man. Erik has taken that sensitivity and turned it into a type of service, compassion, and humility. I see in him a quiet strength that reminds me of my late husband, his Uncle Carlos. Erik carries himself with kindness, integrity, and the strength that comes from patience and grace. Erik has asked for my forgiveness for the crime, for the trauma of 2 trials, for the 35 years of media attention that we never asked for the ongoing trauma, including today, for this meeting. Erik, I forgive him completely for everything. It is no secret that I am battling stage 4 cancer. The truth is, I do not know how much time I have left. If Erik is granted parole, it would be a blessing beyond words to be able to help him in any way I can, whether by offering housing, financial assistance, or simply the emotional support of family. More than anything, I hope I live long enough to welcome him into my home again. I want to share holidays with him, to sit at the same table, and to wrap my arms around him. That will bring me immeasurable peace and joy. Thank you for taking the time to hear my words. I'm grateful for the chance to share my heart and pray you consider my peace with compassion. Presiding Commissioner Barton, thank you, ma'am. And so everyone's aware, we do have your letters as well. And so we have read those, and we will, of course, consider everyone's letters that have been submitted. Next, I have Natasha. Natasha Leonardo, hi. Natasha Leonardo, I'm the great niece of Kitty. Kitty's sister Joan is my grandmother, and she is one of the biggest advocates for Erik. Every story from her and memory that I have are still front and center. Her love for both Erik and Lyle always showed. We used to have the best family gatherings until the crime, and then it slowly stopped. In 1995, our family started to drift apart, and in 1996, everything changed. I want to begin with a short reflection written in a poetic style, because poetry is something that is really important to Erik. I'm here today, not just for someone who's been in prison for 36 years, but for someone who's grown through 36 years. Erik's my cousin, and he's become like a brother. He's someone I share the most joyful laughter with while also having some of the deepest conversations. Through his willingness to talk, to open up to process pain. He's begun a profound journey of healing. And through this healing, I've also been able to face things in my own life. Things I kept buried until Erik gave me the space to speak them aloud. We both carry stories of trauma and strength. On my visits with Erik, there's often laughter echoing from a one-on-one soccer match which he lost, or a game of pig with a child-size hoop involved. We play like kids, and then we sit like grown-ups talking through what triggers us, what coping strategies help us stay grounded, and how we respond, not react, with calm and strength. There's a balance between goofiness and depth that Erik brings into the world. It's not something you can fake. It's something you grow into. That's who Erik is to me. He's someone who listens, he laughs, he teaches, and he's grown into a wonderful man. He's the man who has faced his past with honesty and deep remorse, and he's transformed. I'm grateful for the chance to share with you today, not to repeat what you already know about the crime or the impacts of childhood trauma on the brain, or all the incredible programs that he's been a part of and even started, or to repeat what I wrote in my support letter, but to give you another glimpse into who Erik has now and who he has become over these 36 years. Considering that is why we are here today. Contrary to what Balian is saying or thinking, especially considering he's never even spent time with Erik, Erik's made a complete shift before the opportunity with parole ever existed. Since 2013, Erik completely shifted his mindset. He was still serving LWOP. He chose to dedicate himself to helping those who would one day be released. That kind of selflessness says so much about who he's become. I've seen this change in real ways. During visits, we've shared some of the most beautifully deep conversations about the crime, about forgiveness, his experiences in prison, to include those things he shared about that he was ashamed of and things he was proud of. And then we also talked in great detail about his spirituality, how his spirituality opened the door to his transformation. It was how he was able to look beyond himself and to give to others, to find that greater purpose. What a beautiful thing for somebody with an LWOP sentence. However, while these visits are filled with depth, they're also filled with laughter and good old jokes. Erik is human. He's a 54-year-old man who has that child side just like the rest of us. Even after everything he's been through, he's always Erik to me, never the Erik Menendez that the public is. Just as Terry spoke and Erik spoke about, I'll also never forget that January 4th visit. I remember exactly where I was, the rock I sat down on. When Erik called, I could hear the emotional pain in his voice. It was the evening right after that visit, and his first instinct was not to bother me with his emotions. We talked about what it means to trust family, to share burdens, and to accept forgiveness. Erik cried on the phone. He shared how deeply sorry he was and the awareness of his impact that his actions had on our family. He kept apologizing to me and that any negative experience I had as a child were due to his actions of 18. His remorse was so deep that I was in tears by the end of the conversation. I share this not only because it's important to know the remorse and apologies from Erik, but I also think it's important to know that Erik is no longer suppressing those emotions and keeping them inside. He knows he can turn to his support network. He can turn to me to be there during difficult times. Erik does the same for me, and he shows up when I need support in difficult situations. This is accountability and support that will continue if he's released. Through our conversations, I've witnessed Erik take accountability for his actions. One example is from his January write-up for using his cell phone in November, as we've greatly discussed. He was definitely disappointed in himself. He was hard on himself for making that choice, especially since now here we are, beginning the resentencing process. He felt like he was letting our family down. He was letting himself down for not making the right choice. It was a turning point for him to really look at why he was addicted, why he felt the need for the cell phone. We talked through it and realized one of his triggers was the urge to look something up right away, and we talked through how I could support him with that. And any time he felt triggered to look something up, he knew he could call me, and we could look it up together. Trust me, the things he's looking up and Googling are all the same things you and I are, like side effects of a symptom, of an illness, to looking up maybe a poem and who the poet was. The point being, Erik's Googling all the random things you and I find ourselves Googling daily. Again, he's human. Erik is deeply aware of the impact of his actions. Many times, he's telling me how sorry he is and how badly he wishes he could go back in time and fix it all. It's with sincerity in his voice, and it's heartbreaking at times. Erik is in such Erik has been in such pain for so many years that I know our entire family wishes we could all go back and have helped. He understands the generational ripple effect on our family, as he just shared in his closing statement, and also how cyclical trauma is, and that the cycle must be broken. It's daily work for me as a mother to be self-aware all the time in parenting, in the hopes of breaking the cycle. I talk a lot about witnessing the good with my kids and with students as an educator. Erik's made such sweet connections with my children and will often ask about parenting. I think of how emotional that my children are, and Erik once said, "I don't remember being that emotional as a kid ever. Is this normal?" I always laugh and I tell him, we were never allowed or we never felt safe enough to express emotions like this. My goal has been to make my kids feel safe, and with a feeling of safety often come through real emotions. So, of course, Erik never had those emotions to express them. If Erik calls when they're having big emotions, he's wonderful with them and will calm them down. He's able to talk through whatever it is. All 4 of my children adore him. They often refer to him as the other Uncle Erik. My daughter's always asking what she can do to help bring him home. She even felt compelled to write a support letter that I know you have. My oldest son and I had a deep conversation approaching today, and he kept asking, how could they not find him suitable, Mom? He was never a threat. And just as Ms. Rummel also said, it wasn't an act out of criminality, it was an act out of severe trauma and fear. Another one of my sons, he struggled with reading the same way Erik did. He could benefit from Erik's guidance. Erik's already lived through that challenge, and now he's someone who loves reading and learning about everything. We call him the encyclopedia, although that might be outdated. We should probably call him Google. He's such a wealth of knowledge. It's something that Erik had looked up to his father for having all the knowledge in everything. Erik overcame his learning difficulties, and now he has all the knowledge because of his determination and his grit to overcome that obstacle. How cool for Erik to be able to share those tools that worked for him with my own son. One of the most beautiful stories I want to share, similar to the one that Erik has shared about the hat a little bit ago, is that during a call, we often put Erik on speakerphone. My kids and I asked Erik how he was doing, and he shared that he was okay, but missing his favorite blanket. Long story short, Erik had given his most favorite blanket to another inmate because the inmate was anemic and needed it more than him. It moved every one of my children. They couldn't get over that he would give a blanket away to someone that was so special to him that he couldn't just replace while in prison. My kids kept asking, "Can we buy him one, Mom? What if I pay for it? I'll pay for it. Can we send it to him?" But they didn't understand we cannot replace it. That moment of kindness is one of the many stories about Erik, the way he has true kindness and has no expectations in return, and has impacted my own children. I have one last story, and I think it talks a lot about the criminal thinking, and that he has self-awareness. Ms. Rummel just said that no insights can be too recent. This past weekend, I took my kids backpacking. We hiked in about 3 hours to a beautiful lake. As we approached the lake, there was a big wooden sign that says, "No fires beyond this point." The kids looked at me and said, "Mom, no one else is up here. We can build a fire." "That's crazy. It says we can't. We aren't on fire restrictions right now. Once we get the tent set up, they start begging me." And for a moment, I also thought, yeah, I guess we could get away with it. But then Erik came into my head. His voice was there. His and I's conversations over criminality, over entitlement. Those words were ringing in my head, and he kept saying, "Natasha, choosing to do wrong even though you know right. You know what to do is right. Even though you know what's right and still choosing wrong, that's criminal thinking." And that just kept playing in my head, and the thought about entitlement. Who are we that we get to build a fire? And so I told my kids no. We talked through it. They were bummed and disappointed, but I was able to use it as a teaching moment, and that's when I realized that Erik's insights has helped shape me and make me a better mother. And above all, as his accountability partner, I'll hold Erik accountable for even the smallest of things. Just like that was to me in that moment. Looking ahead, I know Erik will thrive if you give him the chance to come home. I want you all to know that my family and I are ready to provide him with unconditional love and stability. We'll give him a home filled with food, laughter, and yes, kid chaos. We'll give him the space for privacy so he can live peacefully away from the public eye, and also to support him fully. I also know that he had lots of joy living and spending time in the woods outside of his home in New Jersey. I live in Colorado, and I know the woods will help bring him that joy. He'll have transportation, a community, and as an educator, I can support his love for teaching and guiding others. I have no hesitation when I say that Erik will be an incredible asset to society. He's already an incredible asset to our family. There's nothing about Erik that's a threat. He's deeply committed to living a life of service. We are ready for him to come home, to explore the world, to sit at a dinner table, and to be part of our entire family's lives. I can promise you that we'll always be here, that I will be here as his accountability partner and part of his support network. I believe in rehabilitation. It's not just a theory, but it's something real and is possible. Erik has proven that through his actions, and I ask you, commissioners, to witness the good and to allow him a chance to fully live beyond these walls. We're not asking you to release Erik into uncertainty. We're asking you to release him to his family, into love, and into a network of support. Thank you for listening and giving me that chance to share who Erik is today, which is what matters. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right? And I usually give this advisal at the beginning of the hearing in the opposite manner because I oftentimes have to remind victim family members that counsel for the incarcerated is doing a job and it's not personal. And I have to remind them not to take things personally said by counsel for the incarcerated person. This situation is the opposite. And I know you didn't mean anything by it in your recitation. But again, Mr. Balian is doing a job. It is his job. It's nothing personal. And so if we can refrain from making comments against him personally, not that you did, I know it was about what he said, but I'd ask you to refrain from doing that. So we'll go next to Eileen. Eileen Cano. Dear members of the Parole Board, my name is Eileen Cano, and I am Jose and Kitty's niece. I adored my aunt and uncle dearly and had a very close relationship with both of them. I looked up to my uncle as a mentor, and spending time with my aunt was one of the best treats for me. I will admit my uncle was a powerful, successful, and to some, an intimidating man who expected the most of his kids. From early on, Erik was a very loving, kind, compassionate, and empathetic younger cousin who loved being with our family. I remember the excitement we all shared when we would get together, especially how much my little brother, Andy, would light up in anticipation of seeing Erik. They were very close. I truly wish I had known Erik was so unhappy so I could have helped him. I will never forget exactly 36 years ago from today, August 21st, 1989, when on the big screen on my work conference was a breaking news story showing a clip of my aunt and uncle's bodies being taken out of their Beverly Hills home. This is how I learned of their deaths. I was stunned. The pain was excruciating. I immediately worried about my mom, my aunt, and my grandmother, so I took the next train to be with them. Erik stayed with us during Christmas after the murders, and I will never forget the screams he let out in the middle of the night. I had never heard someone scream in such pain. Seeing Erik in such distress broke my heart, but nothing could have prepared me for the shock I felt when I later learned that Erik had played a role. It did not make sense. Never in a million years did I think Erik could be capable of doing such a horrible thing. I was angry. I felt betrayed and robbed of two people I really loved, and I suppressed the pain and focused on supporting my grandmother and my family. I just didn't deal with my own feelings, and I buried them. Even though most of my immediate family was testifying, I did not even watch the trials until recently. I could not bear to go there. I would like to speak on behalf of three people who can't speak for themselves today and who I personally witnessed advocating for Erik endlessly. First, Maria Carlota Menendez, Jose's mother and my grandmother, or as we called her, Mama. I was very close to her. I accompanied her several times to the Beverly Hills home in the weeks that followed Jose and Kitty's death. Entering that home and witnessing my grandmother process her grief is something that will, unfortunately, stay with me forever. Despite all the heartache and loss, her unconditional love and support for Erik never wavered. She visited him many, many times in prison all throughout the trials, and I'm certain if she could, she would be here telling all of you how she has forgiven Erik and wants him released. One of Erik's biggest and most vocal supporters is my mother, Marta. She's his godmother, loves him so much, and always believed in him. It was her mission to someday get him out of prison. She did all she could and visited him many times in prison. Every chance she could, she would talk about Erik. She went on talk shows and participated in numerous interviews, and you can even find some of her statements online advocating for him. Unfortunately, she cannot be here since she's currently suffering from Alzheimer's and in memory care. The most painful part of this tragedy for me is my brother, Andy, Erik's best friend and confidant. He was the one who accompanied Erik up on the flight when Erik turned himself in. Andy was only a teenager when he had the difficult responsibility to take the stand to advocate for Erik's life. Watching his testimony recently, I felt so proud that he held his ground and principles to fight for Erik. After the trials and his mental health declined severely, a direct result of the tragedy and its aftermath, his premature death was devastating for all of us. I know Erik has carried deep remorse and has expressed numerous times this deep regret on how this affected Andy and all of us. He recently said of Andy's passing, and I quote, "Andy's impact on my life is immeasurable. His death is not a thing that can be recovered from. I have no doubt that Andy would be one of the strongest and most passionate voices today fighting for Erik's release. I know Erik wishes August 20th, 1989 never happened, and I know he lives with that pain and that remorse. When I visited him in prison days after his conviction, he told me how badly he wished he could take it back. I truly appreciated Erik's words at the resentencing hearing, which I know were directed to me and the rest of our family. I needed them. He took full accountability for every single action, and I felt the anguish and the remorse. His words deeply moved and healed me. Even though I forgave Erik years ago, it affirmed to me that he has grown beyond the Erik I once loved and believed in, still carrying the same heart, but now stronger, wiser, and more ready than ever to give back in a meaningful way. 36 years is a long time, and it is clear how he has used his time to truly reflect on his actions and transform his life to positively impact others. Today, many will speak about Erik's countless contributions while in prison. For the last 28 years, he has also been a great stepfather to Talia, making a difference in her life. And in her words, I quote, "He has been the best father anyone could wish for, my safe place, my teacher, and my greatest source of strength and kindness." Erik did not waste his time. He did not just get by, and I'm proud of him. His actions reveal his true character, a person defined not by his mistakes, but by his compassion, empathy, and commitment to growth. Erik has clearly reached the highest level of rehabilitation possible, not only in thought, but in action. Today, Erik stands as a man who no longer poses any risk to the community. Instead, he's prepared to contribute positively, using his experiences to mentor, guide, and inspire others. His profound sense of remorse for his past is not something he merely carries. It is something that actively drives him to ensure that the remainder of his life is devoted to making a meaningful difference. In my recent conversations with Erik, he has expressed true remorse and a desire for reconciliation and healing, saying, and I quote, "I can't wait for a second chance. All I want to do is help heal us all." Erik is fully ready to take this next step. His release would not only be a testament to the power of rehabilitation, but also a chance for society to benefit from the wisdom, compassion, and dedication of someone who has transformed his life in the most complete sense. I ask that you please release Erik now and not delay finding him suitable for immediate parole. I have already witnessed my grandmother and my brother pass away without ever having a chance to fully heal and find peace after this tragedy. For my Aunt Terry, my mother, and Erik's Aunt Joan, it is not too late, but time is of the essence. Their health is delicate, and we are all ready for this nightmare to end. We are also ready and committed to welcoming Erik physically back to our family with open arms. And as you can see here today, we have a very united family, and Erik's support system is strong, which will ensure he will succeed when he's released. Thank you for your time and consideration. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right. Next on our list is Joan. Tiffany Lucero Pastor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. This is Tiffany Lucero Pastor. I will be personal representative for Joan, who cannot be here. I also wanted to just, so the record's clear, I and my support person had to change locations. We are now in one room because we lost air conditioning, so I just wanted to make sure you were aware so that you knew we were in the same place, but no one else is here. I am Joan Anderson Vandermolen's oldest grandchild. Joan is 93 years old, and she would like you to know that she wanted to be here herself, but she must do what is best for her physical and emotional well-being. My grandma Joan has asked me to be her voice today. My comments today are based on information she shared with me over the course of the last 30 years and in the months leading up to this hearing. I have spent my entire adult life watching my grandmother grapple with this tragedy. We have talked about her feelings surrounding the loss of my Aunt Kitty and her family. In any discussion with her, as she runs through the list of my cousins in birth order, recounting where everybody is and what they're doing, Erik and Lyle are always part of that list. She never wavers in her love and support for Erik or Lyle. My grandmother Joan has created a foundation of support for Erik that will carry forward regardless of the outcome of this proceeding. As you know, Joan is calm, Kitty Menendez's sister. She is Erik's aunt. She and Kitty enjoyed a sisterly relationship, speaking for hours on a weekly basis, talking about the things sisters talk about: children, marriage, home life, recipes, work, and the childhood they shared. The day Kitty died devastated Joan beyond belief. Her sister was dead. She was in agony. Joan wants you to know how much she loves Erik and how much she loves her sister Kitty. She wants you to know how much she misses them both. The last 35+ years have taken its toll on my grandmother. She still mourns the death of her sister and the memories they could have created had things been different, but it was not just the choices that Erik made that impacted Joan and the rest of the family so profoundly. My grandmother struggles with the shame and humiliation of knowing that the boys suffered abuse and that her sister remained silent, enabling an abusive perpetrator. Joan has had to carry the burden of wishing she did more and the guilt of not protecting Erik from his own father, who brutalized him in unspeakable ways. She is also haunted by the fact that her sister did not stand up to Jose or protect Erik and Lyle, and that Kitty's marriage to Jose took priority over the safety and well-being of the boys. Over the course of the last 35 years, Joan has come to understand how trauma impacts the immediate victim and reaches across generational lines to leave lasting scars. She has prompted us to lead our own children down a better path. Joan wishes so badly that she could go back in time to protect the boys, as she still calls them. She also is so troubled by her own inability to see things more clearly and regretful for not speaking up more forcefully. Regret is a heavy burden to bear for any of us, much less a 93-year-old woman. She carries the regret of not having the courage to stand up and speak up for Erik, who was still a teenager when the crimes occurred, and she wishes she had been the voice for a teenage boy who suffered in silence and secrecy. My grandmother believes in truth. She believed in accountability. Joan also believes in redemption. She firmly believes that Erik has done everything one could possibly ask of a person in his situation. Erik never gave up on himself. He never gave up hope that he could one day turn his life around to be a force of good for himself or others, even if at times he wasn't demonstrating that. Joan does not shy away from the fact that Erik killed her sister, but Joan knows Erik has earned a second chance. He has redeemed himself, and Joan has forgiven Erik. Joan describes that what she has witnessed in Erik over the last 3 decades is nothing short of stellar. She is so proud of how he has worked relentlessly on himself emotionally, spiritually, and intellectually. Erik has taken full accountability for his actions with my grandmother directly. He has expressed deep remorse, and he does not try to make excuses for what he did. The pride my grandmother expresses about Erik is enough to light the night sky. She's a strong woman who will tell us all what she thinks. She is one of the loudest cheerleaders of Erik. She supports him wholeheartedly. My grandmother is not a particularly religious person and doesn't often reference the Bible, but she wants you to know the abundance of her love and belief in Erik, reminiscent of Corinthians 13. And now these remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love. Indeed, the greatest of these is love. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that in life, in all of our lives, faith and hope are so integral. Erik found his faith. He lives his faith every day. He knows love and is surrounded with love of his family. He has love of self and love for others, love for the greater good, and he knows the love his family members have for him. It is only human nature that when he was given the hope of life with parole, of course he changed. Erik's commitment to transform himself helped Joan to see more clearly her own path toward healing and forgiveness. But she would be the first to tell you that if Erik continues to remain in prison, her path would just seem to be going in circles. I cannot emphasize enough, Joan wants you to know that she has forgiven Erik, and she wants to see him outside of prison walls. She is proud of who he is today because he has done the work to transform himself into being a better man. Joan is our foundation of love, hope, and faith. As she approaches her 94th birthday, right around Erik's birthday, it is my grandmother's most heartfelt wish that Erik be granted a second chance. He cannot undo the past, but he can, and she firmly believes he will continue to live a life of purpose and service to others and in honor of those he hurt. Commissioner, I'm also, my sister Tamara is next on your list. She had to drop off, and so she has provided me her statement to read, if I may. Presiding Commissioner Barton, is that the same letter that she's already submitted? Tiffany Lucero, Pastor? No, it's a different document. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. What about your statement? Because I see you've listed further down, but I'd just as soon have you finish all of your statements at one time. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, if that's what you wish, if that's your preference. Presiding Commissioner Barton, so you pick whether you want to speak for yourself or your sister at this point. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, well, so are you saying I have to make a choice? 24, Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton, what order do? 1, you want to go in, if you want. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, whether she goes first or I go first. Presiding Commissioner Barton, to either read her letter or go ahead. 6, Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, okay, I'm going to read hers. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and state again who this is. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, this is Tamara Lucero Goodell, and so I was supposed to go at the end? You prefer I not do that, is what I'm hearing? Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah. There's no sense in me going back and forth. Go ahead and state her letter, and then we'll go ahead and take your statement as well. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners Barr. Barton and Stern. My name is Tamara Lucero Goodell. I am Kitty Menendez's great niece and Erik's cousin. My earliest memories of Kitty, Jose, Lyle, and Erik go back to when I was around 4 years old during their visits to Arizona, where I was born and raised. While I firmly believe Erik should be granted parole, revisiting these memories brings forth emotions and fears I've kept buried for many years. I've worked in the healthcare profession for the past several years. That work informs my understanding of the trauma Erik endured and the trauma we experience as victims of this awful crime. Given that the offenses Erik and his brother committed occurred just before my 9th birthday, trying to understand what had happened was very confusing and traumatic for me to process. As I grew and gained more understanding about the world around me, I held a constant wish, or maybe a hope, to understand what could have led Erik to make the DEC decision he made on August 20th, 1989. As I watched and observed how Erik's choices impact the family at multiple levels, it created a deeper desire for me to understand how stressful and traumatic experiences affect a growing and developing child. During my studies in human development, I asked my various psychology instructors and professors how a stressful or traumatic home environment can impact children and what lasting effects this could have into adulthood. During the early 2000s, the answer was consistently the same. Not enough research has been done to really understand how stress and trauma creates lasting effects on a person. 25 years later, we now understand these effects. Research in neuroscience, psychology, and child development has shown us that the stress and trauma of childhood sexual abuse can profoundly affect a child's development. Early trauma and stressful environments can dispute the systems responsible for emotional regulation, stress response, memory, and even physical health, because the brain is still wiring itself in childhood. The Erik that I know and love has grown, matured, and transformed into a thoughtful, resilient, and hardworking man. He dedicated himself to building a career of reforming and improving the rehabilitation programming with the correctional system. He has dedicated himself to building a career around making the environment for inmates in the California correctional system better, so that upon release, incarcerated individuals can reintegrate into society with the ability to meditate and reflect on their choices while working to maintain healthy choices to stay out of the correctional system. Erik has fought to teach himself healthy coping skills and behaviors while incarcerated so that he can be a better role model for those around him. Erik has intentionally worked to maintain a life in prison that avoids violence and a relapse into criminal thinking. Erik has spent years working to help inmates work through their journeys of healing while incarcerated. This includes committing himself to learning American Sign Language to help deaf inmates communicate. Erik has worked hard to earn the approval to establish support groups for disabled and elderly inmates that provides HOS, hospice care, meditation classes, and toxic shame workshops to help inmates through the trauma that brought them to prison. If you should grant parole to Erik, I very much look forward to supporting and assisting Erik continue this work. In my discussions with him, Erik emphatically explained to me in detail how he would take back every second of what he did on August 20th, 1989. In a visit with him, Erik went through the night of the murders. I know in my mind and in my heart that Erik takes responsibility for what he did that day. In the event of his release, I am very much looking forward to supporting Erik and working with him as an accountability partner in his continued personal development, in his healthy relationships, support networks, and relapse plans. The very foundation of all these plans is self-awareness, honesty, and accountability, and I'm ready to hold Erik to a high standard with all of these qualities. Healthy relationship boundaries are about knowing yourself, communicating openly, respecting differences, and balancing closeness with individuality. They protect your well-being while keeping relationships safe, respectful, and sustainable. Ultimately, healthy relationships and boundaries are about keeping yourself and those around you safe. I'm ready to hold Erik accountable to keep himself and those around him safe. I'm also looking forward to helping him connect with other leaders in healthcare to expand and deepen the hospice program for correctional systems. Between leadership, finance, regulatory quality, and operations, I can connect Erik with leaders who can collaborate with him. The actions that occurred on August 20th, 1989 were tragic, desperate, and unspeakable. However, over the years, Erik has created this space for me to ask questions, express my concerns, and discuss the crime. Between these discussions with Erik and his work to improve the correctional system and environment while incarcerated, I have come to understand Erik in a completely different way. I have come to understand how I process the crime in a different way. I have come to understand forgiveness and repentance in a different way. I have come to realize that I forgive Erik, although I completely disagree with his actions. Given the violence he survived, I have come to understand all of this in a way that he has driven me to keep fighting legacy, that he has driven me to keep fighting for the legacy that my grandmother started in 1990. I have forgiven Erik. My family has forgiven Erik, and we are so eager and would love nothing more than to welcome him into our homes. Thank you to you both. Go ahead and give your statement. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, I just need a sip of tea here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, no, go ahead. I know the feeling. 5. Tiffany Lucero, Pastor, you know who I am. I've introduced myself twice. You know my name. I am the oldest daughter of Karen Vandermolen Copley, who you'll hear from later, and Joan Anderson Vandermolen's oldest grandchild. There are 6 years separating me and Erik, so in 1989 I was just beginning my teen years, ready to take on the world. What occurred in August 1989 shattered our family. To say that our family has experienced pain does not quite capture what the last 35 years have been like. This tragedy has been nothing short of devastating. It has divided us. It has caused us panic and anxiety, and overall, it resulted in many of us retreating. I am one such example of someone who fled. When my cousin's experiences started unfolding, I fell deeper and deeper into shame. I escaped. I didn't watch media coverage. I've never watched a single show or documentary, but for less than a handful, I didn't even watch interviews of my own family members. Not my grandmother, and not my mother, not even my little sister. I turned away nearly every time a story was reported. You wouldn't know I was a trial lawyer. The media coverage of our family tragedy was the salt in the wound of losing 4 people in such horrific ways, but having a first-hand view of the daily impact on my mother, her siblings, and most of all, my grandmother, was nothing short of paralyzing for me. Being more than I could bear, I ran away so that I could create a life wholly independent of any of the skeptical. I am now 48 years old. I am just a little older than my Aunt Kitty when she died. What I know now is when one has no hope, and then one is given hope, it follows that one can change. I've been married nearly 19 years, and I'm happy to say that while not always perfect, I have quite a healthy marriage as we each commit daily to productive and loving ways of working together. And we have 3 amazing sons, the oldest of whom is nearly the age Erik was in August 1989. I've watched my boys grow and develop, and know that a young man's brain does not offer the rational thought processes of a mature adult capable of seeing the forest for the trees. And now, having ironically fallen into a professional arena that has me working with survivors of childhood sexual abuse, I cannot imagine the prison in which Erik lived even before he turned 18. So, my teen and adult life, my deep shame and need to run away, meant I would turn away from my grandmother, as she repeatedly called upon me to visit my cousins. She would share with me that they were curious about me and my life, and I would change the subject. Once I became a lawyer, she called upon me even more frequently. Candidly, she was nothing short of relentless in her ongoing effort not just to bring me closer again to Erik or Lyle, but to see if there was anything my legal training and experience could do for the boys, as she always called them. To be clear, her hope is resilient and contagious. Most recently, my staff was walking the halls looking for me, smiling and giggling about how Grandma Joan was on the phone again looking to talk to me. She wanted to be sure she had my phone number right so that Erik could call me. Eventually, Erik and I reconnected. I can say with great clarity that while he is still the kind, gentle soul that I knew as a child, that he is still that, but with the consoling maturity of a man who has done great soul-searching and great work. As a girl, I always imagined that Erik and I would live our 20s swapping stories about young adult life, and that maybe later we might have our families visit one another, even vacation together. You see, he does not know this because never before have I had the courage to shed my shame of being related to an aunt and an uncle who could promulgate such unspeakable horrors, and talk with my cousins who took matters into their own hands in such a stunning and awful way. Erik and Lyle changed that for me in May 2025. I went to 2 hearings in May of this year as the more experienced, elder lawyer sister, who was not going to allow my baby sister Tamara to testify without being there. But it turns out I was the one who ended up needing the support as I faced what I had been avoiding for my whole life. Erik's remorse, his ability to truly see the impact of what he did and to be accountable and take responsibility for it, was life-changing for me. It has inspired me to do better. It is teaching me how to listen better to my clients, whether they are struggling with how to live productively, with child sexual abuse, or grieving the loss of their family. Erik has shown me the hope and light that my grandmother Joan always has been. I will no longer turn away from my grandmother's calling. I decided, in fact, that I'm picking up where she has had to pause. She is 93 years old and at a place in life where she needs a rest. St. Ignatius of Loyola famously said, "Love is shown more in deeds than in words." The Erik Menendez before you today shows his love in deeds and not just words. The decision to put love into action breeds hope, and it allows faith to grow in places that are dark and unbelieving. I am here to support Erik. While I cannot be Joan and could never fill those shoes, I will take the baton she has been, trying to give me for so long. I want Erik to know he is where he is because of a choice he made. I have not been around even when Joan asked me because of a choice I made. I am here today because I choose to be. Erik and I have not had the benefit of time together because of a choice I made. I am a person who holds high standards and values for those around me and will do the same for Erik. I love my people hard and expect great things from them. I too have done the work to shed the generational dysfunctions of codependency, seeking love and validation from outside of myself, and a lack of coping skills. I too have learned that de-escalation comes with communication. I too have learned that trauma doesn't just magically disappear. These are all challenges passed from generation to generation that can, have, and will stop with us. I will support Erik. I will answer his calls day or night. I will tell him the truth, even if it's inconvenient, unpopular, or hard to hear. I will hold him accountable for the man he has shown us he is. I will hold Erik responsible for showing my children, 3 boys about to embark on their own adulthood, our family's future. I trust him. I love him. I have always held him close to my heart, even if I didn't do a good job of showing him. Erik has a family network here, waiting to support him, to love him, to laugh with him, to cry with him, and to remind him of who he is and who he wants to be. I love him. My grandma loves him. We all love Erik. Today, we have heard from so many supportive family members who have and are putting the pieces back together. We have all faced shame, searched for our faith, questioned who we are, and questioned how we can move forward. Our family of origin was lacking on a lot of the lessons we've learned, but individually and collectively, we have decided to be better and to do better. I ask that you take what our victim family has said to heart and to grant Erik parole. Simply put, I ask that you help us to heal. We are ready to close this wound that remains open with his continued incarceration. Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, thank you. Next, I have Kathleen. Kathleen Simonton. Hi. My name's Kathleen Simonton. I'm the daughter of Joan Ann Anderson Vandermolen. Kitty was my aunt. I was going to say a lot more, but it's been expressed over and over about quite a few things, and I'm quite nervous. So I'm going to just say a few things. To start with, I really love Erik. I've always loved Erik. I forgave him a long time ago about what he did. He's always shown me remorse and has shown my family remorse for what he did and how important it is for him to do good from now on. I've been able to see his transformation over the 35 years, and it's genuine and it's real. He's turned the reality of his upbringing, one that was hidden behind appearance and affluence and discipline, into an understanding that will allow him to be a productive man in our community and society. I lived with them for a few months, and it was probably one of the worst times in my life. It was depressing and horrible, and it's in my letter to you, some of the stuff, so I won't go into that. But I can understand what it would be. I can't understand how he survived, what it was like being small children growing up with an aunt and uncle alone, growing older, not knowing how to get out of the abuse, control, and depressing environment that I knew. Erica has grown into an amazing man with the deep caring for others and sense of responsibility and accountability to others. I've watched this development, and he's grown into a mature man. Erik has accomplished so much and helped so many. I'm extremely proud of him, and he's not wasted his time in prison. We are a family committed to continued support for him. We support his release and know his rehabilitation to be true and meaningful. I will be available like everyone else for any support he needs for phone calls and anything else. I'm committed to being a source for grounding for Erik if he needs it, like all of my family. I hope everyone can see how far Erik has come and the good work he will still accomplish, and that this is the time for his good work to continue beyond prison. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, and thank you. And we do have your letter, and I'm mindful of it. Next, I have Marta Cano Hallowell. Marta Cano Hallowell, hello, Commissioner. As you said, my name is Marta Cano Hallowell. I am niece of Jose Menendez and Erik's first cousin. My sister, Eileen, spoke a little bit ago. She talked a little bit about my brother, Andy, that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Andy. My family moved to New Jersey in 1979 to be close to the Menendez and the Baralts. Andy was 5, Erik was 7, and they hit it off. They were very close friends. Shortly thereafter, Erik shared the molestations with Andy, told him he didn't. They did not have the age or the maturity to understand what was going on, but Erik told him. And as their relationship continued, they continued to share these secrets and these stories, and Erik kept Andy abreast. And I'm sure you've heard there's a letter out there that actually shows some of the conversations that were going on with them. Andy stood strong, and it wasn't. Until 1990 at the trials that Andy revealed that Erik had told him about the molestations. None of us knew. Andy was 16 and had kept the secret all that time. In addition, in 1990, as Eileen mentioned, when Erik flew from Israel, he flew to Florida, and both my mom and Andy joined him on his flight to turn himself in. And on that flight, Erik actually told Andy that he'd committed the murders, another secret that Andy felt inclined to keep, or that they discussed that Andy should keep. A lot of secret to bear at the time, Andy was 14. And during the trials at 16, again, this is when all this came about. That said, keeping these horrendous secrets inside of him actually really destroyed my brother. It was too hard for him. He felt guilty. He felt that it was his fault, that he could have done something about it because he knew what was going on. He felt the murders and everything else had been his fault, and that he should have stepped in and helped Erik. Andy spiraled into depression, which eventually took his life at 29 years of age in 2003. I could tell you that Andy would be here right now being Erik's biggest advocate, talking about his character, talking about how strong Erik can be, and supporting him. I know he would be talking. He would be very proud of his cousin and his rehabilitation efforts and his outstanding accomplishments. I am sure that he would tell Erik that he's very proud of the man he has become. Though, so now I will switch. I kept abreast of what was happening and, similar to Tiffany, kept a little far from what was going on. I was the older cousin. I I was the one actually that when my uncle and Aunt Kitty died, they were buried in Princeton, and I was the one that did all the funeral arrangements because I was there. So I wasn't 4 and I wasn't 6. I was actually had just been married. I was in my 20s when all of this happened, and so I kept my distance. I knew what, through my mother, who was a huge supporter and advocate of both Erik and Lyle, I knew what was happening, kept abreast of her. And it wasn't until 2019, when my mother came to live with me, that I truly began to see who Erik had become. My mother had constant conversations with Erik, and she would listen to them on speakerphone so I would hear the conversations. And here I witnessed firsthand Erik's significant growth and change, and how he enthusiastically described the project that he was working in, and what he had designed, and how proud he was, and all of this within prison walls. I didn't even know that was even possible. His resolve to make a difference was impressive, and the fact that he was really determined to prevent others from taking the same path and suffering the same fate that he had really took me by surprise. I was touched, so I really began listening further and understanding what he was going through and how he had changed. From my perspective, Erik was more of a self-centered, antisocial kid that really didn't, said hi, but felt like he was entitled. And now he was a different person. He had truly changed. I was very taken back by that. His determination, excitement, and drive really took me by surprise. He has become a caring, considerate, and introspective and empathetic adult during and trying to make a difference, and motivated from within to help others find themselves and succeed, all of which he has been doing behind prison walls, truly without the possibility of parole. I was deeply touched by his expression of remorse and experiences as many conversations ended up, and I can't tell you how sorry I am for all that the hurt that I have caused all of you and the whole family. I was also so embarrassed by my actions, and I wish I could turn back time and make different choices. Quite frankly, I found Erik's positive outlook, enthusiasm, and his resolve inspiring, especially given his situation. I have now since reestablished my communications with Erik, and we speak often and during. One of my recent conversations after his RE sentencing, we spoke about his reconciliation journey, the struggles that he went through to learn to forgive others, as well as learning to forgive himself, the challenges of overcoming the self-loathing that he felt and that he had always felt throughout his childhood, and that he carried with him forever. He spoke about how being placed in a position of having to care for others, which, as he explained, was his first job, changed his life, and it gave him purpose and meaning, and he was thankful for the purpose and meaning. He was very thankful for the support from his family, and especially from my mom, his godmother, who helped him through the tough times. We spoke about the future and his plan to be an advocate for prison reform, and his determination to raise consciousness of the need for elderly care at an LWA prison. Erik believed that it was his responsibility to spread awareness about child abuse and the lifelong impact that it has on those affected. I need to be the voice of those who are not heard or cannot speak for themselves, said Erik. Lyle and I have received thousands of letters from people who were abused and molested as children, and I believe it is my calling to speak out for them. It is clear to see that Erik understands the unique position that he is in to make a difference in the lives of many, and is ready, determined, and committed to follow that path. I will be also part of Erik's accountability network and helping him reintegrate into society, and pledge to have weekly contact with him, providing guidance, support, oversight, and open communication in the integration process. By no means do I think that Erik is perfect or he's done. I know he still has a light, a long road ahead of him, a long journey, but he has all of us there with him to support him. We will be standing by him, keeping him accountable, making sure that he's making the right choices, and making sure he second-guesses himself if there's anything that we consider not quite how it's supposed to be. We will keep him accountable. On behalf of myself, my brother, my mother, and the rest of the Cano Menendez family, I thank you for taking the time for listening and for taking into consideration our experiences and commitment as you determine Erik's qualifications for parole. We're hopeful for a life which includes Erik back in our family, and we feel that he's ready. Please take that into consideration, that as family of the victims of Jose and Kitty Menendez, we have no doubt that Erik will thrive outside the prison, and we assure you that he will have the support from his entire extended family. I love Erik, and I am willing to do whatever it takes to support him and help him through the process and ensure his success. Presiding Commissioner Barton, thank you. Next, I have Sarah on the list. Erik Menendez, Commissioner, can I ask to use the restroom before? Presiding Commissioner Barton, yeah, that's perfectly fine. We've been at it for a while. It's 4:20 p.m. Let's take a break. Karen Vandermolen Copley, I think I got skipped. This is Karen. Do you have me not after Marta? Presiding Commissioner Barton on, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I have you under, unfortunately, Marta's is too. The way I have it printed out, it didn't come to me probably the way you have it, but yeah. We'll come back to you after we've taken a break. 17 Karen Vandermolen Copley, all right, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, let's go in recess. We'll be back at 4:30 p.m. to continue statements. 21 recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay, we are back recording. 25 Presiding Commissioner Barton, we're back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing with the primary parties that were present, and we are also bringing back victim family members who are speaking. Mr. Ballion, are you there? Can you just acknowledge? Deputy District Attorney Ballion, yes, I am here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. And I see Ms. Rummel. So I think we can go back to taking statements. The next person I have on the list is Karen Vandermolen Copley, yes. This is Karen May Vandermolen Copley. I am the niece of Mary Lou Kitty Menendez, daughter of Joan Anderson Vandermolen, who is Kitty's older sister. I'm here to share a complicated truth, one that we as a family have been left to unravel in the face of sensationalism and endless scrutiny. For 35 years, our families have endured in the face of sensationalism and endless scrutiny, we've been left to unravel the truths. We've endured not only the grief of loss, but also the shame and ridicule of seeing our truths distorted into entertainment. The public has been shown only the scandalous parts, while the deeper reality, including the abuse and suffering that led to it, have been largely ignored, leaving a false and incomplete picture of what did truly happen. On the night of August 20th, 1989, our family was torn apart. Our family suffered a heartbreaking loss of 4 people. But for me, the sense of loss and fear began long before that night. Even as a young woman and later as a mother, whenever I visited Jose, Kitty, Lyle, and Erik, there was always an overwhelming sense that something was just not right. The tension and dread were so palpable that I carried guilt for years afterwards, feeling that I should have asked harder questions, pushed for a response, or seen the truth more clearly. I now know silence did not mean safety. It meant concealed pain. Since Erik has been incarcerated, my visits and calls with him have helped me on my own journey of healing. Erik's remorse and apologies voiced sincerely and humbly to me since my very first visit with him at the LA County Jail, they've given me courage to begin facing my own pain. As boys, Erik and Lyle lived under the intimidation of their parents and the constant fear of punishment and being raped by their father. My Aunt Kitty could not or did not intervene, and that absence of protection deepened their fear and confusion. She was present but unprotective, and her silence allowed the abuse to continue. In the decades since, I have watched Erik confront those wounds as they became scars. I've watched as he's grown and matured into a man of compassion and responsibility. He has studied the impact of childhood sexual abuse, first to understand himself, and then to create programs to help others heal. Through his work, he's also learned how to better manage his own emotions. Erik and I have had deep conversations about trauma, his and mine. We talk about how the lack of affection and direction from parents as children shaped patterns of behavior that weren't always productive. We've spoken about the betrayal I felt when I realized that my favorite aunt was not the person I remembered as a little girl growing up in Chicago, and how that left me questioning my own judgment, even my trust in people close to me, to the point of doubting who my own mother was for a time, and about how sad and confused I was. The multiple times I went to Kitty to talk about my concerns and the embarrassment and shame I felt trying to become close enough to her so that she would share. Erik and I have shared stories of being in codependent and abusive relationships and how to stop these cycles of abuse and codependency. Erik has shown me he's done the work to identify these cycles. Sharing these truths with Erik has been profoundly healing for us. He has learned to face painful feelings rather than avoid them and recognize how trauma shaped his reactions and how to replace those old patterns with healthier choices. We have recognized how lack of affection and direction in childhood caused us to make immature decisions and fear others, and how you learn to overcome and grow into responsible adults. Our discussions remind us that healing is a lifelong journey, one strengthened by honesty and shared love. Erik's healing is also reflected in the way he serves others. He continues working with elderly inmates to support them in their later years in life, and he helps prisoners develop skills to support their mental health and healing. He has identified the need for hospice-level care within the prison system and helped bring that into action, and earned his bachelor's degree from UC Irvine. His artwork, including pieces painted in the yard at Donovan, reflects his depth, vision, and healing. He's done all of this without the expectation of release. He did it simply because it was the right thing to do, and he's taken something that was once silent and unimaginable and seemingly impossible to understand and shown us how to grow, how to help, and what is possible when you have true remorse. Through these conversations, I have also begun my own healing. In learning from Erik about abuse, trauma, and the process of recovery, I have found a deeper understanding of myself. Knowing the truth has allowed me to forgive what happened, forgive the silence, and even forgive myself for the guilt I've carried for so many years. My mother, who is now 93, has been touched by Erik's compassion and wisdom. She requires more help than previously, and from prison, he has offered me guidance, encouragement, and emotional support as I care for her. Erik loves my mother, and she loves him, and she wants nothing more than to see him and hug him outside of prison. As an accountability partner, I will hold Erik accountable by being a steady presence in his life and part of the accountability team committed to his success. I will stay in close communication with him, checking in regularly and as needed to be sure his choices reflect responsibility, integrity, and care for others. I'll encourage him to set meaningful goals, follow through on them, and evaluate whether his activities are positive and productive. When possible, I hope to accompany him in the community setting to observe how he interacts and how he adjusts, offering both guidance and honest feedback. My role is to support him with compassion, but also to remind him of the responsibility he carries as he builds a life of contribution and accountability. Erik is now a mature man, no longer the frightened boy reacting to intimidation and abuse from his father, or to the silence of a mother who could not protect him. I believe wholeheartedly he is no longer a danger to society, and that he never was. In fact, I believe he has the skills, compassion, and determination to be an asset to any community. I'm proud to stand in support of him and to be a part of the accountability team that will help him succeed. I believe we will see him blossom, not as someone defined by his past, but as a man who has faced his mistakes, grown through them, and is ready to live a life of contribution and integrity. Thank you for allowing me to share these words. Presiding Commissioner Barton, thank you, ma'am. Next on our list is Sarah Malice, all right? Hello, can you hear me? Presiding Commissioner Barton, yes. Sarah Malice. All right. My name is Sarah Malice, S-A-R-A-H, Malice, M-A-L-L-A-S. As stated, I'm the great niece of Kitty and Jose Menendez. The most important connection I have to Erik is through my father, Brian Allen Anderson Jr., who you'll hear from in a little bit. He is Erik's first cousin. When he was younger, my dad spent time at his Aunt Kitty and Uncle Jose's house. And as he will touch on later, his time at the Menendez home was not always the happy family time that other people might imagine when they visit their families. As I grew up, my dad has shared a lot of information with me about his experience in their home. He described a lot of ridiculous expectations, unique and undue punishments, and a general feeling of being tolerated rather than being loved. While I am glad that my dad was truthful with me about his time there, it also hurt a lot to know that he was treated this way by his own family members. I love my dad, and knowing that this was an environment he was put in multiple times made me grieve for him in a way that most daughters never do. Most good dads are always protective of their kids, and I believe that the experiences that my dad had while visiting his uncle, Jose and Aunt Kitty, had an enormous impact on the way that he raised me. Him and I have always had a really close connection. The common theme that he had was protection from anyone who might hurt me. He reiterated that lot and still does. He felt and still feels a weight on his heart that he wasn't able to do anything about the home in which Erik was growing up, despite trying multiple times to reach out to his own family members about how something was wrong. Instead, he channeled that protection to his parenting of me, and I'm very grateful for it. Now, throughout his time in prison, Erik has expressed remorse, shown growth, and has spent his time helping others. Erik has shown incredible remorse for his actions on August 20th, 1989. He has expressed his full responsibility for that week and for all of the actions that he took following. He has done this in multiple ways through conversations with his family members over the years, throughout documented articles like his resentencing statement, and with us today. Erik's involvement in programs while incarcerated show his dedication to growth. He created the Life Care and Hospice Connections program, which not only helps inmates who are elderly or have disabilities, it also seeks to educate other inmates to the physical and emotional struggles of their less abled peers. This resonates with me a lot because I'm a teacher and I work with students with disabilities every day, and it's important that those people are recognized and seen for the gifts that they are. Erik has also been a part of the VIVE Workshop, Alternatives to Violence Project, and numerous other programs, and I know you have an amazing list, while he's been incarcerated. Some common themes of these programs have been understanding, empathy, mindfulness, trust, and cooperation. He has chosen to make the best of his situation by helping the people around him, and he has committed himself to helping to rehabilitate his peers who have the opportunity to be released, despite the fact that he knew for a long time that he hadn't had that opportunity himself. Now, I was born in 1986, which means that I can't recall a time when the strategy wasn't a part of my family. When I was little, I only knew that sometimes our family was on the news. And as I grew up, I became more aware of the impact the publicity of this case had and continues to have on all of us. The experience of the last year alone has been stressful and challenging. However, it has given me the opportunity to spend time with the victims and family members you are all here hearing from today. And I'll be honest, I didn't know many of them well because our family has been so fractured in our grief. I didn't get to grow up knowing all these wonderful people because we were so segmented. Coming together to rally around Erik has been incredibly healing, but the pain still hangs thick in the air for all of us. All of these appearances and statements weren't for any kind of show or anything like that. They were an effort to demonstrate to the courts and to the world how much we forgive Erik for his actions. I forgive Erik for all that he did, and I want you to know that the Erik that sits here with us today is very loved. We have suffered for decades. My family wants to heal together. We need to heal together, not fractured. We deserve this time to heal together, so please give us this closure and allow us to move forward together as a family. Thank you, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. Next, I have Anna Maria. We lost somebody. Is she here? Anna Maria Baralt. Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I edited quite a lot out since so much has been said by so many of these family members here, which is really a beautiful, beautiful thing to witness and to be part of this family. My name is Anna Maria Baralt, and I am Erik's first cousin. His parents, Jose and Kitty, were my aunt and uncle. Erik and I grew up like twins. We are 3 months apart, and we lived in the same town for most of our childhood. Along with Lyle and our other cousin Andy Cano, who you've heard quite a bit about today, we were a close little group in a big and often overwhelming family, a little foursome, if you will. The murders happened the day I arrived at college as a freshman. Erik and I were 18 years old. It was August 20th, 1989, and I was shocked. I was even more shocked when I learned that Erik and Lyle were the perpetrators. I felt betrayed that they lied to us. I felt hurt that they hadn't confided in us, and the next few years were devastating. Under the weight of relentless media attention and indescribable emotional devastation, Andy and I both spiraled. We both turned to self-destructive behaviors, and ultimately Andy lost his life. And then there was one. The truth is, I was never angry with Erik or Lyle. I just missed them desperately, and I mourned the loss of them in my everyday life, as well as the loss of my aunt and uncle, and I watched my mother and father cry a lot. It breaks my heart now to look back to see the difference in how our parents treated us. My parents, full of love and encouragement, while his parents ruled of pressure and intimidation. They embodied the principle of first is first and second is last. Even as a child, I didn't want to play card games with my uncle because he cheated, even against children. First was first, second was last. Contrast that with the unwavering integrity of my own father, his Uncle Carlos. But what heals me, what gives me hope, is the man Erik has become. His transformation is extraordinary. He has faced his past with courage, as you saw today. He has devoted himself to growth, to healing, and to service. Today, he is grounded. He is intentional. He carries his sensitivity with strength and grace, and he has that same integrity of my father. His Uncle Carlos would be very proud. I saw this most clearly in the way he cared for my mother when she visited him this year. My mother is still grieving from the death of my father, and Erik knew exactly how to be with her in her grief. He didn't try to fix it. He simply held space with compassion, with patience, and with love. Today, Erik spoke about generational trauma. But what I would tell him, and what I have told him, is that through Erik and Lyle, my sons have learned the lessons of redemption, of accountability, of forgiveness. My kids know that in our family, we forgive. My kids know that it is never too late to turn your life around. My kids know that it is never too late to take accountability for mistakes and make amends. If Erik is granted parole, I will support him fully in every way that I can. I am committed to walking beside him. We share a passion for helping people heal from trauma through yoga and meditation. We've talked about co-leading trauma-informed retreats. We want to use our experiences to help others heal, even as we continue to heal ourselves. Finally, you heard earlier from my mother, Terry Baralt. If I had all the time in the world, I could never truly describe the trauma of the last 36 years, for her, for my father, and for our family. As it stands now with my mother, we are on borrowed time. I don't actually know how much time we have left, so I'm speaking to you as a daughter. I am pleading, begging you to allow my mother closure, to end the torture for her and for all of us, to allow her to be with her nephew again by granting him parole. Thank you for listening. 1U. Next, I have Erik Vandermolen. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll try and keep this short and reiterate what I would otherwise have already written and everyone else has said. So the first time I heard from Erik after he was imprisoned was, I think, Christmas of 1996, when he made a collect call to family. Our family used to spend Christmas, the holidays together. This is the full extended family of the Vandermolens. I accidentally hung up on him. It was my first time receiving a collect call. I was just a teenager then. And the reason I'm sharing that story is because just this week, Monday, I had called my nephew, Natasha's son, and was wishing him a happy birthday when he got another incoming call and also accidentally hung up on Erik, who was also calling to wish him a happy birthday. So a lot has changed between, those two incidents, a whole generation, obviously. And I, as excited as I always am to speak with Erik, it was quite something to see my nieces and nephews' faces light up the way they do when he calls. And I guess my only worry is that I'm going to have to up my uncle game because another Erik around is going to be some stiff competition. That said, I've always held Erik in high regard. I looked up to him as a tennis player, but also through all. The work that he's done while in prison, it's meaningful work to me, especially the rehabilitation stuff, improvements on the prison yard and the space, something that I've personally sort of researched and done on my own time, just through my interest in architecture and the like. And I'm also an artist and went to art school, etc. But then more recently, getting a chance to actually speak with the folks that he's worked directly with or serve time with him, which I hadn't really had any access to before the more recent sort of incidents. But getting firsthand knowledge and being able to speak directly with them, and I believe that you also had received letters from them, really validated the sort of positive impact that I was hearing, about. And I think that he played a bigger, larger role than, even I was giving him credit for. So I don't think that can be overstated. But most importantly, his release would finally let the family begin to heal. The media treating this as a spectacle, our name is sort of continuously dragged through the dirt. I wouldn't say our dirty laundry is aired, but certainly many of the families is, with little account taken for. The truth. Even today, there's a news reporter listening in and witnessing our family's sort of most private conversations. I find it a little strange, everyone making our business their news headline, and rather than fighting our way through the cameras and microphones, maybe we can finally start this healing process. And with any luck, Erik can be in the physical presence of my grandmother, who is also fragile and barely holding on. So that would be a real treat. And with that, I turn it back to you guys. And thank you for the time. 13U. Alan? Brian Anderson Jr. Yes, Brian Allen Anderson Jr. Everything's been said that I was going to say, so I'm going to really cherry pick through all the stuff I have notes on. And also, Mr. Barton, I just wanted you to know that Erik and I both share the dyslexic gene. And so if I sound like I'm stuttering or if I'm wandering all over the place, I apologize. So kind of bear with me and hang with me as best you can. My love for Erik is unbelievable. I spent 3 separate summers with them and just, like 3 weeks at a time, except for the last year. But, and, Aunt Kitty, she was my aunt, my father's sister. I loved her a lot. She was my favorite aunt also. But once I was there in the Muncie house the first year, I spent 3.5 weeks there. And I'm telling you, my love for her changed dramatically. Not only was she a liar, but she loved to get the boys in trouble with things that I did. She would lie to Jose and tell her that Lyle did it or Erik did, even though Erik was a smaller child. And then from there, it was more like she wasn't a protector. She was like a warden, and that nobody even knew behind closed doors in that house. It was just extremely helpful. And like I say in my transcript, I said, some of my worst childhood memories and memories that stayed with me are about Jose Menendez. And it's just sickening is what it is, to say the least. And, and our Anderson side of the family, they have a history of abuse, not only with my father, Brian, but his brother Milton and their father, Charles. To their family, the history has been repeated itself in spades. They say that a girl marries like their father. Well, Kitty showed that this was behind the quote, showed that no problem. So it just makes no sense that nobody believes us. There's a lot of ridicule and whatnot out there against the boys. And unless you lived in the house, and I'm going to be a little cold and crass here, what I am about to say, but, unless you live in the house, their death by the boys didn't surprise me. I was kind of glad they were no longer here to impact pain on other people, because I know that would have kept on occurring. But I mean, just because of that is when I came back from visiting with them I go talk to my father, Kitty, and my father talked every day, sometimes 3 times a day while I was there. And for some reason, Kitty had no problem finding my father, which I found out my father had a pager that was only going to Kitty. So Kitty could dial that pager, and then my dad would call her back right away. But when I came back from my trips, I would try to talk to my father about the weird things and the things that I seen, things that I heard, things that his sister was doing, so on and so forth. And he just would look at me and say, I'm not going to talk about it. He'd walk away from me. Well, I would just totally feel defeated as a child. So I didn't know where to go with that. I was kind of young. I was always between the ages of 12 and 14 when I was visiting with them. But if you think, if people would just think back in their lives, the torment, because of the attitude that, Erik as a young child, he had a temper, and there was a reason for that temper because of the things that happened in that house. When, even as a small child, when his father would have his brother beat the crap out of him as a lesson. Okay? And then he would ask me to start jumping in where here I am, 12 years old. You think I'm going to start beating up on a 5 and 6-year-old? No, that's not going to happen. So I just couldn't understand that, I could see and understand totally, why they did what they did, because I lived part of that abuse. Where I was, and it's in my writings, where I was punished by Jose so drastically, for a simple thing that Kitty lied about again, that I was put in my room for 24 hours. I couldn't use the bathroom. I was only supplied a sandwich, bag of chips, and water. It was like they made it a prison, is what they basically did. And what's really sick about this board is that I had to go to the bathroom, and he told me to figure it out. So the only thing I could do was open the window and urinate out the window. So it doesn't surprise me as later in life, the things that I saw at that house and at the houses, the things I heard, it just doesn't resonate with me at all, especially after I've been growing. And like Sarah said, my daughter, I just was not going to have any of that period in my kind of family life that I was raised. My heart aches every year that Lyle and Erik, and both Erik and Lyle, are in prison. There should be no fear for releasing Erik into society. Society would just totally benefit having him out there in the world with us. Erik has been remorseful for many, many, many years from the time that I've been talking with, and so on and so forth. I just don't understand why they've been in there for 35 years. It just doesn't make any sense. The love I have for Erik is unfettering. I mean, I love the heck out of that kid, and I always will. Erik's growth is so overwhelming with me, especially with all the accomplishments that he's done and so on and so forth. And then, but one quick thing about Kitty real quick is that she came to visit by us, my wife and I, when we had our youngest daughter, before the murders. It was 1 week before the murders. And the factor is that, one of the things that made me not be happy with her back in the beginning was all the alcohol and drugs, the downers and the other things that she was doing, that really altered her personality. And it really, because, I was a streetwise kid and I grew up in a rough neighborhood. So I knew what all that stuff was growing up and how it affected the different parents in the neighborhoods that we hung around with. But it really resonated with me that she would do that. And she was so messed up when she came to visit us that my dad had to take her out of the house. So was a fire lane in the back of our town home there where we lived, and he had to physically hold her up to walk her around to the point where when she came back from the house, my dad looked at my wife and I and said, "We're leaving." And they weren't even there for 10, 15 minutes. So, I mean, it just was a whole sad thing about that, that Kitty put herself through and what she put the boys through and not being a protector. The one thing that I want to really thank is I want to really thank Erik for his truthfulness and his strength today. It was totally on display and shows what the true value of that kid really is. I say kid because, he's my younger cousin. So, and that's just how I'm going to, introduce myself to him, and it shows his character and everything like that. The one thing that you should really know is when they're released, and let's say, for example, I don't know that happened, and they were to show up at my house, and I opened the door, and there they were, I would graciously let them in the house. I would graciously give them a hug. My wife would graciously make them a meal, and I would love to graciously give them a pillow and a blanket and a place to sleep. Also, I would love to be, for both of them, a sponsor. If that is something that I am able to do through the courts, and they do need sponsors when they get out, I would love to be one of their sponsors. I support Erik and you, just like you said, tremendously. Like I said, a lot of things were said that I was going to say, so my notes are all over the place. I really want to tell you that I forget, I keep saying it, I do love Erik. I hope he gets out, and I hope he gets out very soon. I do feel for my Aunt Joan not being able to see him, and also for the Menendez family, and how they're having issues with their seniors, and they may not be around to see Erik. And I hope that they get out so he can go visit them also. Everybody has done a tremendous job. I want to say that to everybody right now. And gentlemen, commissioners, thank you very much. 25, Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, sir. Next, I have Diane. Is Diane with us? Diane Hernandez, I'm right here. Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Again, state your name and relationship. Diane Hernandez. Yes, I am Diane Hernandez. My mother is Joan Vandermolen, sister of Kitty Menendez. I am the niece of Kitty and Jose. I am 12 years older than Erik. I lived with my aunt and uncle and Erik and Lyle for almost 2 years in total. I have always felt like their older sister. I love my cousins dearly and support them wholeheartedly. I have always known Erik to be kind and gentle. Erik has demonstrated his remorse to me throughout the years. I forgive my cousin for what he did. It is time for him to rejoin us. It is time for us to heal. Living with the Menendez family gave me a unique perspective and one that I carry with me always. I'm going to edit through what I have written. At first, it was fun to be around Kitty. For a while, I was known as the daughter she never had, and it felt so great. But then as time went on, it became just awful. Kitty was controlling and demeaning and accused me of flirting with my uncle, which was frankly crazy because I was afraid of Jose. Jose was intimidating and controlling as well. I did not question him. No one questioned him, but I still wanted to live up to their expectations that one day I could gain their approval. Even as an adult, I did things that I hoped would be good enough. But I know now that there is nothing I could have ever done that could have been good enough. It impacted me so much, but the impact on Erik was devastating. I remember I was helping make Jose and Kitty's bed, and I began talking about having children. Kitty stopped me and said, "No, never have children. They only serve to cause a wedge between a man and his wife." Sadly, Erik and Lyle were in the adjoining den right behind us. These are the types of things they grew up hearing. My heart broke for them, and really, it is still broken for them. I can't express enough how deeply I wish that I could have done something to help Erik. All of this has had such a profound impact on our family, on our families. I have suffered and I have felt so much guilt over not being able to do more. I carry that guilt. My family carries that guilt. The impact on my mom has been so profound. My mother lives each day thinking of Erik, Lyle, and of course her sister, who she loved so much. It would be so incredible for my mother to know Erik is being released, and even better for her to be able to give them a hug and for them to see each other. She loves Erik deeply. The impact on my mom, Erik has taken full responsibility for what he has done to me personally and to the family. I welcome Erik in my home. He is remarkable. He has accomplished more in his life in prison than most people do in our community outside of prison. Erik has grown so much. He has worked towards doing good things in any way he can each day. He is not perfect, but none of us are. He has learned so much and has grown so much over the 35 years he has spent in prison. He has found ways to do good and has dedicated himself to them even when there is no hope for release. Erik has found joy in his art. He shares with me how painting brings him such a happiness and that it is deeply satisfying to look at his work and to think it is actually well done. It is a 1,000-foot mural that is fantastic. As someone who saw how there was rarely anything that he would be praised for as a child, I feel so grateful that he has found this for himself and that he has gotten to a place in his life that he is able to identify the joy he feels and the satisfaction and pride it leaves him with. I know he is ready to continue his journey outside of prison. He has our family support. He has my support. A grant of parole for Erik would be so healing for me, for my family, and especially my mother, Joan, really just for all of us. It will allow us to move on in a positive way. I wish nothing more than for my mother to know that Erik is walking free on this earth before she leaves it. We want this part of the process to end. The pain will never go away, but it can heal, little by little. That's what I want for Erik, for myself, for my mother, and my whole family, and even for our society as a whole. We need to move forward. My hope for Erik is that he is given the opportunity to continue the path that he has been on for a while now, and to be afforded the freedom to continue what he has learned to do while in prison, that he be given the opportunity to give his insight. With his humility, I know he can help others do good work too, and I know he would continue to do that upon release. He has become a humble leader. I hope that he finds himself with the peace and freedom that he has earned. That's it. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, thank you. I next have Marta Menendez Cano. Is that correct? Is she with us? Marta Cano Hollowell, I apologize. Yes. I'm speaking for reading something from my mom, Marta Menendez Cano. Thank you. Mom, Marta Menendez Cano, deeply loved her brother, Jose, and sister-in-law, Kitty, as well as her nephews, Lyle and Erik. She did, however, have a very special place in her heart for her godson, Erik. She took her role as a godmother very to heart, and Mom did her best to support Erik in as much as she could, including attending birthdays, graduations, and sporting events, as if he was her child. She spent many special moments with Erik that she cherished dearly. Following the deaths of her brother and sister-in-law, Mom immediately put aside her personal grief and took on a supportive role for both Erik and his brother, Lyle, understanding the fragility and complex emotions of teenage boys and deeming them in need of guidance and direction. Since Erik's incarceration, Mom has kept very close contact with her godson, speaking with him several times a week and visiting him at least 2 to 3 times a year as she could. She did this for 35 years. She made an effort to be there as well, to celebrate his important events, including attending his wedding, and being there to celebrate his birthday. Mom has always had a strong faith in God. As an ordained third-order Franciscan within the Catholic Church, she has always been committed to a life centered in prayer, dedicated to works of charity, and promoting peace and justice in the community. Since his incarceration, she encouraged Erik to do the same and to turn to God for comfort and forgiveness. She encouraged him to put time and effort into not only repenting and asking for forgiveness for those deeply hurt, but most importantly, to forgive himself. She knew that he needed to heal and strongly encouraged him to use his time in prison productively, focusing on helping others and becoming someone of whom he himself could be proud. Erik's last 35 years speak for themselves, and his Aunt Marta has always been there by his side as he accepted his actions, processed his guilt and remorse for the horrific crimes that he and his brother committed, and worked towards reconciliation and rehabilitation. She has been a witness to his long and arduous journey and is extremely proud of Erik's achievements. Mom couldn't stop talking about him. She watched him mature and grow up accepting full responsibility for his role in the crimes and transforming him into an educated, driven, and empathetic man who strives to make a difference in the lives of others. So strong was Mom's belief and conviction that in 2017, ahead of all the rest of us, she wrote a letter to the governor, Jerry Brown, requesting that Erik be considered for clemency. She felt he was ready, and this was 8 years ago. She was so passionate about that she appeared in several network television interviews speaking about Erik's rehabilitation efforts, emphasizing his positive attitude, exemplary behavior, and his contributions to his prison environment. Sadly, in 2018, Mom was diagnosed with early onset of Alzheimer's disease. Until very recently, her conversations with Erik continued, and her drive to help and support him never ceased. Mom's daily prayer for many, many years has always been, I hope that someday Erik will be released from prison, and I hope this happens before I die. She passionately felt that Erik's hard work should earn him consideration for parole, and she prayed that he'd be given the opportunity to prove the role model he'd become and his value to society. Mom is currently in a memory care facility in New Jersey. It is heartbreaking that she can no longer speak for herself as a witness to Erik's rehabilitation journey. She would have loved to be here to witness these proceedings, and I guarantee you would have been completely speaking for herself. I'm hopeful that Erik will soon be able to spend time with his Aunt Marta and truly believes in him and loves him with all her heart. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right, thank you. And I think our last speaker today is Miss Emig. Maya Emig, thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Maya Emig, very good. I want to first start off by acknowledging the family that has stood before you today and gave victim impact statements. They have the right to be heard, and they've given their expressed views. I also want to delineate for this panel that some of those views are very independent of the individuals themselves. The next thing is I want to acknowledge that we've been here in this hearing for 8 hours and 33 minutes. And while I was going to say good afternoon, it's actually good evening now. I want to talk to you at the place where Commissioner Barton began this hearing. Commissioner Barton began with the emphasis on change because that really is the crux of a finding of suitability. We have some inherent factors that I'll get into in just a moment. But what I can tell you is that when Mr. Menendez spoke to this panel and used the words evolutionary change, there is an acknowledgement that evolutionary change has not been linear for Mr. Menendez, but it has been a forward trajectory over the course of decades. There's something very daunting about coming into a parole suitability hearing, and I want to spend a couple minutes here because when I look back at Mr. Menendez, he was 18 years old at the time. This crime happened 36 years ago. There was a third of his life that he has been out in freedom, if you want to call it that, because there is such significant childhood trauma. One of the things I want to say to you, and I don't want to repeat this because there's such voluminous writings in the packets, and I know that this panel is very well vested in it, and the recitations that have been forthcoming from Commissioner Barton and Deputy Commissioner Stern. So I'm going to spare you that, but I want to really go into this because in those 36 years, there has been remarkable recognition of abuse, recognition of the survivors of sexual abuse. LGBTQ rights have happened as well. There's also been progress where social science now dictates policy within CDCR and the Board of Parole hearings. You have many factors to consider: youthful offender, elderly offender, those moments that are so unique to Mr. Menendez. And I hope that, and I appreciate this panel not delving into all of those and letting the record stand for itself in the writings, because Mr. Menendez in those writings comes through crystal clear. They are raw with emotion. They are rife with sincerity. And if you don't have a feeling and a sense from that one-dimensional document, it's rife with it. And I have a feeling that this panel does. Actions speak louder than words. What I can also tell you is that in those last 36 years as social science was teaching how we treat human beings, the year is 2025, and we don't use the words inmate anymore. We use incarcerated individual because these are incarcerated people who have names and they have stories, and those stories are replete in the record. And when I say to you, actions speak louder than words, it's here. It's in the verbiage from Correctional Officer Nolan, who says to you, I have never written a laudatory chrono, and then goes on. I know that you know this, but it still needs to be said. And I'm going to just highlight a few of those things because at the end of the day, as Commissioner Barton said, there is one question, whether or not Mr. Menendez poses a current unreasonable risk to public safety. Presiding Commissioner Barton and counsel, I just want to remind you, this is not a second closing argument opportunity. Maya Emig, Commissioner, I'm going to remind you that Marcy's law is very definitive as to what a statement gets to be, and I am speaking on behalf of all of the victims here today. Presiding Commissioner Barton, well, okay, I have you listed as a representative for one of them, and it doesn't matter, 20 Maya Emig, and I'm fine with that. Presiding Commissioner Barton, whether it's one or all, it really doesn't matter. 23 Maya Emig, and that's fine. 24 Presiding Commissioner Barton, so 25 Maya Emig, I will speak on behalf of her. She, one happens to be Presiding Commissioner Barton, and that's fine. Maya Emig, the Presiding Commissioner Barton, all I'm going to say, if you're going to read to me letters that I already had, 7 Maya Emig, I'm not. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I thought you just said you were going to. Maya Emig, no, I'm not. That, I just said I wasn't going to. Presiding Commissioner Barton. Okay, I misheard you. I thought you said 14 Maya Emig because you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, I'm going to go through and highlight these letters that have been written to you. Maya Emig, no, I'm not. That's not what I'm going to do, Commissioner. Maya Emig, I know who the panel is today. I'm not going to. They've been highlighted, and I just want to say again, on behalf of Joan Vandermolen, who I am representing here today, that the words are here. The actions speak louder than any words. And so I want to go back to a couple points that I would like to make just in summation, because I'm very cognizant of the time, the 8 hours and 39 minutes that we've been in this hearing. So I want to give you a couple of things that I hope that you give me the courtesy of indulging with me for just a moment. I'm not going to have you read anything. I'm not going to read anything to you. But there is this moment that happened in this hearing today, and when we were talking about life without the possibility of parole, and when we're talking about the evolution of change, there is something that is going on in the state of California where there is still this ongoing evolution of change. And there is this moment that I want you to think about. When you are sentenced, when someone is sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, that daunting moment, yet there's still this glimmer of hope with respect to the appellate process. And then that moment, that glimmer of hope is no longer there, and that's what Mr. Menendez found himself in. And what we know about youthful offenders, and a typical youthful offender will go into prison and he'll misbehave, and he'll go through these stages of change. What I can tell you definitively is this, that with respect to each one of his issues, all delineated in the relapse prevention plans, he's got demarcation points for every single one of them. And the glaring issue in this room was the cell phone usage. But what I can say to you is that there is a parallel, and that parallel is what happened on those bleachers when Mr. Menendez made the vow to no longer use cell phones. The parallel happened on October 14th, 2013, when he vowed never to use drugs again. What we also know about youthful offender is that once you make that definitive change, that moment to switch over, and that is the last, then he should be found suitable. We have so many. When you weigh those factors in structured decision-making, we believe that the law stands for the finding of suitability. I'm going to leave with the last 6 words that I will say as you go into deliberations. I'm not asking you to read anything, I promise. And that is quite frankly that Mr. Menendez is suitable for parole. Thank you, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton. All right, thank you. All right, folks, it has been a long time. It is 5:26 p.m. We're going to try to come back around 5:40 p.m., 5:45 p.m. in that time frame. If we need more time, which we may, we'll let you know at that time, but we'll try to come back by that time. So, again, for those people joining us from outside, there's no requirement that you come back, but if you leave the hearing and you try to get back in, we'll try to do that before we give our decision. Once we start the decision, however, there won't be any other coming in or out. All right, we're in recess. We'll check back in at around 5:40 p.m., 5:45 p.m., Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, we're off the record. 10 Recess 1, California Board of Parole Hearings. 2 decision, Deputy Commissioner Stern. Okay, we are back on the record, Commissioner. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we are back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing with all the parties previously present for pronouncing the panel's decision. The time now is 5:49 p.m. on August 21st, 2025, and in this case, the law requires us to give great weight to the mitigating effects of the diminished culpability of youth as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and increased maturity in reviewing your suitability for parole, and we have done so. We've also given special consideration to your age, your long-term confinement, as well as your diminished physical conditions. In addition, we have considered your central file, the comprehensive risk assessment to the degree we found it relevant, the additional voluminous documents submitted for this hearing by both parties, the many letters in support and those in opposition, the statements of victim family members and their representatives, the statements of both counsel, as well as your testimony. I do want to thank everyone for their participation. I know Erik Menendez, K 14101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 1. These hearings are very difficult, very emotional, and so we appreciate everyone and their participation. We certainly did not give this case short shrift. We spent probably 4 times more than we do on a usual average hearing. We also went over your confidential information with you, Mr. Menendez, and you confirmed much of the information contained in those memos, or discussed them to our satisfaction. So, we're relying on your testimony regarding those matters and feel no need to make a confidential tape or rely on any of the confidentials in excess of what we discussed today in your testimony. This is a tragic case. I agree that not only 2 but 4 people were lost to this family. Amazingly, the grace and forgiveness the family has extended is a testament to them. Yet, as you stated, Mr. Menendez, 2 things can be true. They can love and forgive you, and you can still be found unsuitable for parole. You can have remorse, but still show antisocial traits and criminal behavior. I believe in redemption, or I wouldn't be doing this job. And in fact, I am probably more fulfilled by granting people second chances when deserved, but I also have a commitment to public safety, and I would agree with your counsel that actions speak louder than words. And based on the legal standards and evidence considered, we find that. 25 Erik Menendez, K. 14101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 2. You continue to pose an unreasonable risk of public safety and are not suitable at this time. It is a minimal denial, which is 3 years, and we did find numerous factors in mitigation exist, but we felt they were still outweighed at this time by the factors in aggravation as follows. First, as to what we consider static factors, we find there was a lack of offender control at the time of the crime. You had an unstable traumatic childhood. You were impulsive, unable to manage your emotions, and displayed that in the manner of your actions during that time frame. However, this factor, in my opinion, is mitigated by the youth offender factors, which will be discussed later in this decision, and it wasn't given weight in terms of aggravation. You also had other acts of criminality and antisocial behavior, including the burglaries, the vehicle violations, the illegal purchase of weapons, all of that prior to the homicides, and you described a desire to impress negative peers with your participation in both burglaries. After the murders, you continued to act criminally by disposing of the murder weapons, lying to the police and family members. So, we did find this criminal history to be aggravating and showed a willingness to perpetrate criminal acts outside of the murders themselves, and the criminality continued in. prison all the way up to November 2024, less than 10 months ago. And that was even while you were in the process of going through RE sentencing and applying for potential clemency. I believe if you hadn't been caught, and I appreciate your candor today, you would still have likely continued to use that phone. And if you were still using the phone and not caught, you may not have even had that conversation with the lieutenant in which the impact of the cell phone was made more clear to you. That alone shows at least ongoing dishonesty with authorities, and I think to a certain degree, with those that are supporting you. So while we give great weight to youth offender factors, especially against the aggravating factors of the murder itself and your actions prior to the age of 26, your continued willingness to commit crimes and violate prison regulations well beyond that age and maturity shows a lack of growth that we would have hoped for today. So, when we look at your criminal history prior to the crime, while the youth offender factors do mitigate against obviously stupidity of a 17-year-old committing the prank, the second burglary, in my opinion, showed a little more willingness on your part to go one step further. We didn't talk about it today, but I am sure, and I read in some of your writings, Erik Menendez, K. 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 4. You understand the impact of residential burglaries on people, not just using sentimental objects, but the physical manifestations of someone who's had their home invaded, who have to check their locks 10 times, or move, or buy alarms, or worry about somebody coming in, some stranger, and hurting them or their children. It's devastating, and it can be not only psychologically, but emotionally and physically scarring. So there is still some weight given to that criminal history, but more so not because of what you did when you were 17 and 18, but due to its enduring nature up to the present, which I just mentioned, and I'll be discussing further. We did find that your former supervision when you were on juvenile probation, you completed, but that's almost irrelevant, given your subsequent actions in the murder short. Not far after that. Nevertheless, we didn't give that much weight, if any. We found it to have no impact, and as far as other static factors, the only remaining one would be the crime itself, which also would be considered aggravating. There was not one victim, there were two. These were not strangers or people, that had been the victims of a robbery gone wrong or something. These were your parents. And so, in those senses, the manner and the motive for the killings, Erik Menendez, K. 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 5, do have some weight in aggravation, again, offset by your age and the youth offender factors that we'll be talking about. But the killing of your mother especially showed a lack of empathy and reason, and the fact that you would reload the weapons and come back to shoot her again, I find to be devoid of human compassion. Now, have you learned some human compassion since that time? Yes, of course you have, and your work with those that are disabled has shown that. But at that time, even with the betrayal you thought and fought, the rage, the fact that she knew just is very cold-blooded to anybody looking at that from the outside, and I can't put myself in your place. I don't know that I've ever had rage to that level ever. But that is still concerning, especially since it seems she was also a victim herself of the domestic violence that was occurring. And I get it. You said at that time you couldn't consider that. You recognize that more so today. But even if one accepts your version of facts, you had other alternatives. I get the learned helplessness and the feeling that you were trapped, but the facts are still what the facts are. You were 18 years old. You were not without means to leave, or for that matter, relocate, as evidenced by your ability to come and go with your brother during that. 25 Erik Menendez, K. 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 6. Time frame. You could have legally left. Your dad could not have legally kept you there. You certainly could have gone to, it sounds like, many of the relatives that are present today, many of whom said that they would have welcomed you in had you gone to them, and your ability to go to the authorities and have them arrested. I get it. That was beyond what you thought was possible at the time because you convinced yourself of that. But the facts are what they are, and all of those things were possible. Nevertheless, we recognize and understand that many sexual assault victims find it very difficult to come forward, and as I said, especially when the perpetrators are family members. And even those who do not rarely result in killing the perpetrator, certainly when it's done in the manner you did, which was, I can only in best case scenario for you describe as a preemptive strike. Because I think this would have been a different case if you sat on your bed with that shotgun, even with the buckshot in it, and your dad came in and threatened to assault you again, and you shot him in the doorway. This would be a very different case. But that's not what happened. So, you were convicted of premeditated murder, and it's not my position today or my jurisdiction to change the conviction that you suffer or the 25 Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 7, jury's verdict. You were not in imminent fear for your life, and you testified to as much today, and in your own words, taken right out of your writings, probably the truest thing that you said in terms of accountability is there was no justification for your actions. There may have been underlying reasons for your rage and your anger and your fear, but doing what you did, when you did, and how you did it, there was no justification. So, we also find that your actions following the murder do give some credits to the belief that there may have been at least some financial motivation for the crime, even if it wasn't the main motivation. But the fact that you could then do with what you wanted with any monies, and be free of your mother and father's controls in that respect certainly was, borne out by your actions, whether it was destroying any other computer information about contrasting wills or whether it was, the spending sprees that you talked about. But even outside of that, that bears very little on our decision today because really this case, and this is hard for people to understand when we have a case, not just because of the notoriety of this case, but anytime we have a double homicide of, killing of children's, other cases that are extremely hard for people to hear about. 25 Erik Menendez, K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 8. And forgive or understand, the bottom line is we still have to recognize that those are static factors and they will never change. And when someone like yourself has life without parole, then it really doesn't make much difference. But once someone has been resentenced, commuted, or they're given a chance for parole, our job is to determine whether or not they've reached a stage where they can be released safely and they're suitable. So, we don't second-guess the decision to resentence you either, nor would we have second-guessed the decision to commute you. That's all within the governor's power, still is for that matter. But our job today is to look at everything, weigh all the factors, and make a determination. And the character traits of deceitfulness, being able to portray yourself in a matter totally contradictory to your actions in secret, even if you think they weren't that secret, the callousness towards anyone that might be victimized by your actions, and we talked at length today about that, the disregard for the consequences, the sense of entitlement, believing the rules don't apply to you, the selfishness. Because I'm sure if I were to have asked your wife, hey, if you could only talk to him in your visits, but he has a chance to be out in person next year, or you can talk to him on the phones and have those intimate. 25 Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 9. Conversations anytime you want. I'm pretty sure she'd go for the first one. So when you think of it that way, who was being selfish? It was you. So in the overall analysis of things, one of the things that we see as a nexus to your current dangerousness is this idea that the ends justifies the means. And that was in full display in your actions. Unless somebody think this is about getting caught one time with one cell phone, you know and I know, regardless of what anyone else thinks, that you were doing this on a constant basis for several years, despite having all kinds of programming. Even if it wasn't the criminal thinking, you had other types of programming. The 12 steps, which I am very conversant, and as you stated today, there are several of them that would have applied to this behavior, not the least of which is the dishonesty that it required of you. In addition to which, there's the conspiratorial nature of it, the fact that you were involving others, not only bringing the phone in, but being lookouts, hiding the phone for you, even sharing it with Lyle or others. And what did you do at the time of your criminal acts? Got involved with crimes with your friends in the first burglary, with your brother in the second burglary, with your brother in the homicide, and then other people that, from my view of the Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 10. Record. You may or may not have known about, but he certainly was involved in additional cover-up conspiracies. So all of those things are factors when we look at your behavior. So even though we believe the youth factors mitigate the effect of the life crime, there's still some weight being given to your ongoing behaviors and your ongoing character defects that were evident as recently as last year. But I want to be clear, these static factors are not a primary reason for this denial. It's more about your behavior in prison. And I think you're smart enough to figure that out. I think reading your writings, it shows me anyway that you realize that that was going to be a focus of today's discussions. We recognize that immutable factors don't change. So we look at more dynamic factors to determine who you are today and whether there is a current reasonable risk of unreasonable risk of danger to public safety. That doesn't mean that the danger has to be the same crime you committed. Obviously, that's impossible. It doesn't even have to mean that it has to be murder. One can pose a risk to public safety in many ways with several types of criminal behavior, including the ones that you've been guilty of in prison. So, in addition to the static factors already mentioned and the character defects that, 25 Erik Menendez K., 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 11. Were still displayed, and the nexus of both of those to current dangerousness, we consider the following factors to be aggravating. And in the totality of all the factors and circumstances, I agree with counsel. It really comes down to offender change. But when we consider the factors at this time, we felt they do currently outweigh the mitigating factors as follows. This doesn't mean, and I don't want you to take it to mean, that we don't think that you've been gaining insight or that we don't think that you have done positive things while incarcerated. As you said, and I appreciate that you said it because now it gives me a phrase I can use. Two things can be true. You can be doing good work yet still have that criminal mindset and that criminal behavior. But your institutional adjustment has been aggravating. We recognize the situation of hopelessness and survival you found yourself in when you first came to prison, and had you had no violations since 2013, this would probably be a different result. But that's not true. That's not the case. We see many youth offenders, even people who are commuted from LWOP, who are able to avoid becoming even more antisocial and criminal-minded, even when facing lengthy sentences, or conversely, they're that way for the first decade or so in their 20s, maybe even early 30s, but then they start to develop values and behaviors many years before they come to board, and those people we grant on the regular. You are not one of those people. Contrary to your supporters' beliefs, you have not been a model prisoner, and the fact that some of them think you have is a little disturbing if, and I'm not saying this is the case, but if it reflects false impressions that you've given them about your behavior in prison. You turned 26 in 1996, and that's important because I purposely told you we only started discussing your institutional misconduct after that date. And it may have changed, your misconduct, in typology over the years, but it never stopped illustrating your criminal nature, your poor choices, your lack of self-awareness, and disregard for the safety of the institution and others, and you admitted that in your testimony today, which, by the way, I give you credit for. I tell people all the time, the most important things in these hearings is to be honest and candid, because then you set a baseline for honesty. And going forward, all that can do is help you to be found suitable in the future. Because anytime you choose to cover up, minimize, or lie in a hearing, that's always going to come back to haunt you in your next hearing. But you were involved in bringing in illegal narcotics as Erik Menendez K., 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 13. You helped perpetuate that with your use. You lied and manipulated staff. You knowingly misused equipment for your own purposes. You had inappropriate behavior with visitors, not once, but twice. And you admitted as much today. And we also looked at whether or not you were totally devoid of violence. You were not. 1997 is a long time ago, but then there's the fight again in 2011. And while I recognize that was 14 years ago, in our discussion with you, you said, hey, I need to be better on learning de-escalation techniques, etc. But we give you credit that there hasn't been any violence in 14 years. And that is something that we considered overall in deciding the length of denial. But from 1999 on, there were multiple incidents, as we discussed, possessing contraband, dangerous drugs, contravention into prison rules all the way up to 2024, even after being caught and understanding the consequences. And the phone, again, in the abstract. It's easy for people on the outside to look at that and go, what's the big deal? And I, like Father DC, I'm a bit of a Luddite. I'm not great with technology. I'm not thrilled about technology, but that doesn't change the fact that you knew what you were doing and you knew why you were doing it. You knew the consequences of it. And while I, Erik Menendez K., 14,101 August 21st, 2025 decision, page 14, think part of your reasoning for it might be understandable as far as the intimate discussions with your spouse without being overheard or have it reported back on the yard. The other part of it really doesn't ring true. Wanting to be connected to the outside and see what they're saying about, because you said you had a television, you had access to print, you even had your wife who could send you, articles. So there were other ways, and I think one of your family members said they would even have done that for you. And that brings me to another point, and that is you've got a GR. Great support network, but you didn't go to them before you committed these murders. And you didn't go to them before you continued to use the cell phones over and over again. You did not seek them out. So what we have to find out is, well, okay, the great support network out there, but if he doesn't utilize them, what good are they? And we've got to have confidence that you're going to do that. Now, have you started doing that now? Yes, because I heard it from your family members. But we want to see you maintain that. You obviously know the 5 stages of change. I may see it differently than you in terms of time frame, but I think you are still in the behavior stage. In other words, changing your behavior so none of Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 15. It is negative, criminal, antisocial, or potentially harmful to others. And then we have to see you be able to maintain that. Counsel is absolutely right. Insight can be gained overnight. But maintenance, to me, when someone has a lengthier history of criminal activity justifying their actions, you're right, the definition for criminal thinking at its base is knowing the difference between right and wrong. Deputy Commissioner Stern, Commissioner. Erik Menendez, I have yet to see somebody. Deputy Commissioner Stern, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I just had a Teams update install, and it shut down Teams for a moment. I don't know if 15 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. Deputy Commissioner Stern, I don't know if you noticed. 18 Presiding Commissioner Barton, okay. 19 Deputy Commissioner Stern, 21 on recording still. Deputy Commissioner Stern, I paused the recording. I'm back on. But I need to have you go back to, I need to take a listen to the tape and make sure that Erik Menendez K, 114,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 16. You go back. So, my apologies. I was out for maybe 30 seconds. Just give me a moment, please. Presiding Commissioner Barton, unfortunately, I say a lot in 30 seconds. Deputy Commissioner Stern, give me a minute. Recess. Deputy Commissioner Stern, and we are now back on the record. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Barton, we're back on the record. We had a momentary technical difficulty in the recording, and so I have to go back a little bit. Your institutional misconduct may have changed in typology over the years, but never stopped illustrating your criminal nature, poor choices, lack of self-awareness, and disregard for the safety of the institution and others. You were involved in bringing illegal narcotics, and you helped perpetuate those crimes, lying and manipulating staff, knowing misuse of equipment for your own purposes, inappropriate. Behavior with a visitor not once, but twice. Violence or fighting in 1997 and 2011. From 1999 on, there were multiple incidents of possessing contraband or drugs, and continued all the way up through 2024, with repeated offenses even after being caught. And 25 Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 17. Understanding the consequences. You assisted others in tax fraud for several years. I think I said something like it wasn't because you were being forced to, but in your testimony today you said you jumped at that opportunity. You used, purchased, and exchanged drugs through 2013. And that's where I had left off by my memory, which was putting on the record that the reason that's significant is it's one thing for someone to come to prison and continue to have the same criminal mindset and behaviors and habits. It's another thing for them to jump into a whole nother category. And that's really what happened when, you made that choice. I get it. You were facing a lot of time. You were at a bad place, all those reasons. But those are reasons and not excuses. So I think you're smart enough to know the difference. And what it tells us is that when you're placed under stress and you're in new circumstances, you may reach out for something that is not a positive, healthy coping skill. As you did then. I mean, by that time, you certainly weren't a youth anymore. I mean, you would have been in your 40s. And as far as the renting, buying, and using cell phones, all the time you were doing that was while you were participating, even creating and leading groups about rehabilitation. And 25 Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 18. That nexus to current dangerousness is your ability to portray yourself in one way, yet continue to act in an opposite manner. It's the same criminal nature that you had at the time of the crime. I mean, you were able to fool people for quite a long time about whether you had committed this murder or not. And that ability to sort of show one face but be something else concerns us because credibility is always an issue in these hearings. And the fact that you are really smart is both a good thing and also a concern because what I tell people all the time, when you get your education, while we recognize that helps reduce recidivism, it also sometimes makes people a smarter criminal if they're criminally minded to begin with. And this really has us questioning not only your credibility overall, but your ability to maintain those pro-social gains if they no longer serve your interests. And I say this to guys all the time. If your reason to change and be pro-social is to get out of prison, that motivation ends the day you walk out of prison. And so we recognize, again, two things can be true. You can want to get out of prison and decide to do things, but you also can decide because you want to be a better person. And you told us that's what you wanted, and you told us you wanted that way before 2024. So it's sort of. 25 Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 19. Contradictory of your behavior, especially given our discussion today. We spent considerable time today discussing your use of the cell phones, but more importantly, the dangers of any type of contraband in prison and any type of thing that's going to endanger staff. You focused on their, the time it takes and the energy and all of that. I tend to focus on the human cost to other incarcerated people, cost to people that lose their jobs, lose their lives. I actually didn't know about that situation with the lieutenant, but it really was demonstrative of someone who, upon entering prison, amplified your antisocial behavior in diverse ways, whether it was the phones, the drugs, all of which we think were a nexus to your current dangerousness and showed that same nature of conspiracy. I think this is the part that we missed in the record before that was involved in the burglaries and your brother and the murder. So that conspiratorial mindset, I think that we missed that on the record that I mentioned before. Hiding the phones, being lookouts for staff, those same traits are evidence in your behavior with the phones. So this panel believes that a nexus does exist, and as already stated, even in your testimony today, you admitted as much in terms of just not caring about. 25 Erik Menendez, K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 20. Anybody but yourself when you were doing those things. I mean, even if we had just the one phone, one time, it would still be serious for all the reasons that we discussed. It may not have been a different result, but its set certainly would have been a different discussion. So I want people to understand that this isn't about one phone, one time. This is about the pattern, repeated over and over, and we find your offender change to be aggravating for many of these same reasons. We have to be certain that it's sincere and it'll be maintained because we don't believe at this point 9 months is a lengthy period of positive rehabilitation to show that. And there's a huge difference, as was already discussed and admitted by you, between cell phone use on the outside and those in prison and the potential harm. I'm not even sure reading your writings that you've taken total responsibility, and maybe you have today in your testimony, but I didn't get it from your writings, about the hypocrisy. As I said, I've had people say they won't go to programs because they know the person, whether it be AA, NA, cell phone, whatever. They know that person leading it is a hypocrite, is not living what they're saying. And so you're not just harming yourself. There were also other people that may have been Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision page 21. Harmed by your actions because they're then not able to program in a manner that would possibly help them. It's always interesting to me when I have folks that, cell phones or anything else that are either LWOPs or determinately sentenced. And I think you might know where I'm going with this. Every lifer knows they're going to have to come to board and answer for their behavior. What I see sometimes with people serving LWOP or determinate sentences, they have no problem utilizing a lifer to avoid restitution or to hold a phone or to do this or that. And they don't care a whit that that person's going to have to come before a board like this and answer for those actions. And I don't know the status of the people that you were utilizing, or you said most of them were in the lifer community or the LWOP community, but that's problematic, I think, as well. And when you're doing your moral inventory, I think you need to include those people because there are many that we see that come in and get denied for similar reasons. And again, the people that were involved in it with them didn't really care. But we think change takes time. As you said, it's evolutionary. I believe that transformation is a process. And you brought a lot of negative traits with you to prison. But you also added more traits after you got to prison. Along with your repeated violations, not just serious rule violations, but even the minor regulations that we talked about. And I pointed to several areas of concern during the actual hearing itself that I would incorporate into this decision rather than reiterating those points. But should you be released without change and find yourself in a position where you feel the ends justify the means, you are certainly capable, maybe even more so given your intellectual advancements, of doing serious harm to others, especially if you justify your actions as you have recently by telling yourself it isn't really hurting anyone, as you did with the phone, or ignoring all the other potential bad consequences which you set aside so that you could satisfy what you felt were your needs. And I think that was also evident, this is not a huge issue, but it did alarm me that when asked about your brother, even though it was 2016 or whenever it was, you knew you guys hadn't had a perfect relationship, but what you really wanted was your brother to be able to come to your facility. So you weren't going to be honest in that interview. And that was after you said you'd made this change in 2013 to have integrity. And I don't see that as something that was integrity. You didn't have to go into details of what had transpired between the two of you in order to be honest about that. You might not even be the one who would carry out a criminal act, but it could easily manifest in your ability to conspire with others, to manipulate others. Something that you've done to your advantage in prison without care for the consequences or the persons that are harmed. As I said, it doesn't seem reasonable that you had to have the cell phones just because of the lack of privacy or for because cell phones weren't even around when you came to prison and you existed, and there are other ways to communicate with people. I think that's just a way to justify that. I do appreciate today you said many times, I don't mean to minimize this, and then you would give us, a reasoning for it. What you have to understand is the difference between a reason and excuse is taking personal responsibility and understanding there are consequences for your behavior. So one of the other things you said today that I wrote down that I thought, and then you tried to take it back, but I think you realize it didn't come out well, was, who introduced the cell phones to who? Or were you both doing it? And you made the statement, Lyle Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 24, was doing it, so that told me I could do it. And then you backtracked it a bit after that. But think about that statement. I read the details in the record of your crime, and Lyle being willing to go with you and get the shotguns and actually being required to be there for you to be able to get those, and him being there and coming up and saying, something's happening now, and him, going through the whole process of getting the guns and loading them and shooting your parents. I don't know that. What would have occurred if he had tried to stop you or if he had not gone along with it? But we both know that, and you wrote about it extensively, about the codependent relationship between the two of you. And I know your counsel took you through all the healthy boundaries you have at this time, but even that statement about him using cell phones, so you thought it was okay. You're a 50-year-old man at that point, and, I don't know if you still knew you had the one in November. I didn't ask you that question, but it's problematic to me that you would see that as some kind of tacit permission, and that's problematic. I think you do need to find that independence, and I think that you talked about him being a strong accountability partner in all these other ways, but then Erik Menendez K, 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 25. Again, look at the contradiction. Hard for us to see that when he's condoning this behavior and vice versa. So that was similar to what you exhibited at the time of the crime as well. So at this time, we believe the aggravating factors in terms of institutional adjustment and lack of offender change and the weight that we are giving, although it's minimal, to the static factors outweigh the factors in mitigation. But we have given all the mitigating factors consideration and weight, and I think that is a lot of the reason why this is a 3-year denial. I can just tell you that oftentimes when we have people with a pattern of rule violations, cell phones, as recent as yours, could easily and routinely would be a 5-year denial. But every case is different. Every case is individual. And I think you've mitigated a lot of that today by coming in and being candid. Under Marzy's law, we're required to consider a 10 or 15-year denial, but we find by clear and convincing evidence that's not warranted. As stated at the beginning, we gave great weight to your youth offender status. At 18, you'd been subjected to an abusive environment that was dysfunctional. You had no control over it. You were immature, impulsive in many respects, influenced by negative peers, your older brothers. 25, Erik Menendez K., 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 26. Willingness to commit the crime. You didn't weigh consequences. You didn't make good choices. Your actions and decisions in many respects showed impetuous thinking, heedless risk-taking. You didn't properly assess the resulting harm of your actions. You lacked the neurological and emotional maturity of an older person. You were not deterred by your prior contact with the justice system due to the burglaries. All of these hallmark features of youth are mitigating of your behavior at the time of the crime and when you first came to prison. And we gave that great weight. But as I said, this decision has more to do with your behavior after your 26th birthday. And indeed, your entrenched criminal thinking and actions well beyond your 26th birthday, and up to last year, show a lack of growth and maturity, at least in that. Those areas such that we couldn't give as much weight to growth and maturity as we would have liked. Two things can be true, and I'll use your phrase again. You can grow and mature in some ways, but have a lot of blind spots in other areas. It's true of all of us. You know, we can find ourselves progressing in a certain area, but neglecting some other area. And when it comes to rule violations and criminal thinking, that is critical to you demonstrating. 25, Erik Menendez K., 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 27. That offender change. So, while it does mitigate your static factors greatly, it has less mitigation on your institutional, adjustment, and true offender change. We also gave special consideration to your age, your length of confinement, and your physical condition. We recognize that violence decreases after the age of 50. You're now 54. We recognize you haven't been violent for 11 years in prison. We also recognize that you've served 35 years in prison. All of those things were given special consideration and also carried weight as far as clear and convincing evidence that 15 or 10 years is not warranted. I'm not going to put on the record what your physical ailments are. I know what they are. And we did consider those. And while I understand, and I don't have to say why, but I understand they can be debilitating. We also recognize that you've treated and managed, the initial problem with Crohn's for many years, kidney issues more recently. We recognize, and yet still, as you talked about, you're capable of playing pickleball and doing other physical activities. You're certainly not physically infirm. Nevertheless, we did give that special consideration, as I said, and we did give it weight in mitigation. But the youth offender factors and elderly consideration are not Erik Menendez K., 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 28, the only mitigating factors. And so, when we looked at our discretion to impose a 3, 5, or 7-year denial in determining the appropriate length, we looked at all the other mitigating factors as well. And we truly believe you have within you what is necessary to achieve parole. Your programming has been extensive. It's too bad that you didn't internalize it to the level of deterring you from the criminal choices you've been making for the last 7 years. And it tends to be less persuasive and concerning that you waited until, and I gotta say, I found you to be candid in most of the things you said. The one thing you said that I didn't feel rang real true because you're a smart guy is, I really didn't think criminal thinking applied to me until this year. That one sort of, I had to go, because everything else, you seem to have pretty good self-awareness. That one sort of stopped me because it did not ring true with me. And it's concerning that you waited until quite recently to program in those relevant areas, despite the fact that those programs have been available to you. Nevertheless, we recognize that your programming in other areas of criminogenic need, for example, for substance abuse, for emotional, I'll call it anger management. You talked about APV and how that had impacted you. Violence, domestic abuse, those are things we didn't go into today because we read your writings and you wrote extensively about them. And you are smart enough, I'm sure, that you could repeat what you wrote to me and your relapse plans in those areas appeared to be adequate. So we really didn't discuss those things with you, some of that programming, despite the fact that we've seen it over the years. Your work with ADA persons and the elderly, obviously, is commendable. The laudatory chronos are commendable. Although, again, I don't know. When you say everybody knows, I don't know if every officer that wrote you a laudatory chrono would have done so if they knew the pervasiveness of your use of cell phones. Maybe some did, maybe some didn't. But they're risking their jobs and their health and their safety every day those are on the yard. So we did consider those things as well as the support letters from other staff and volunteers as mitigating, and it gave us indication that you are on the right track. As far as your support network and your parole plans, exemplary. But I'll go back to what I said before. You didn't use them when you were 18. You didn't use them when you were 52. And we want to know that that's something that is going to Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025, decision page 30. Be meaningful going forward. They've made strong commitments, and I heard them. I heard them all today, and they want you out, and that's fantastic. And I'm saddened by the fact that some of your family may not be there if and when you're ultimately released. But I also have to set aside emotional reasons for making decisions and make the decisions based on our experience, our training, the law, the evidence in front of us. And we considered all of that to be mitigating, the support network and parole plans. We considered the CRA to be neutral to the degree that we relied on it at all. I do believe that some of the observations are pretty self-evident as far as your ongoing involvement with antisocial behavior with the cell phones is recent, despite treatment and amid efforts to obtain your release, calls into question your motivations. So nothing there is a surprise to us or something that we didn't come to on our own. So overall, we didn't find it to be mitigating or aggravating. But we are also giving weight, as I said, to the fact that we think you are sincere today in wanting to change. We hope you are sincere in wanting to change. We hope that this isn't merely extrinsic to get out of prison, but truly intrinsic. I hope that the people that are out there supporting you continue to motivate you, and only time will tell. I tell guys all the time on their initial hearing, if they're denied, you have two options. One is to have a pity party. Poor me, I got denied. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff I'm doing, and they still didn't grant me. And then you become a self-fulfilling prophecy, probably not getting granted next time. Or you can take to heart what we discussed. Go over the transcript. You go over the recommendations we'll be making. You continue to work on yourself. You come back with this baseline that we discussed today of what I believe to be honesty, and you build from there so that you can be found suitable. So, while there are mitigating factors taken in totality, when we weigh them with the aggravating factors as discussed and what we believe to be a nexus to current dangerousness, we are finding you unsuitable for a period of 3 years. That doesn't mean necessarily that you can't come back sooner. You can petition to advance once during that time frame and come back sooner, or you'll be administratively reviewed in about a year. If you stay discipline-free and continue to program, you can find yourself back in front of the board in 18 or 20 months. Now, we recommend you remain disciplinary-free. Maintain that positive stretch that you've got going of 10 months. Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025, decision page 32. Now, I get it. You feel like everybody's out to get you, and they're going to write you up for anything. But the bottom line is, don't give them the opportunity. If you really are doing what you told me you're doing, and you're professing, and that is questioning every choice, before you make it. It's oftentimes people that have the history you do, and I mean that by ends justify the means. And I don't know. I didn't look at your college record to see if you've taken philosophy or psychology, but ethics. You do the right thing for the wrong reason, the right thing for the right reason, the wrong thing for the wrong reason, and the wrong thing for what you think is a good reason. Unfortunately, in many schools of ethics, that last one is the one that causes problems for people because we can always find a way to justify something. So I think if you continue to work on the concepts that you have, continue to build on the gains that you've made, what we want to see is no disciplinary write-ups. Continue working on your emotional intelligence because, as you said, that's where a lot of this fell apart for you in terms of the decisions that you made about connections, etc., what's important to you, etc., and start changing and I don't know what class would teach you this. Erik Menendez K. 14,101 August 21st, 2025, decision page 33. But your perspective. In other words, instead of from the perspective of how you would feel about it, or maybe even about how those that love you feel about it, but how would this be viewed by an objective, reasonable outside person? We like to think that's what we are on the board. And I think that, as you said, if you believe substance abuse was something that could reoccur, you should continue to do your substance abuse programming. Sometimes we ask guys to examine that are leading a group and ask themselves, okay, is leading this group something I'm doing now to get a pat on the back or to be validated? Or do I need to go to more groups as a participant so that I can gain what I need to gain to be paroled? I'm not saying that's the case with you. I'm not in Feeney. I'm not, other than what you wrote, I'm not intimately familiar with the group that you created. But I think that you can continue to work on those areas. This has to be a joint decision. I'm going to ask the deputy commissioner if she concurs and if she has anything to add before I make the final comments. Deputy Commissioner Stern, okay, thank you. I do concur with the decision, and I also concur with all the reasons that Commissioner Barton has laid out. I'm going to just add a couple of things just to reiterate. The recent behaviors surrounding the phones, not the phone itself, sometimes as you're well aware, sometimes the cover-up is almost as bad as the crime itself, right? And so as we talked about the conspiracy involving other people who have to, help you get the phone and keep the phone and all of that at the same time as you're, or around the same time that you're facilitating a group on toxic shame, which part of that I believe is about not keeping secrets and, open, honest living. And yet here you are with these phones, which, I think there's still some ongoing struggle that we're seeing with the maybe doing some things in secret and keeping secrets from people instead of having some more honesty about things. The changes that you've made are genuine, and we all we certainly see that you are absolutely a different person than entered prison, and that's what we want. We want you to make these changes, and I think you're doing a lot of work and you still have some work to do. The action speaking louder than words is a problem when the actions of, just less than a year ago, Erik Menendez, K. 14,101, August 21st, 2025 decision, page 35. You were going to have the phone regardless. You didn't stop using the phone even though you knew you were going through the RE sentencing, and you had a TV. You had your wife. You had other, you've got this very supportive family, and you were speaking to at least some of them on a regular basis, and you had many other legal means of obtaining that information, and you chose to break the rules regardless. So I think some of the, the problem solving or the decision making or the entitlement or the criminal thinking or all of those surrounding those behaviors have really been a problem off and on. But, routinely since you were 16 years old, maybe 17 years old, but for decades. So I think it bears a little more, you need a little more programming to really understand that and flush that out a little bit. That, as the commissioner said, when you've got this incredibly supportive family, you've got this huge support system, and yet you're not doing, you're not following the basic rules that are going to get you, that are going to help you be found suitable for parole. It's concerning. So if there's groups, if there's things on your tablet, if there's other correspondence groups that might help you, Erik Menendez, K. 14,101, August 21st, 2025, decision, page 36, with some of the consequential thinking and decision making, I think that might be helpful to you as well. Commissioner, I think that's all I have to add. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Barton, all right. As I said, you have two very experienced attorneys. They're certainly well-versed in petitions to advance, as well as the administrative review process. So I'll leave it up to them to explain any of that further to you. It is 6:42 p.m. That is our decision, and we are now adjourned on this case. Once again, thank you, everyone, for your participation. You hung in there well today, Mr. Menendez. Deputy Commissioner Stern, and we are off the record. 15. Adjournment. This transcript contains the proposed decision of the Board of Parole Hearings announced at your recent board hearing, and IS provided to you in compliance with Penal Code Section 3041.5, Subdivision, and California Code of Regulations, Title 15, Section 2254. This proposed decision will become final within 120 days of the date of the hearing as required by Penal Code Section 3041. Subdivision. Unless the board notifies you in writing before then that the proposed decision has been modified, vacated, or referred to the full board, sitting en banc, due to an error of law, error of fact, or new information pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 15, Section 2042. Thereafter, the governor has authority to review the board's decision and affirm, modify, or reverse IT pursuant to Penal Code Sections 3041.1 and 3041.2. 384. Certificate and Declaration of Transcriber. I, Heather Cooksey, am a disinterested party and have no interest in the outcome of the hearing. Further, I certify this transcript is a true, complete, and accurate record, to the best of my ability, of the recorded material provided for transcription of proceeding for. In the matter of the parole consideration hearing of CDCR number K114101, Erik Menendez, Richard J. Donovan, Correctional Facility, San Diego, California, August 21st, 2025, 8:45 a.m.